Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Arrival at Firay, a town representing the four seasons. The spirits that created the sea tornado. It was a group of Gyarados and 2 Dragonite. With Tetsua's excellent eyesight, he could barely see through the gradually darkening sky and the water droplets that the latter was followed by several seahorses and sea dragonites. It is not difficult to conclude that this is a powerful small family. The Dragonite is actually a spirit that is used to living in the deep sea. They rarely appear on the sea surface. Tetsua and Masaki were able to see this scene thanks to the domineering Gyarados. The scales shining with an elegant and deep luster are extremely eye-catching. The 2 Dragonite floated silently on the sea surface, one on the left and one on the right, with fierceness in their majestic eyes. The opponent they were fighting was Dragonite, one of the quasi-gods. If it weren't for the large number of Gyarados, the 2 Dragonite would not be afraid at all. Huge waves that were enough to swallow most ships were generated in the surrounding sea area. The strange thing is, whenever they arrived near the ship, where Tetsuya and Masaki were, the waves immediately disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a strangely quiet area appeared in the storm. Did we encounter a ghost ship? These are all illusions created by ghost-type Pokémons. Zenghu looked at the scene outside and was quite unbelievable. He subconsciously pinched his arm. Hiss, it hurts. It doesn't look fake. ZHE also looked at the water drop pattern on his wrist that was faintly emitting blue light. This thing is unexpectedly useful. He has found that the Thorn Dragon and Gyarados over there have cast their eyes here more than once. After all, they are not fools, and they can easily find the strangeness here. However, perhaps they sense the breath of Lugia. In the fight, they ignored the small human ships tacitly. What's this? ZHE also grinned. Otherwise, go open a shipping company or something. As long as you follow, there will be no problems, and the profit is huge. Zenghu didn't notice the situation here. He muttered to himself, and was completely immersed in the analysis of the situation in front of him. If there were others on the boat, you will definitely be speechless about the behavior of these 2 people. It's already this late, and they are still so casual. Shouldn't they run away quickly? What if the ship is destroyed? In the ocean, the probability of human survival is very low. Not everyone has the luck of Zyozzy and his friends. Boom. The ocean roared even more fiercely. The war between Gyarados and Seathorn Dragon officially started. Ink Seahorse and Seathorn Dragon have disappeared. They must have hidden in the deep sea. 6 Gyarados surrounded the 2 Seathorn Dragons in an orderly manner. Some were dancing wildly to roll up huge waves. Some opened their mouths and gushed out thick water columns. Some had a faint yellow light shining on their bodies, which reflected the dark clouds in the sky. Is it actually a Gyarados that has mastered the trick of thunder? It's really a rare individual. Sitting leisurely on the deck, Zenghu, who seemed out of tune with the surrounding environment, sighed. That's right. Gyarados can not only master 100,000 volts, but also master one of the ultimate moves of the electric system, thunder. From this aspect, it makes sense to call it a dragon. At least, in the legend of Tetsua's previous life, the ability to call the wind and rain and master thunder is indeed closely related to dragons. Boom. The sudden lightning illuminated the entire dark sky. Or thunder move that was as thick as the body of Gyarados fell at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye. The Gyarados jumped up from the sea level in tacit understanding and retreated at the same time. For them, electric energy is a very terrifying existence. Even if it is just a little bit, the consumption of physical strength is extremely huge. In other words, most of the elves living in the ocean avoid electric energy, except for the electric monster and a very small number of water elves. Thorn Dragon King. It can barely be regarded as the latter. The strong resistance brought by the dragon attribute makes it not afraid of the extra huge damage caused by the electric move. Of course, this does not mean that it can take the thunder at a very small cost. As a powerful trick in an attribute, this is impossible to do. The green light curtain extended in an instant. The two Thorn Dragon Kings stuck together tightly and blended into it perfectly. Life-saving magic skills. Hold on. It was originally just a single person defensive move. With the cooperation of the Thorn Dragon King and his wife, it actually played a role similar to group defense. Although this group only has two. The violent electric current continued to flow around along the sea surface. The Gyarados made the right choice. Even if it was a move used by their own family, the subsequent changes could not be controlled. If they did not dodge, one or two Gyarados might be in trouble at this moment. At the same time, due to their tacit retreat, there was a slight mistake in the encirclement of the Thorn Dragon King and his wife. The original circular encirclement has now become a fan-shaped circle with a large central angle. In the seawater that looks a little black. The two Thorn Dragon Kings reappeared. The part of their foreheads that resembles dragon horns lit up a dazzling purple. What will be the ultimate move of the dragon system? Tetsuya and Masaki watched this scene with interest. Anyway, no matter how the two groups of elves fight, it will not affect them. So why not take this opportunity to appreciate it? Even Pokémon Hollywood can't make such a wonderful blockbuster. Not long after, two spherical energy were thrown high by the Thorn Dragon King. The powerful energy fluctuations made most of the dark clouds in the sky dissipate. The sun's light fell on this sea again. Bang, I don't know how high it rose. Under the joined gaze of humans and elves, the energy light ball exploded violently at the highest point. Then, countless meteorites with burning energy on the surface fell down densely. The strongest trick of the dragon type, Dragon Star group. Similar to the fire type's overheating, and the grass type's leaf storm. While powerful, these tricks also have great side effects after use. Using too much energy in a short period of time will cause a user's attack ability to drop by 2 levels in at least 10 minutes. In other words, it may be less than 2/3 of its heyday. If you can't solve the opponent, then you will undoubtedly push yourself into the abyss. Roar. The Gyarados roared uncomfortably. As the strongest move of the dragon type, Dragon Star Swarm still has some style in it. Pokémon without dragon attributes really can't learn this move. Of course, Gyarados can't either. Despite this, their uneasy beating hearts told them that this move would be very terrifying, and they couldn't just take it head on. Roar. The 6 Gyarados originally scarlet pupils emitted a fierce red light. Can't just take it head on. In Gyarados' mind, there is nothing that can't be just taken head on. The violent emotion suddenly surged into his heart, suppressing all other thoughts. This is also one of the reasons why Gyarados is not too popular. In addition to the difficulty of Magikarp's evolution, from time to time, it is also a very difficult problem to deal with, not to mention the surrounding environment. Even if it is a trainer who cultivates it, if the relationship is not in place, it is very likely to be severely damaged. In the records of the league, there are many examples of Gyarados losing their minds and destroying crazily in formal duels. Only a strong person like Mingalan can control them. 6 blue dragons soared into the sky. They rushed towards the dragon stars in the sky with a powerful momentum of defeating the strong. The whole body seemed to be cramped and swung wildly. This was the evil type trick of wandering and swaying. The huge head was attached with bright silver energy fluctuations. This was the steel type trick of Iron Head. The teeth in the mouth flashed with amazing cold light. This was also the evil type trick of Bite and Crush. They showed their magical powers and destroyed a large number of meteorites at an astonishing speed. Bang bang. One after another huge splash appeared on the sea. The highest wave even reached a height of tens of meters. Looking around, the sea area where the ship was located was still calm. Zenghu lay flat. This weird situation is no longer within the scope of normal human beings. Why did he encounter such a thing on his first trip to the sea? He wanted to slap himself now. ZHE also laughed secretly on the side. He did not tell the other party about the blessing of the sea god. If Zenghu could be a little quieter, it would be good news for the next journey. Meteorites that were not smashed by the Gyarados also fell. The Gyarados that were just about to surface to fight again were hit hard again. Dragging their wounded bodies, they left the place in a dejected manner that did not match their initial temperament. It's not that they don't have the strength to fight. The Dragon Star group is strong, but the 2 shots scattered on the 6 Gyarados are actually just that. It just looks serious. But, it's unnecessary. A battle between equals will inevitably lead to a situation where both sides will suffer losses. With such a big commotion, I don't know how many yellow birds are hiding around and waiting for an opportunity to move. The strength shown by the Thorn Dragon King and his wife is enough to make the Gyarados tribe give in. Furious is furious. The guys who can run rampant in the ocean with this style are not brainless. Oh no, they seem to be targeting us. Feeling the gazes of the two Thorn Dragon Kings, sweat appeared on Zhenghu's forehead. Two king level elves fighting in the ocean are not so easy to deal with. 2 against 3 actually have the upper hand. What a powerful guy. ZHE was amazed. The Thorn Dragon King is a king level, and of course there is a Gyarados, and there is one more. 3 kings plus 3 quasi kings. No wonder this group of guys are so reckless. I can only say, as expected of the ocean far away from humans, powerful elves can be seen everywhere. He is not worried about what will happen to the Thorn Dragon King. On the one hand, the blessing of the god of the sea is not a decoration. The other party said that the elves in the ocean will not take the initiative to attack in most cases, so ZHE still believes it very much. On the other hand, his partner's strength is enough to deal with these two Thorn Dragon Kings. Pidgeot and Togekiss are not weak at all. Under the gaze of the two Thorn Dragon Kings slowly approached the ship with the Black Seahorse and Sea Thorn Dragon that reappeared on the sea. Hello. We are just passing by, and we have no ill intentions. Very familiar. ZHE communicated with the Thorn Dragon King with a lot of superpowers that have been restored. They were startled at first, but soon accepted the situation. Dear Envoy, I'm here to say hello to you. Envoy. Zay's little head turned quickly. Apparently, the water drop on his wrist has another function that the sea god has never mentioned. Compared with some of the Phoenix King's envoys that are everywhere, it seems that the sea god's envoy is not bad. I wonder if our children will be lucky enough to grow up with the envoy. This is their honor. Before Zay could think further, the overly simple Thorn Dragon King and his wife explained their purpose. Compared with the elves living on land, they rarely come into contact with humans and seem to be more unworldly. No, I think it's good for them to stay with you. Faced with the elves that came to his door, Zay refused decisively. It's not that he didn't envy the Thorn Dragon King. It's that he doesn't have the energy to cultivate a new partner now. To put it more bluntly, the highest Black Seahorse and Sea Thorn Dragon with only the qualifications of the King of Heaven can't arouse his interest in this situation. Is that so? The Thorn Dragon King and his wife were not disappointed. This was already expected by them. Under Zhenghu's confused eyes, they bent slightly and took the little guys into the deep sea. What's going on? He looked at ZHE and asked. The latter spread his hands. I don't know. Zhenghu rolled his eyes. Do you think he believes it? But since ZHE didn't want to say more, he also tacitly didn't ask more. Zhenghu still knew what he could say and what he couldn't say. But in the following journey, his 3 views were refreshed again and again. King level gem starfish, king level stinging jellyfish, king level giant wing flying fish, until a king level roaring whale king silently surfaced and then sank. Zhenghu, whose psychological defense line had already collapsed, directly chose to lock himself in the room and pretend to be blind. This is fucking. This guy can't be the illegitimate son of Kaiga. Don't say that the appearance of these elves is a coincidence. No matter how big the ocean is, no matter how many powerful elves there are, they will not appear in front of them one after another. Otherwise, the connection between the Pokémon League and the Ranger League would have been severed long ago, because the journey was too dangerous. He ignored Zhenghu. With a wry smile, he sent away a quasi-champion level Blastoise. ZHE also understood. He thought that those Gyarados just now might have come for him, but they just happened to run into a group of King Dragons. The idea of starting a shipping company was completely gone. This kind of Tang Monk's meat-like attraction would probably scare people to death if it was spread. Fortunately, as time passed, on the distant horizon, the vague islands and land came into his sight. Unlike the small or even super small islands he had seen along the way, this time, it was a large island. The Firi region, Summer Island, ready to receive guests. End. 37 minutes. Chapter 602, The Nobles Commission. Compared with the 4 regions of Kanto, Johto, Hone, and Synopsis. The area of the Fira region is not large. Even the mountains occupy most of the area. Among the few plains, the 4 towns representing the 4 seasons are undoubtedly the most famous. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. If it weren't for the fact that the natural landscape of the Fira region is too complete and the Ranger Alliance has not opened up safe roads similar to other regions, with the style of these 4 towns, they would have become world famous tourist destinations long ago. However, in recent years, Zion Island has served as a bridgehead for the Ranger Alliance to communicate with the outside world in the Fira region. The development model is moving in this direction. There is no way the Ranger Alliance also needs to eat. Whether it is training novice rangers, appeasing old rangers, or making a large number of hunting curses, all of these must be supported by a strong source of income. The support of the Pokémon Alliance is reliable, but it is not a long-term solution. Please dock here at the dock. The enthusiastic sailor uncle was directing Tetsuya to park the boat. You two are trainers from Kanto, right? Please cooperate and show us your ID cards. Facing the 2 people getting off the boat, he took out an instrument with a smile. Before coming, Tetsuya and Masaki had learned the rules, so they would not refuse to cooperate. The appearance of the 2 Pokémon illustrated books undoubtedly made the sailor uncle's smile more sincere. Thank you very much. You are also welcome to visit the Fira area. If you want to know anything, you can go to the Pokémon Center in the central location and ask Miss Joy. That's right. The families that cannot be avoided in the Pokémon world are here again. Not only Joy and their Pokémon Center. Even in the Fira area, where the patrolmen are the main force, Miss Junsha and their police station are indispensable members and buildings. So far, the number of people in these 2 families is still a mystery. I'm afraid even they themselves don't know it very well. After paying the 1-month docking fee to the amiable sailor uncle, the 2 went to the Pokémon Center without hesitation. Hearing the purpose of Tetsuya and Masaki's visit, Miss joined the center, smiled and handed them a booklet. This records most of the situation in the Fira region. Of course, it's for reference only, she said. The speed of change in the wild of the Fira region is so fast that the ranger who made this can't update it in real time. Is there any information about the Almia region? We mainly want to go there this time. Zhenghu flipped through the booklet and raised his head to ask. Miss Joy looked embarrassed. As for this, there is no such thing. The Almia region is the core area of the Ranger Alliance and is not open to trainers from outside. Not to mention the booklet introducing the situation. At this time, it is very difficult for ordinary people to even enter the Almia region unless they sneak across. Is that so? It seems that we can only go to Fengreo town to ask. The 2 looked at each other helplessly. The border between Almia and Fira is in the northeast of Zion Island. You can go to Kyulu City to rest first. Miss Joy made arrangements for them considerately. With her family as a backing, she naturally knew the identities and achievements of the 2 people in front of her. The qualification to enter was not a problem for these 2 people. However, today's regular ship service has ended, and the earliest one will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you want to go to Kyulu City today, I'm afraid you can only rely on your own elves. She checked the computer and showed regret. What do you think? ZHE also looked at Zhenghu. If it was just him, there would be nothing to say. He was light and took off directly. With Pidgeot and Pockets, there was no need to worry about encountering any powerful elves that could not be dealt with. If it really didn't work, just run away. But with Zhenghu as an employer, it was different. The impact of distracting yourself to take care of the other party was not as simple as losing a combat power. To be on the safe side, it would be safer to take land or water and wait for a day. It's just past noon now. Do we have to wait for half a day? Zhenghu pondered for a moment. It was indeed good that they had their own ship. Unfortunately, Kyulu City did not have a pier open to the public. Except for the ships that regularly traveled to Zion Island, it did not accept any docking. This is really a headache. Actually, there are other ways. Looking at the 2 people who were thinking hard, Miss Joy thought for a while and then said, I know a noble whose ship can go directly to the dock of Kyulu City. However, their family is not easy to talk to. It's okay, let's go and talk to them and save a little time. Zhenghu immediately took over the conversation. Miss Joy nodded. Okay, here is their address and contact information. I hope you can succeed. As she said, she handed over a piece of paper. Thank you, Joy. The two searched all the way on Zaman Island according to the information on the paper. It was not until they were very close to the jungle outside the east of the city that they found their target. This family is really generous. This is what Tetsuya commented on this. Compared with the house he had in Changpon City before, the residence of this so-called noble is more remote. It is also more dangerous. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the elves in the jungle rush out to attack the city, then this location will definitely be the first line of war. However, the house that looks like a castle still has a sense of history and luxury. Knock, knock. Zhenghu's action was very direct. He went forward and knocked on the door. This area didn't even have a doorbell, which was too backward compared to the outside world. A few minutes passed. There was silence in the castle, as if no one heard it. Knock, knock. Zhenghu knocked on the door with greater force. They hurriedly stopped him. We are here to borrow the boat. Don't do this. If you don't do this, they won't come out. Zhenghu shrugged. Doesn't he know that this is not the attitude of begging? The key is that Miss Joy has said that this family is not easy to talk to. If Joy can make such an evaluation, you can imagine what kind of person they are. Instead of speaking nicely, it is better to use force to suppress others. That's right. Zay was stunned and nodded after thinking. He and Zhenghu have a big difference in their attitudes towards things. This is the inevitable result of their growth experiences. As for which one will be better, it depends on the result. Seeing that Tetsuya was convinced by him and stopped trying, Masahiro continued to knock on the door vigorously. The huge sound echoed for 3 minutes. Tetsuya was a little worried that the nearby Pokémon would hear the noise and come to investigate. He silently released the flame chicken to guard the side. His ears moved slightly. Someone is coming. Tetsuya's words finally stopped Masahiro's movements. Squeak. Under their gaze, the heavy door slowly opened. What are you smashing? We are not welcome here. Get out of here immediately. A white-haired old man in a purple dress and white leather shoes walked out angrily. Judging from his face, this person is indeed not the type to talk to. He raised his hand and hit the door without any hesitation. Masahiro stopped the other party from closing the door again. Excuse me, can we go in and talk? I said, we are not welcome here. The white-haired old man was so angry at Masahiro's rogue behavior that he trembled. Are all of you foreign trainers so unreasonable? No, no, no. Masahiro shook his finger. At this time, he was very much like a dandy boy. To be precise, you were the one who turned us away first, so I resorted to such a bad strategy. Zaya was silent on the side. He wanted to maintain his image of being kind and upright. It would be more appropriate to let Zhenghu do this kind of thing. Ridiculous. The white-haired old man was so angry that his face turned red. You just came up and smashed the door. Even if I can receive a bad guest like you, I won't receive you. Bang. A not so strong foot kicked straight on the door, leaving a dent the size of a human head. Zaya's face was slightly gloomy. Don't you understand what I'm saying? We want to talk to you about borrowing a boat to go to Gyulu City. The white-haired old man's body was shaking. He pointed at the two of them and couldn't say a word. It was probably the first time he faced such an unreasonable asshole. He turned around and left angrily, but did not close the door. Zaya and Zhenghu looked at each other meaningfully and quickly followed. The layout of the castle is somewhat inconsistent with its appearance. Perhaps it was because ZHE could not understand what those scribbled paintings meant. TSK, it has a long history. ZHUI was amazed. Old man, have you considered selling a few paintings? I will buy them at a high price. The white-haired old man led the way in front without saying a word. It's here, you can go in. A few minutes later, he pointed to the door in front of him with great indifference and left from the other side without looking back. So you are just a servant, but you are so arrogant. Zheng Hui curled his lips in disdain, pushed open the door, and walked in carelessly. Let me see who the owner here is. It seems that this guest seems to have some opinions about us. A very gentle voice came. The speaker was a silver-haired man wearing a white coat with a flame pattern on the hem. My name is Yugi, the owner of this castle. I'm sorry that you have a bad experience. I wonder if we can do something for you too? He smiled kindly. There were 3 other men and women of similar age on the sofa where he sat. Mirai, Yoshi, Mayuri. Seeing the 2 people's eyes turn to them, they briefly introduced themselves, but didn't say much. I heard that your boat can go directly to Kyulu City. I want to borrow it once. Zenghu put forward his purpose without any politeness. Zaya stood behind him like a bodyguard, motionless. I'm afraid this won't work. Yugi looked embarrassed. Zaya always felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Oh, it was Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center, who said the same thing at the beginning. It's not that we don't want to borrow it, but we encountered a little trouble. Yugi explained. The safety of our boat's navigation is guaranteed by a mosquito-repellent frog king. Recently, a Snorlax slept at its doorstep and blocked our way. We couldn't communicate with the hunting cursor at all. It's okay. The trainer I hired is very strong, and safety is guaranteed. Zenghu pointed to Zaya behind him, very arrogantly. Your Ranger alliance is like this. Your combat strength is not very good. I can understand. Yugi was not annoyed by his words at all. Yes, it is true after all. He smiled and nodded. Then he changed the subject. However, this is also the tradition passed down by our family. It is really inconvenient to change. So I'm very sorry that we really can't help you. It is really troublesome. Zenghu shook his head unsatisfiedly. Anyway, I must borrow your boat today. You should come up with a plan. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The place is so small, and there are many things to do. He muttered the latter half of the sentence softly. Everyone present could hear it. Strangely, the 4 people opposite did not change at all. Mirai, the only girl, was still playing with her nails out of boredom. Yoshi, who seemed to be neither awake nor asleep, was wrapped in his coat and moving his head slowly. Mayuri, who looked 70% like Yuki, was meditating with his eyes closed. Yuki's smile was still so kind. In that case, I will just say it directly. We hope that you, or the trainer you hired, can help us drive that Snorlax out of this area. Don't you have that hunting cursor? Can't you do it yourself? Masaki responded impatiently. Yuki shook his head. Unfortunately, a sleeping Snorlax cannot communicate, and it is even very dangerous when it wakes up in a hungry state. Don't get close to it. Okay, I'm so annoyed. Masaki shook his hand. Go over there. I want to see the result within an hour. He said to Tetsuya. Understood. At this time, the latter was as cold as if he had just come out of the freezer. This is the location of that Snorlax. Thank you for your help. Yuki took out a map, as if he had been prepared. We are weak, and it is not convenient for us to participate. We can only wait for your good news here. After taking a glance, Zaya walked out of the room without saying a word. He has already memorized it. It's just that he has a photographic memory. Is it surprising? Looking at the somewhat surprised Yuki, Zenghu said disapprovingly. Yuki responded with a gentle face. The two chatted intermittently. I don't know when it started, but the other 3 people suddenly disappeared from the room. The whole castle seemed quiet. Zenghu, who seemed to be very calm, put his handsome left hand in his pocket, tightly holding the shrunken Pokeball. You seem nervous? Yuki asked casually. The kind face was full of familiar smiles. End. 45 minutes. Chapter 603 Jungle Ruins. Ignoring what happened in the castle for now, Tetsuya followed the map in his mind and went deep into the wild jungle. The olive grove, located in the north of Summer Island, got its name because most of it is olive trees. As one of the important components of the Fira region, the olive grove is where Pokémon have lived for generations. Although there are not many types of Pokémon living in the Fira region itself, with the efforts of humans, elves from various regions gather here and live in groups. Kanto, Johto, Hone, Sinnoh and Kalos. Elves from these 5 regions can be found in the 5 regions under the Ranger Alliance. Of course, Kalos has the least, and Sinnoh has the most. And it took countless investigations and studies to determine which elves can be introduced. After all, if some elves have no natural enemies, rash introduction will cause tremendous damage to the environment. This is not the result the Rangers want to see. This is also the reason why each region rarely sees elves outside the region. The so-called nobles of the sleeping Snorlax are really a bit strange. While hurrying on the road, Tetsuya's mind did not stop turning. Or rather, there is Zenghu. The two found something wrong as soon as they arrived at the castle. According to the information given by Miss Joy, the nobles living in it are the type left over from the old times. Unless necessary, they rarely go out. This is why this noble family has a ship that travels to Kyulu City. One cargo storage for a quarter's consumption. A complete hamster plus otaku. But according to what the two observed when they arrived, the door of the castle is opened once a day, at least once every 3 days. Living near the wild jungle, some traces cannot be covered up in the eyes of experienced old hunters. Even if the other party carefully cleaned the door spotlessly and cleanly as new. This alone may not mean anything. After all, Miss Joy also said that this family is difficult to talk to, and few people living in the remote suburbs will come here to deal with them. What if they just don't go far away and often wander around the door? This is not impossible. Until the white-haired old man who came to open the door appeared, Zay was actually not sure whether what he saw was an accident or something else. It's really strange that a servant of a declining and closed noble would have the aura of entry. His eyes sank slightly. As a trainer who had close contact with the 3 sacred beasts, he was very familiar with the auras of the 3. Although there was more than one entity and the auras of each were different, the most basic feeling would not change. It was until that moment. ZHE also knew that there must be something strange behind this noble. Zenghu's words. He didn't feel the aura of entry. It was purely because his intuition told him that the white-haired old man in front of him was very difficult to mess with, and it was best to run away quickly. This can be regarded as the after effect left by the fusion and separation of his body and the elves. If this can be regarded as a disease, a noble servant in a small place made him feel this way. No one would believe it if it wasn't strange. The way the two communicated was actually very simple. One thing is certain. That is, the people in the Philly area are really insensitive to technology other than hunting curses. The two were messaging each other openly under each other's noses, and no one noticed anything was wrong. Although the white-haired old man cast a puzzled and curious look, he probably didn't expect the two to be so bold. So he soon stopped caring. I really don't know whether I should say they are stupid or something else. Let me see what you are hiding. He glanced behind him barely. Zay nimbly grabbed a drooping vine and wandered through the woods, approaching the destination at a rapid speed. Father, these outsiders are as easy to deal with as you said. Let him deal with the 2 gatekeepers, and we don't have to worry about the next 4. Behind the trunk of a big tree not far away, Mireille was standing behind the white-haired old man and laughing. It was not difficult to tell from her address. The white-haired old man was not a servant, but the father of the 4 siblings. Don't be careless, Wile. Milei, the eldest brother, taught his sister. What if this is a trap he set after discovering us? Did you find anything, Milei? The white-haired old man retracted his gaze and looked at his smartest eldest son. Since the latter came of age, most of the action plans have been made by him. He still can't refuse to admit his age. Whether it is reaction speed or something else, young people are better than old people. The only thing the white-haired old man has to do is to use his experience to fill the last gap. No. Milei shook his head. It's just that I have an inexplicable premonition. Oh, brother, sometimes you just think too much. It's unnecessary. Milei waved his hand. Look, the 3rd brother is fine. He's still sleeping. Hearing this, the white-haired old man and Milei both subconsciously twitched the corners of their mouths. This 3rd brother of their family is good in everything except sleepiness. Okay, stop making trouble. Get ready and follow the plan immediately. Don't waste time. The white-haired old man pointed in 4 directions around him. Leave the flying dragon to me. The thorn dragon King Yaosi will deal with it. The desert dragonfly belongs to the future. As for the Charizard, it's up to you, Mayuri. Understood! ! 3. The 3 responded in unison. At the same time, their respective partners also appeared nearby. The surging magma exuded endless heat. The Charizard and the petite future stood together, giving a sense of deja vu of Beauty and the Beast. Next to Yaosi, lying flat on his back was the powerful elf, the King of Leave, who was considered perfect in everything except his characteristics. From this point of view, the personalities of the man and the elf are very compatible. The most surprising thing is Myri, the eldest brother. Yellow dust was scattered in a green sea. The tyrant of the desert, the quasi-god Bangerus, was standing indifferently. The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the three of them immediately disappeared into the olive grove with the elves. His Zhe, who sensed everything through his superpowers, took a breath of cold air. What exactly are these people? Let's not talk about Bangerus. Just look at the fire camel and the king of leave. Even in other areas of the outside world, these two elves are extremely precious. The fire camel and the fire camel, which only live near the crater, are social types. When they are in a bad mood, it is absolutely normal for them to take you to swim in the magma of the volcano. The natural advantage of their living place makes it quite difficult to catch the fire camel. There is also a similar duck-billed fire dragon, let alone the king of leave. The laziness tray is very good at dragging down. But if you can, it is definitely worthwhile to cultivate a king of leave. The number of lazy otters is not rare in the wild, and it is easy to catch one. As long as there are no hyperactive apes nearby, they are too lazy to struggle. The reason for not doing this is that it is not easy for lazy otters to evolve into the king of leave. As strong as 1,000 miles, the king of leave in his main team was also cultivated on the basis of a large number of lazy otters. Potential and level are only one aspect. More importantly, it is not a simple matter of reaching the level for the hyperactive ape to evolve into the king of leave. As we all know, hyperactive ape is an extremely energetic Pokémon. Its heart is beating at 10 times the speed, and the blood in its body is boiling, and it can't stop for a moment. Even if it doesn't move its body frantically, the pressure will accumulate too much, making its physical condition worse. And if you want to evolve into the king of leave, according to Kyanli, it is necessary to cool down the body of the hyperactive ape, and even enter a state similar to suspended death. He didn't say the specific method. Just thinking about it will show how difficult it is. However, the ability demonstrated by the king of leave without characteristics is indeed worthy of it. That is an existence that exceeds the strength of a quasi-god. Zay slowly stopped. The expression on his face was a little uncertain. These three are so strong. What will happen if they stay in the castle? What if Zenghu can't deal with them? It will be bad. Do you want to go back? After thinking carefully, Zay decisively gave up this idea. The opponent's actions are obviously based on the premise that he will deal with Snorlax and Frog. Once it is found that nothing has been done, he and Zenghu will face the joint attack of 5 people. In comparison, it is safer to face one person. With a leader here, it should be no problem to run to the Pokémon Center. If things don't work out, the other party won't be that brave. Touching the only empty space on his belt, Zhe was also glad that his preparations were in place. His superpowers themselves had not recovered to completely. Simple reconnaissance and scanning were no problem, but it was far from being able to resonate with Alido's mental power. Therefore, he placed the quasi-king level Alido, which could not yet exert the power of the king level, next to Zenghu for protection. He was also thinking of just in case. Unexpectedly, he really prevented it. He kept walking. The snoring sound that rumbled like thunder reached Zhe's ears. The fat and silly Snorlax was like a boulder blocking the middle of the jungle path. The seemingly extremely soft belly subconsciously made Zhe want to touch it. Restraining his suicidal behavior, he looked at the giant beast in front of him curiously. The combination of king level strength and thick fat plus gluttonous characteristics. In terms of resistance, the Snorlax in front of him is definitely one of the best in the same level. Not to mention that there is an 80% chance that Pokémon like Snorlax will carry Pokémon items such as leftovers. The continuous recovery effect will make the already invincible Snorlax even stronger. No Pokémon was sent out to solve the problem immediately. Zaya was full of energy and opened his mouth. Snorlax, get up and eat. The sudden loud noise made a group of bad Pokémon fly high, but Snorlax was still so calm at a close distance. It raised its hand in its sleep and scratched its belly. Sure enough, it still can't be woken up without a Pokémon flute. Zaya was a little helpless. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Blaziken. Down a red light flashed. Blaziken, who had long recovered from the sequelae of the first Mega Evolution, jumped out excitedly. It has been resting for a few days, but it is tired of being suffocated. Give it a big one. Prepare the key bomb. Tetsuya moved away for a distance, and then used his superpowers to command his companions. Flame Chicken nodded. He stretched out his claws. The powerful energy waves gradually gathered into a ball. The wind around him blew up for no reason. With such a big commotion, Snorlax was inevitably affected. Of course, it could also be that he sensed something. Its tightly closed eyelids trembled slightly, as if they were about to open at the next moment. Go. Seeing this, Tetsuya and Flame Chicken did not hesitate, and immediately released their skills. Boom. The beam of light that soared into the sky could be seen even in the daytime. The four people scattered around the jungle showed satisfied smiles. Taking advantage of the chaos in the olive forest, they also started their own battles. Snorlax made an angry cry. No matter who it was, it would be strange if they were not angry when they were woken up, or beaten when they were full and sleeping. Damn, it only took away a third of its stamina? That's too much. After estimating Snorlax's condition, ZHE secretly smacked his lips. This is because the Kai Bullet, as a fighting type trick, has a restraining relationship with the general type Snorlax. If it were an attack of other attributes, it might not be as fast as Snorlax's recovery. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Snorlax determined that Flame Chicken was the culprit who attacked it. Its body sank slightly, and then it jumped up not high from the ground. Even so, the huge power made people subconsciously want to dodge. Take it with brute force, and then throw it out. ZHE had only one word for this: reckless. Go. Muscles all over his body surged rapidly. The slender Flame Chicken turned into a devil muscle chicken in an instant. Facing Snorlax falling from the sky, it took a big step forward without fear. So what if it was a mountain pressing down on its head? It's still a long way to go. Boom. The dust on the ground spread out in circles from the air like ripples. The rocks under the feet of Flame Chicken were broken into pieces. It knelt on one knee on the ground, raised its head, and showed a sincere smile to Snorlax. Before Snorlax could react, boom, Flame Chicken stretched its muscles again. Snorlax's huge body was immediately thrown far away. Dozens of thick trees were broken in half, and wailed in pain. At the king level, it seemed a little too weak. In other words, in fact, Flame Chicken was too strong. Pursue the victory and use a double kick. Swish without a pause. Flame Chicken, who had just received the next move, immediately began to counterattack. On the way forward, it even did not forget to give itself a sword dance to offset the effect of the ability reduction brought by brute force. Chapter 604, Statue of Emperor Yan. Compared to Snorlax's body, his legs were extremely slender, and kicked fiercely with afterimages. Bang, crack on the ground, a deep pit with dense cracks appeared. In the center, the honest Snorlax had fainted, and lost his ability to fight. The difference between ordinary king level monsters in the wild and the current Blaziken is so huge. In other words, any pure general type Pokémon would not be able to take on 3 fighting type moves including brute force. Attribute restraint sometimes does not mean much, but more often, it is a point that cannot be ignored. Ignoring the unlucky Snorlax, Tetsuya and Blaziken's eyes quickly shifted to the back of its original position. The croaking of frogs resounded like the roar of humans. A Pokémon with a green body and yellow chin, abdomen, palms and 3 toes fell from the sky. This is the king of the tadpole and the frog king. Compared with the Slowking, which also needs the king certificate to evolve, the number of frog kings in the wild is not that small. After all, in addition to carrying the king's certificate, Slowking also needs to be bitten on the head by Shelder. The toxins secreted by the latter that pass through the entire brain are actually the key to evolution. Of course, the so-called large number is only relative. The probability of finding a Pokémon item like the King's Certificate in the wild is still very low. Raw, Frog King looked at Snorlax lying beside him. He looked at Tetsuya and Blaziken. His expression was full of anger. He opened his big mouth. Without any preparation, a large amount of water was violently sprayed towards Blaziken. Down Blaziken saw this. Not only was he not afraid, but he also opened his mouth excitedly. The violent fire column instantly made the surrounding humid environment much drier. Hiss, countless steam rose wildly at the junction of water and fire. In a few seconds, the entire area nearby became like a sauna. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Tetsuya stopped Blaziken's meaningless behavior. Stick to it, use Thunder Punch. For the pure water type Froakie, this is the best attack method for Blaziken. Down, although a little regretful, Blaziken quickly obeyed Tetsuya's command. It disappeared in the path of the water cannon. When it appeared again, it was less than 3 meters in front of the right of the Froakie. The skill of water bubble is good in every way, but the reaction force is too large. Even a Pokémon recognized as the most suitable for using water cannons like Blastoise finds it difficult to actively control the direction during the process. The water cannon seen in regular battles. In fact, many of them are the result of increasing the output of water gun moves. The flowing electric current spread over Blaziken's clenched claws. The Froakie was obviously shocked by the agility of his opponent. However, being able to live in the wild for so long, and being a guardian of the ruins, it naturally has quite a lot of combat experience. Without hesitation, the Froakie immediately controlled his head to lower. The surging water flow all fell to the ground at once. The powerful impact force caused the body of the user, the Froakie, to fly high backwards. In an instant, it distanced itself from the flame chicken again. Good reaction. ZHE also nodded in agreement. Then, catch up and continue with the Thunder Fist. It did distance itself. But what good is this distance? The acceleration characteristics of the flame chicken have almost reached their limit. For it is just a matter of a few steps. Have you heard of Kingang? One step of 10 meters. So terrifying. Sure, this time, not even an after image appeared. The flame chicken disappeared directly from the sight of the Froakie at a very fast speed. The dense jungle plus the curling mist. It is absolutely the best help to cover its body. Wow. The Froakie was alertly observing the surroundings in midair. Speaking of which, its cry is actually quite unpleasant. ZHE also didn't know how some musicians could get inspiration from their calls to create beautiful music. And it was a narrative song. Maybe musicians' ears are different from those of ordinary people. But, what about its tribe? ZHE also frowned. As a king, the mosquito-repellent Froakies that have been discovered so far all have many younger brothers and subordinates, including but not limited to mosquito-repellent tadpoles, mosquito-repellent kings and even mosquito-repellent swimmers. A single king-level mosquito-repellent Froakie is not difficult to deal with, but once the power of the tribe is added, it is a real wild overlord. While thinking, his ears moved slightly. His eyes looked in the 4 directions, where the battle waves were faintly coming from. Is it starting so soon? It turns out that they are well prepared. ZHE also muttered to himself, then I can't delay here any longer. Hurry up and finish it to see what's going on. He was really not very familiar with the Firay area, so he didn't know any legends about the nearby mythical beasts. The confidence that supports him to do this is just his current strength. It seems that he sensed the trainer's thoughts. The flame chicken, which had disappeared for about half a minute, finally showed up. In less than half a second, the Froakie, who had a keen sense of the surrounding environment, found the enemy's trace. It turned sideways, and water energy was condensing in its mouth. Sizzle. The flame chicken did not give the opponent any chance. The 2 fists flashing with electric light left a series of charred marks in the air and hit the Froakie's face directly. Faint electric sparks suddenly appeared all over the latter's body. The body stiffened. The water energy surging in the mouth slowly dissipated. In this extremely humid environment, the lightning spread to the Froakie first, and also made it enter a negative state of paralysis. This luck is even worse than mine. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. According to the physical fitness and energy intensity of the king level elves, the probability of entering a negative state in this way is so small that it is less than 1%. If this happened in a major competition, he would definitely cheer for it. Who said that luck is not a kind of strength? If you have the ability, you can also trigger it. But now, ZHE also thought it was just the icing on the cake. Bang! The small body of the Froakie flew backwards and hit a big tree behind him. The smooth body fell down bit by bit. Fortunately, the Froakie's abilities are very average, not to mention how strong it is, but at least it will not lose its combat ability in one move. Ignoring the pain from the charred parts of its body, it struggled to get up from the ground. Its short arms were raised high. The Frog King closed his eyes solemnly and prayed to the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky above the nearby jungle. The drops of water turned into a downpour in a short time. ZHE also looked calm. A thin light curtain covered his whole body, and he was not affected at all. Boom. The hot flames emerged. The originally blurry field became even more difficult to understand. Flame Chicken frowned and stood in the rain. The layer of flames surrounding its body did not consume too much physical energy, but this feeling was very uncomfortable. Perfect weather hand for rainy days. Tetsuya crossed his arms over his chest. Compared with the same Pokémon, the Saurian has undoubtedly a considerable advantage in all aspects. Not only in ability, but also in the mastery of moves and attribute resistance. What? Besides these two, there are Pokémon with the rain attribute? Indeed. If you can also fish Kyogre out of the sea, you should have a good chance of winning with it. Of course, the Saurian is not without any advantages. The combination of the rain plate and the rain means that at least there is no need to worry about endurance. But sometimes, endurance alone is not enough, and a certain amount of explosive power is also required to win the battle. Deal with it. Down as the conversation between the man and the elf in the rain ended. The lightning shining in the sky filled the entire field of vision of the Saurian. The rain fell even more urgently. It lasted for about 5 minutes. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The Saurian and Snorlax, who could not find a good place on their bodies, lay on the ground on the left and right. The two big pits have a very symmetrical beauty. Down the wet Flame Chicken was panting while receiving treatment from the Monarch Serpent. There is a big difference between rainy days and no rainy days for water type Pokémons. Not to mention, when the opponent is a fire type Pokémon, the power of water type special moves increases, while the power of fire type special moves decreases. As one increases, the other decreases, and the difference is too much. The most intuitive point is that facing Flame Chicken's jet of flames, the water cannon of the Frog King can barely press directly under the rain. It does not give a chance to fight at all. Therefore, even though Flame Chicken had already hit the opponent with a Thunder Fist before, consuming a lot of the opponent's physical strength, it still took a long time for it to really end the battle. ZHE closed his eyes silently. The imperceptible fluctuations from his body rippled around in circles. Then, let me see what kind of secrets this forest hides. Under the powerful superpowers, everything in the olive forest is clearly visible. ZHE's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention that he has not fully recovered. Even if he has fully recovered, his superpowers are not enough to support such a large-scale surge. Thanks to the previous communication between the four people, ZHE only needs to focus on exploring in some specific directions. It can be regarded as saving a lot of unnecessary consumption. The Monarch Snake silently stimulated the grass energy in his body. The gentle energy continued to flow into ZHE's body through the green grass field. The red and white colors kept alternating, making him look a little weird. The mysterious fluctuation flashed by. I caught you. ZHE opened his eyes suddenly. There was a hint of joy and a hint of confusion in his heart. Flowing hair, iron rings on strong limbs. There is a 6-pointed star pattern on the cheek, and a clover-like hair shell on the forehead. There is no doubt that this is a familiar beast to most people in Kanto and Johto. The Phoenix Guard, one of the 3 sacred beasts, Entei. However, this Entei is not alive, but just a stone sculpture. The weird thing is, Zaire actually sensed a faint vitality from the stone sculpture. Is it sealed? He was familiar with various legends and quickly responded. In the world of elves, ancient humans are really very strange. You say they are strong. Facing the attack of magic beasts, humans are helpless and even need to worry about whether they will be alive when they wake up tomorrow morning. You say they are weak. Existence is like the wave messenger can fight elves with human bodies, and mythical beasts can become objects of power coveted by those in power. Among the ancient relics that have been discovered so far, there are many super ancient Pokémon sealed by various strange props, and their abilities are greatly different from those of today's counterparts. In other words, they are strengthened. Many casualties occurred in this situation. With bloody lessons, humans have gained a lot of understanding of the sealed state. Compared with ordinary elves, mythical beasts are naturally not so easy to seal. The so-called seal of most mythical beasts is more like a kind of sleep under a self-protection mechanism. Just like Xerxes, the holy pillar king Regicicus, and the three pillars. In this state, unless they wake up by themselves, it is difficult to wake them up with the current capabilities of humans. Even if it is possible, no one would be willing to bear the possible wrath of the beasts that follow. After carefully sensing it again, the vitality on the Yandi statue is vaguely closely connected with the 4 directions from which the battle fluctuations come. With 4 elves as the key to protecting themselves, can they be awakened by defeating them almost at the same time? Combining the words of the white-haired old man, ZHE also had a rough guess. It must be said that this awakening method is still difficult to achieve. No one would have thought that 4 of the several overlord elves in the olive grove were just guardians. The strength of the king level is not to say that they can be domineering, but ordinary people will definitely not have the intention to attack them. I don't know where the 5 people got the news from. No. To be more precise, there are 6. The unconscious Snorlax and Frog King in front of Zay. Although they are not directly related to the Yandi statue, they must have a significant relationship. Otherwise, those few people wouldn't let him deal with them. Maybe, the 2 of them are special mobile supporters. How is the recovery? Retracting his thoughts, Zay looked at the flame chicken beside him. Next flame chicken stretched out its thumb claw, indicating that it is in good condition now. The previous battle was just an appetizer. That's good. There are more troublesome battles to come. Zay nodded. He didn't intend to defeat them one by one. As long as the opponent stopped, as soon as he found out, then Yandi would naturally not be able to wake up. If he is cruel enough, he can just run away. This way, he can't catch them all. At most he can catch one. This is not the result Zay wants. Let's go. We'll go to the cave and wait for them. Waving his hand, Zay took Flame Chicken and King Cobra and walked in one direction. The location of the Yandi statue was not far from him. Over. Chapter 605. Cave Battle. Emperor Yan awakens. The dark underground cave. The stone statue of Entei was in the middle, looking very majestic. If this Entei sealed himself, then this time is really too long. ZHE looked at it curiously. He could feel that there was a closed space behind the stone statue. It was estimated that the things inside were the reason why Entei sealed himself here. ZHE had no intention of forcing his way in, because he didn't know whether the reason was good or bad. What if there was a Pokémon that was so evil and powerful that Entei had to seal himself to suppress it? Wouldn't forcing his way in be like delivering goods to the door? An inexplicable wind suddenly emerged. The cave, which was originally pitch dark, suddenly became bright. 1, 2, 4 tiny and bright flames slowly rose around the stone statue of Entei. ZHE's eyes moved. Has it been solved? It's quite efficient. Although he didn't know what the flames represented, it was not difficult to associate them with what the 4 people did. In his perception, as the flames burned, the vitality of the Yandi stone statue became more and more obvious. With 2 elves hiding in a blind spot, Zaya silently waited for the arrival of the mastermind. Not long after, the sound of footsteps appeared in his ears, accompanied by the sound of 2 people talking. Third brother, father and eldest brother haven't come yet. Why don't we go in first? The girl's voice sounded. There is no doubt that this is the only and youngest sister among the 5, Mireille. And the one she called the third brother is Yoshi, who has the king of taking leave. The latter's body is a little messy, but his temperament is still so lazy and indifferent. Oh, I can go home and rest as soon as I finish it early. I'm in a hurry to go back to watch the new season's clothing show. Only 2? Zaya, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. This is not in line with his original plan. However, it is understandable that young people are a little impatient. The superpower fluctuations faintly dissipated. Zaya suddenly disappeared into the air with 2 elves. Of course, it only looks like this from the front. As long as the angle is slightly changed, they can still be seen. It's just a simple optical change, and it's relatively easy for Zaya to do this. Mireille and Yoshi didn't notice the subtle energy fluctuations. Under the cover of the precursor of Yandi's awakening, Zaya can even increase the output to ensure the continuation of the effect. Under his observation, Mirai chose to listen to her brother's words and took out some fire-related materials and props from the package she carried with her. Dividing them into 4 equal parts, she threw the materials into the 4 flames. Boom. With the replenishment of external energy, the flames burned more violently. Zaya even felt a kind of cheering emotion from it. After all, flames are dead things without life, and it is impossible to distinguish between enemies and friends. What? You said these people might also be good people. What kind of good people would hide their identities and hide in the suburbs of the city without communicating with people? Even the original owner of the castle didn't know where they were taken. Time passed by minute by minute. The fire energy became more and more violent, but it seemed that it was still a long way from Yandee's awakening. What's going on? Didn't they say it would be quick? Yaosi was a little puzzled. According to the intelligence, didn't they say it would only take 10 minutes? Maybe it's because of the time. Another male voice came from the cave in trance. The information father got was left a long time ago. After a long sleep, it takes more time to recover. Milei, with a calm face, appeared in front of his 2 younger brothers and sisters. The original noble robes on his body had disappeared. The lining could also be seen with traces of flames. Is that fire-breathing dragon so difficult to deal with? Yaosi and Milei were surprised. Milei, the eldest brother with the quasi-god Bangulus, is also the strongest among the 4 siblings. In addition to the elves, his smart mind is also a part that cannot be ignored. Such a person was actually forced to this point by a wild fire-breathing dragon. Milei nodded. That fire-breathing dragon is not ordinary. Its flame has a very strange adhesion, which is difficult to completely eliminate. This can't be blamed on their inadequate intelligence collection. With the strength of that fire-breathing dragon, there is no opponent in this forest at all, and under normal circumstances, there is no need to expose this ability. Even if they came to test the door, several guardians with secret connections would quickly gather together to fight the enemy. There were 6 king-level elves, and they had been together for a long time and had a tacit understanding. Even if Yugi who stayed in the castle was counted, the 5 of them could not do anything to them. Milei and Yaosi looked at each other. Fortunately, the eldest brother and father took away the 2 most difficult ones. They had to deal with the relatively weaker Thorn Dragon King and Desert Dragonfly. I don't know how father is doing. I hope he is not injured. Otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with Yandee later. Milei said with a little worry. The 2 brothers nodded in agreement. Compared with the 4 king level elves, Yandee, as a divine beast, is the most troublesome link. If they didn't have special means, they would not dare to target the divine beast. But means are means. Basic strength is still necessary. Otherwise, they will all be dead in a face-to-face encounter, and it will be in vain if they can't use their means. Check it out. I'm worried that the foreign trainer may have discovered something. Make sure he doesn't follow us. Under Myro's command, the 3 siblings sweep the small cave in tacit understanding. Looking at Yoshi who was getting closer and closer, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Flame Chicken and Monarch Snake were ready to go. Has Entei not awakened yet? Just before he was about to be exposed, the voice of the white-haired old man came, and Yoshi subconsciously turned his head. Not yet. It may take some time. The 3 siblings gathered around their father, and the eldest brother Mirai expressed his opinion. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment. No matter when it wakes up, prepare the things first. As he said that, he took out a set of armor shining with golden luster from somewhere. The 3 siblings followed suit and took out the same style of armor, but it was silver. Gold Saint and Silver Saint? A strange idea flashed through Tetsuya's mind. The main reason is that this thing is too similar. Of course. Thanks to RC's advanced popularization. After seeing the armor, ZHE also guessed the identities of these people. Are they from the Pokémon kidnapping team? They look like they are high-ranking officials. Armored people and control gloves are the means relied on by the Pokémon kidnapping team, a dark organization active in the Ranger Alliance. They are special devices used by ancient humans to forcibly control Pokémon. According to records, these 2 things can even threaten many mythical beasts. For example, the 3 sacred birds. The world is balanced. Such a powerful ability has a huge price to pay. The reason why the armored people are named is not only because they wear armor. More importantly, after long-term use, human consciousness will be gradually assimilated by the armor and even completely dissipated. Very weird. Flame Chicken, use Jet Flame. Monarch Snake, use the Vine Whip to grab their armor. Without any hesitation, ZHE immediately launched an attack. The 3 sets of silver armor are still okay. He felt a strong threat from the gold armor. Swish, the sound of the Vine Whip breaking through the air was a bit harsh. ZHE, who suddenly appeared behind the stone statue, obviously caught the 4 people by surprise. Damn outsiders. The white-haired old man roared. It is not easy to put on the armor. The torso, the most important and complicated of the 4 parts, the left shoulder, the right shoulder and the helmet, has not been put on by him. Facing the fierce flames, he could only stop the action of putting on the armor and raised his hand straight ahead. Boom. The scattered flames hit the walls of the cave. Many of them turned into the fuel needed for the awakening of Emperor Yan. The invisible barrier stood in front of the white-haired old man. From the appearance, he was not hurt. The 3 siblings were not so lucky. Although they were both armor, the silver armor was obviously inferior to the gold armor. Even the function should be a castrated version. Under the waving of the Vine Whip, 8 of the 12 components were taken back by the Monarch Snake. The 3 people were either missing helmets or shoulders. In short, none of them was half complete like their father. Pang Yangui, gravity coverage, electric dragon, electric field. 2 more Pokeballs flew out of his hand. As soon as the 2 Pokémons that had been prepared long ago appeared, the gravity and electric fields were fully covered. The 4 people's figures became even more embarrassed. Bangirus, Sandstorm unfolds. Melee was the first to call his companions. Roar, with a roar. Bangirus, covered with a hard green shell, rushed in with heavy steps. Yellow sand surged. The whole cave became a world of sand. Pang Yangui, leave it to you. In response, ZHE just called out his own sandstorm weatherman. Dangoro Pang Yanguo's low voice echoed. The earthy yellow energy wave unfolded. Just because you are the desert tyrant, you have the sand raising characteristics. Everyone is a king level Pokémon. Compared with mastery, Pang Yangui has never been afraid of anyone. The already crazy sand and dust became even more manic. A vortex appeared here, and a tornado there. Under the battle between the 2 elves, the sandstorm weather seemed to have the power of the desert. Charmer, use sandstorm to help Bangilus. Seeing this, Future unceremoniously ordered his companions to join the battle. The 2 humps of the charmer blew out a wisp of flame from its nose. As a fire plus ground elf, it was not affected by the sandstorm at all. The earthy yellow energy gathered in the whole body. One-on-one, Pang Yangui was naturally not inferior to Bangila. Quasi-gods are quasi-gods, and the training they received after birth is not at the same level. But once external factors are added, the result is hard to say. Chio the green Vine Whip swam quickly along the ground. Without giving the charmer a chance to join the battle for the weather, the Monarch Snake directly used the Vine Whip to wrap around the opponent's legs and pulled it to the ground. There is no way. Although they are also restrained, the grass-type Monarch Snake is much better than the electric-type Electric Dragon. After all, it's still a little short of strength. Shuttled through the energy turbulence, approaching the white-haired old man, Zeo narrowed his eyes. He casually threw out the Pokeball of Emperor Nabo. Although it was only the strength of a quasi-king, and because a general characteristic of this Charizard was hard rock, the damage that Emperor Nabo could cause would be much lower than expected. However, the threefold restraint effect could not be easily ignored. The combined strength of the 2 Pokémons was enough to prevent the Charizard from interfering with the duel between Bangilus and Pang Yangui. It was still difficult to defeat it. At least not in a short time. Next, seeing Zaire approaching, the Flame Chicken, which attacked the white-haired old man and left him no time to put on the torso armor, withdrew in time. His figure flashed. His powerful legs kicked the King of Leave with flames. Boom. The heavy impact seemed to make the whole cave tremble. The King of Leave lazily scratched the hair on his body. Except for the charred black, its injury did not seem to be serious. Sure, Flame Chicken's face was calm, and his figure flashed around the King of Leave from time to time. The powerful speed and mobility made it naturally invincible against the slow-moving Pokémon like the King of Leave. Damn it. Yoshi gritted his teeth and wanted to help his partner immediately. Boo, the pink and tender Electric Dragon blocked him with lightning. The electric field extended. The scattered electric current seemed to have an attraction, gathering the three people wearing armor together. Melee reacted quickly. Yaoc. He called his brother anxiously. Yaoc, who was not bad in the brain, also understood what to do. He took off his only left shoulder armor. With the helmet and right shoulder armor that Melee already had, for a moment, he could barely put together most of the armor on his body. The transparent energy light curtain unfolded. Melee, wearing two shoulder armors, put his hand on Melee's back. It can be seen with the naked eye that the defensibility of the light curtain has increased a lot again. Even the king class electric dragon, which is good at attacking, could not destroy it quickly. On the other side, the white-haired old man looked at Zay across the light curtain. Outsider, you should not interfere with our plan. You should not do this. Zay shrugged. Armored people's methods are not allowed by the Alliance. The white-haired old man sneered. Oh, then try to stop me. As he said that, he ignored Zay and began to put on armor. A mere human, actually. Bang, a purple light flashed. The armor in the white-haired old man's hand was thrown away directly. Superpower. He raised his head and stared at Zay with shining eyes. No wonder you can hide your tracks under our noses. I should have thought of it earlier. Bang, he raised his fist and smashed it on the light curtain. Circles of ripples spread out. Zay said that he was not only a superpower, but also a reckless man with a perverted body. The white-haired old man's face suddenly turned pale. Obviously, the formation of the light curtain was also a great burden for him. Pokémon against Pokémon. Trainer against trainer. For a moment, the cave was in chaos. The stone statue of Emperor Yan in the center was gradually covered with a layer of vivid colors. Chapter 606. Dark Flame Emperor. ZHE also waved his fist without saying a word. The ripples on the light curtain were as dense as a honeycomb. Only when the white-haired old man wanted to wear the torso armor, he would use his superpowers to interrupt the opponent's actions. After all, the principle of that light curtain is unknown, and it is difficult to penetrate it. If it weren't for the poor physical fitness of the white-haired old man, the weakened superpowers might not be able to stop the opponent. Asshole. The white-haired old man was so angry that his hands were shaking. His and the children's plan was originally perfect, but they met a powerful superpower. Looking at the entire elf world, the superpowers who can use superpowers to perform various operations and can be called humanoid elves can be counted on two hands. God knows why such a being took the initiative to come to the door at this time. Don't you want to know what Yandy is guarding? Seeing that there was really no chance to put on the complete armor, the white-haired old man had to try to seduce the other party with his own information. He firmly believed that humans with such powerful power would definitely have desires to match it. Not interested. Zay responded calmly and once again disrupted the other party's actions. How about you take off those three pieces and surrender? He tried to use his superpowers to control the components, to take them off the white-haired old man. Without a doubt, he failed. If the person who designed this device didn't even consider this situation, the group of armored people would not have left their names in history. You guy, can't you see that if there is no golden armor on me to control it, when Yandy is out of the seal, all the people and elves present will not end well. The white-haired old man's eyes were full of bloodshot. He could hear that Zay's words just now were not just superficial. This young and somewhat abnormal superpower person is really not interested in what may exist in the future. He pointed at the Yandy stone statue that was about to revive and roared. As he said, the scene of Yandy waking up doesn't look like a good thing. The black and purple halo is entangled. Just looking at it from a distance will make people feel a little uncomfortable. Even from the depths of his heart, a violent feeling surged up. So, they said, speeding up his movements, as long as you surrender now, and let my monarch snake tie you up, and throw you aside, I can control the golden armor. He would never hand his life over to others. Even if the golden armor could really control the entry, the divine beast, the one who controlled it should be him, not the enemy. Unconsciously, Zay's forehead was covered with sweat. It was not just because the temperature of the cave rose due to the awakening of the entry. The defensive ability of the turtle shell in front of him was beyond his imagination. After being unable to take it down for so long, his superpowers were a little overwhelmed. Boo, a majestic, but somewhat cute cry echoed in the cave. Yellow electric light filled the eyes of people and elves. The electric dragon panted and looked down at the three brothers and sisters who were charred and almost unrecognizable on the ground in front of him. Since the energy mutation was upgraded to the king level, it was the first time that it felt that its attack ability was not strong enough. 5 minutes of full output. What does this mean? For a king level electric dragon, the output of these 5 minutes is almost enough for a small town to use electricity for half a year. That is a rather exaggerated number. Mirai, Yoshi, Mairi. The anger of the white-haired old man was visible to the naked eye. I think you should worry about yourself first. Zaire sneered, put away his fists, and stepped back a little. Boom, crack. The violent thunder continued for a long time. The jumping electric current flashed wildly on the light curtain. Although the physical energy consumption was not small, after dealing with its opponent, the electric dragon came to the trainer without stopping. Boo-woo, it looked at Zaire. Yeah. Zaire nodded. It's a stronger version of what you just did, with stronger defense and endurance. Although he had been attacking for a long time. However, it is still difficult to make output comparable to that of a Pokémon with a human body. According to his prediction, he wanted to break the light curtain in front of him. Even with the cooperation of Dragonite, it will take about 7 or 8 minutes. Boo! Dragonite sighed silently. It was just an old hard-working Pokémon. Compared with this kind of mindless continuous output, it still prefers real fighting. However, Dragonite is not stupid. As a pure electric Pokémon, it would be boring to fight against Benjulus and Charmeleon. King of Leave. Forget it. Comparing the physiques of both parties, Dragonite was very worried that he would be slapped away. It is better to let Big Brother Blaziken experience that kind of thing personally. Boom. Blaziken, which flew backwards and hit the wall, climbed out of the pit, glancing at Dragonite. It felt that this little bastard was saying bad things about it. But forget it. Blaziken's eyes were burning with blazing flames, and a fierce fire suddenly broke out on his wrist. It has been a long time since I met such a powerful opponent. It's really exciting. It turned into a phantom and rushed out again. ZHE was not really worried about whether Blaziken could win. The characteristics of the King of Leave were there. Without the command of the trainer, it was normal to be beaten. At this rate, it would not be long before Blaziken could defeat its opponent. On another battlefield, the combination of Serpenter and Emperor Nabo was still able to fight against Charizard. However, due to the influence of the awakening of Entry, Charizard's ability had improved. The two little guys were visibly struggling. Fortunately, Charizard's speed and attributes were two great weaknesses, so the situation was not too bad. As long as Blaziken finished the battle and came to help, the situation would change immediately. The battle scene between Pangyanga and Bangulus was a bit grand. Except for the area occupied by the statue of Entei in the center, more than 90% of the entire cave was covered with sandstorms. The destructive power of the violent sand and dust at this moment was quite amazing. ZHE had no doubt that, if it were not for the existence of Entei, this cave would not have been able to hold on. The roar of the giant beast and the shaking of its huge body were endless. Faintly, it can be heard that there is some pain in Bangulus' voice. Obviously, even as a quasi-god, it did not get any advantage against its Sua's Pangal. It can even be said that it was the one who was suppressed. The white-haired old man also observed these situations. This young trainer from outside is not only a powerful psychic, but also his elves are so strong. Being in this remote corner of the Ranger Alliance, the white-haired old man is more than a little slow in receiving information from the outside world. I didn't expect that Luo Hao, would fall into the hands of such a young man. His face was a little painful. Even if he could escape alive, without a few children, what can the old man do to lead the charge team? Luo Hao? Tetsuya heard the white-haired old man's very subtle muttering. This is not a name that everyone can call. TSK, I didn't expect it to be a big fish. Is it the founder of the charge team? It seems that you have reached some agreement with the Pokémon kidnapping team. He didn't expect it either. It was just a simple borrowing of a boat, but he actually encountered the action of the top leaders of the charge team against the Pokémon. Could it be I'm also the son of luck? ZHE was also puzzled. Since the end of the Battle of the Silver Conference, he seemed to have been encountering such things. The kidnapping team? Just a bunch of poor people who want to survive. Hearing ZHE's words, although they are enemies, Luo Hao still refuted him with disdain. The armored people have never been members of the Pokémon kidnapping team, but the Tea Party guys hired them. You are also quite pitiful, otherwise don't struggle. ZHE was helpless for the nth time. He knocked the torso armor in the other party's hand away. The old man has average physical fitness, but good psychological quality. Most people would have given up long ago in the face of such a situation, but this person actually tried again and again. Luo Hao smiled disdainfully. Never give up the hope of life. This is his principle. Roar. The strange roar broke through the interference of the sandstorm and entered the ears of the two. Oops. Luo Hao's face changed again and again. Let me put on the golden armor quickly. That Yandy is not a good thing. If this goes on, I guarantee that you and your elves will die. Really? I don't believe it. The words that came out of Zay's mouth made Luo Hao want to vomit blood. He had never seen such a stubborn bastard. You will definitely regret your arrogance. Luo Hao shouted with bloodshot eyes. He thought the young Zay was too confident in his own strength. For this kind of thing, you can talk to Miss Junch later. Zay didn't care at all and attacked the electric dragon more vigorously. Yandy, it's not the first time he has seen it. If it doesn't work, he should call the other party's boss or the boss's friend, right? Zay looked at the water drop pattern on his wrist, nodding with relief. No matter what kind of Yandy you are, facing the sea god who is at the same level of strength as his own boss, it will not make any waves. Luo Hao was completely out of ideas. He closed his mouth and leaned against the stone wall with a gloomy face to defend his only remaining position. In the center of the cave, Yandy, who had been sealed or sleeping for who knows how long, finally slowly opened his eyes. The black and purple aura surrounding his body became deeper and deeper. Hiss, it's not good. The cold sweat on Zaya's forehead was almost like a waterfall. This feeling only appeared once, when he met Mewtwo not long ago. The premonition of the psychic is very accurate. Sure, the awakened Yandy did not have any thoughts of communication. It showed an unparalleled desire to attack. Its figure flashed. It appeared at the center of the battle between Bangulus and Panyangui. Roar, looking at the strange elf that suddenly appeared. Although Bangulus' subconscious told him that the guy in front of him was an existence that he could not deal with, but the pride of being a desert tyrant and the anger of not being able to defeat Panyangui were mixed together. It opened its mouth towards Yandy. The cry stopped abruptly. Under the gaze of Tetsuya and a group of elves, Entei simply released a flame, and Bangulus fell down like a charcoal that looked like his trainer. Compared with normal flames, the flame energy released by the Entei was covered with a layer of black aura that was exactly the same as the one it carried. What the hell is this? Tetsuya searched his memory frantically. Finally, a piece of information that he didn't know whether it was a rumor or a real existence in his previous life jumped out. Is this guy a dark Pokémon like Dark Mewtwo and Dark Lugia? He was a little unsure. In his previous life, although Tetsuya liked Pokémon, he was just an ordinary fan. Occasionally playing Emerald was the limit. He had never touched the games in other series, and he might not have even heard of them. Naturally, he couldn't be sure whether the content on the internet was true or false. But looking at the current situation, it turns out that this thing really exists. After sighing, Tetsuya silently raised his wrist. Obviously, Dark Entei was not someone he could communicate with. Instead of trying to see if his partner can handle it, it is better to call for help. Although this place is not far from the ocean, who knows where the sea god is now? What if it takes more than 10 minutes to rush over? By then, he will be dead. With superpowers surging, ZHE also frantically transmitted the signal that he was in danger. I hope that for the sake of little Lugia, the sea god can come quickly. Fortunately, I don't know what the reason is. After attacking Bangulus, the Dark Entei fell silent again, looking at the eyes that sometimes turned red and sometimes black. ZHE was thoughtful. This is probably why the Entei sealed himself here. It is using its own power to fight against the darkness. Hey, I say, what's the matter with this Dark Entei? ZHE asked Luo Hao unceremoniously. This guy obviously knows a lot. You actually know Dark Pokémon? Luo Hao was a little surprised for a moment. Then he shook his head in vain. It's something made by the shadow organization over at Ori. A soulless fighting machine with closed emotions. It's just locked heart. He looked indifferent. As the leader of the charge team, the means of their organization is to use technology to forcibly control Pokémon in the wild. In his eyes, Dark Pokémon is just a very good technology, and there is no moral issue to speak of. ZHE also knew that it was nonsense to talk about protecting elves with the founder of such a dark organization. Fists are the best tool for reasoning. If the emotions are closed, it should be possible to communicate with superpowers. Or, the pain caused by the battle can also make the emotions in its body awaken. Unfortunately, I don't have so many props in my backpack. I remember that some props have the effect of communicating emotions and even purifying the body. After regaining his composure, he kept thinking about how to deal with the Dark Flame Emperor. Before the God of the Sea arrives, he must find a way to protect himself. Over. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607. The purifying energy arrives belatedly. You're not thinking of solving this situation by yourself, are you? Luo Hao was somewhat amused. I admit that you are a very talented and powerful trainer. But facing a legendary beast that is not in a clear mind and only knows how to destroy your few Pokémon are not even enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. None of your business. Zay would not give this guy a good face. He just wanted to persuade him not to target him and let him wear that set of golden armor. Only a fool would think that this is a good choice. He dared to guarantee that the first person the other party would deal with when they controlled the Dark Emperor would definitely be him. Anyway, let's try it first. Zay's eyes flashed. Released Pokis to guard Luo Hao. Although it is not a psychic Pokémon, with its ability, it is no problem to interfere with an old man wearing armor through the light curtain. As for himself, he set his target on the Dark Emperor. Slowly closed his eyes. Zay did not immediately use his superpowers to communicate directly with the Dark Emperor. The mental power went down along the brain and poured into the water drop pattern. He knew, with his own ability, it was not realistic to break through the dark energy that Yandy could only suppress through self-sealing. What he could rely on was a blessing given by the God of the Sea. In the cave, filled with fiery red and black and purple auras, a cool and light blue quietly appeared. Dark Yandy seemed to have sensed something, and the color in his eyes became a little smart. It works. ZHE's eyes lit up. Ignoring the faint tingling in his mind, he continued to pour his mental power into his wrist. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Since the awakening of superpowers, his brain seemed to have never been better. Either he was injured, or on the way to being injured. Could this be the price of gaining power? What is this? As the only two awake humans in the cave, Luo Hao frowned subconsciously when looking at the blue energy. This young man seemed to have more secrets hidden than him. As time passed, the proportion of blue aura in the air was increasing. Dark Entity continued to stand still. I should have given Night Snail to Masaki for self-defense. It would have been easier if I had a Lido now. Tetsuya, whose face turned extremely pale, missed his psychic partner. Although Togekiss had psychic powers and Flame Chicken had Wava Guide, it was a pity that they could not support and supplement him. Only a Lido, which could resonate with his mental power, could pass its psychic power to Tetsuya without any blockage. Lugia, God of the Sea, please hurry up. Feeling the powerful aura approaching, Tetsuya called out frantically. God knows where the God of the Sea has gone. With its speed, it shouldn't take that long to get from its home in the Orange Islands to the Saffron Sea in the north of Sinnoh. Suddenly, a rosy glow appeared on his face. The output of psychic power stopped at this moment. It's troublesome. Tetsuya smiled helplessly. It's not that he couldn't continue, but the price would be too high. It's not time yet. The blue light gradually dissipated. The dark purple halo once again enveloped the whole body of the Dark Flame Emperor. Roar. After a low and indifferent roar, the three Pokémons, Pangyanga, Fire Camel and Monarch Snake, all fell to the ground. The strength of the heaven leaking level was completely unreflected at this moment. Even if the first two had a good resistance to the fire attribute, it was useless. Instead, the quasi-heavenly king level Emperor Nabo hid aside and escaped. Because after the Dark Flame Emperor knocked down the Monarch Snake, it entered a period of silence again. It seemed that it didn't care about the weak Emperor Nabo at all. Emperor Nabo didn't know whether he should be angry or what to do at this moment. Arrogant as it was not stupid. Emperor Nabo believed that he would not rush up and take the initiative to fight. ZHE also took out the Pokeball and took back the two unlucky guys and a lucky guy. Fortunately, the Flame Emperor was not completely dark. There should still be a lot of emotions in his heart. It is not only reflected in the fact that it will fall into silence for a long time after the attack. It is also reflected in the fact that the Pokémon it attacks simply loses its combat ability instead of dying directly. With the strength of the Entei Divine Beast, it can completely do the latter. This is also good news. Next, Flame Chicken appeared not far in front of Zay with a solemn face. It did not continue to fight with the King of Leave. Facing a sudden and powerful opponent, it would only waste time to work hard on the King of Leave. Sure enough, seeing Flame Chicken moving away, the King of Leave, without the command of the trainer, was too lazy to move and lay down directly on the spot. However, it is not difficult to see from its tense body that the King of Leave is also very vigilant against the Dark Entry. It is a bit lazy. But when facing a life and death crisis, the energy that the King of Leave explodes is still very terrifying. Or, try to use the attack to cause pain to wake up the Entry. The idea in Zay's mind flashed by. He did not put it into action. Because, with the ability of Flame Chicken, even with the King of Leave, it may not be able to do this. The attempt to steal the chicken ended up with a loss of the rice. What if the violent side of Dark Emperor Flame is brought out instead? Lugia, who has not yet arrived, will not be able to save him. Even if the King of Phoenix gives him some face at that time. ZHE also did not want to go underground. It is better to avoid such things if possible. He panted and frantically thought about countermeasures. The two words Divine Beast represent many things. It is okay when they are not enemies. Under restraint, ZHE basically did not feel the pressure from the Divine Beast. The only time he felt it was when Big Lugia just woke up and did not control his power. The endless darkness in the deep sea, just thinking about it makes me sweat. And this time, as an enemy-like existence, Dark Emperor Flame did not restrain himself at all, but further released his momentum. Although not as strong as Big Lugia, but for the people and elves present, both mentally and physically they were greatly oppressed. In this case, just standing still is tiring enough. Pockets basically does not need to guard Rahu. The old man couldn't even raise his hands now. Honestly, why don't you help me put it on? We'll all die if we keep going like this. He kept persuading Zay. Luo Hao really didn't understand. Wasn't this young man afraid at all? Don't worry. Zay grinned. Let the bullets fly for a while. Fly, you banana stick. Luo Hao felt that his teeth were about to be broken by himself. Compared with the man in front of him, the plan he and the children had made was not crazy at all. He adjusted his state without saying a word. He just hoped that there would be a chance to put on the complete armor later. As long as he put it on. Luo Hao believed that with the power of the golden armor, he would definitely be able to survive. As for the children, at this time, it would be useless to talk more. It seemed that a long time had passed. In fact, it had only been about 7 or 8 minutes since the Dark Flame Emperor fully woke up. It took less than 10 seconds for it to deal with the 4 king level elves. Most of the time, it was in a weird silence in the air. No wonder Lugia still hasn't arrived at the scene. It's fast. After all, its speed is not as exaggerated as Palkia and Dialga, the two space-time twin dragons. HMM. Although it's a bit outrageous, as a mythical beast with superpowers in its attributes, Lugia will not use this move of teleportation. The way it moves forward is mainly relying on the help of its flying attribute, that is, its 2 wings. Flying at high speed in the deep sea, this is the appearance of the god of the sea. But it's okay, at least you can fly, don't ask for too much. Cold sweat soaked the black expedition suit. ZHE also felt that his physical strength was draining away in large quantities and quickly. The scenery in front of him became blurred. In a trance, The Dark Flame Emperor was wrapped in a purple-black aura for the third time. Its eyes were on the only 2 people and 3 elves left in the entire cave. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the largest leave-taking king, Raw, facing the overwhelming flames. The King of Leave, who was already weak after being beaten by Blaziken, was covered with a layer of dazzling golden light. It mustered all its strength and slammed into the Dark Emperor behind the flames. Taking advantage of the time just now, the King of Leave has accumulated a considerable amount of energy. Billions of tons of impact, or the final impact. This strongest trick of the general system is the answer it handed in. Any king level Pokémon. No. In other words, even the semi-champion or champion level Pokémon facing this move of the King of Leave must temporarily avoid the edge. The consequences of not dodging are simple. Either you can't fight directly, or you lose a lot of physical strength. The golden light slowly dissipated. The Dark Emperor in the air didn't move at all. The charred King of Leaf fell to the ground powerlessly. The dark flames around him scattered, not to mention causing damage to the Dark Emperor. The King of Leaf under the final impact didn't even break through the cover of the flames and directly lost his ability to fight halfway. Between powerful Pokémon, the difference in strength is much greater than the level number. Go feeling the Dark Emperor's gaze. Flame Chicken's muscles tensed, and the flames extending from his wrists became real. I have to give it a try, Tetsuya murmured in his heart, with the keystone already between his fingers. Fight. Super Flame Chicken. Go. The light of evolution enveloped his whole body. Super Flame Chicken felt the familiar yet unfamiliar power, and took a stance towards the Dark Emperor. Luo Hao's waist was sprained by this sudden operation. Even in other regions, Mega Evolution is a secret that very few people know. Not to mention the Ranger Alliance. It is extremely difficult for elves in the wild to complete Mega Evolution together with the Rangers. As the founder of the charge team, Luo Hao first knew that Flame Chicken could evolve again. This is really a ghost. He began to reflect on his luck. Could it be that catching a mythical beast would really be punished by God? Looking at the Flame Chicken whose momentum was visibly rising, Dark Flame Emperor opened his mouth. Dark black flames surged out. Tetsuya's command followed. Flame Whirlpool. Go. Flame Chicken's eyes flashed. Since the quality is not comparable, then win by quantity. Compared with Flame Emperor in the dark state, Mega Flame Chicken has a certain advantage in endurance. The premise is that if the consumption of the fight does not exceed a certain proportion, the claws closed and opened forward. The powerful fire energy continued to gather. The small flames swaying in the wind instantly turned into a huge vortex with a radius of several meters. The next second, after colliding with the black flame, Super Flame Chicken knew that this was far from enough. Taking a deep breath, it madly squeezed the hidden energy in its body. It did not expect to win, but only hoped to last longer. It still doesn't work. Tetsuya sighed faintly. The situation on the field was very obvious. The flame vortex released by Super Flame Chicken was nestled in a corner. Facing the black flame, it could only survive. This is because the output of the Dark Flame Emperor is intermittent. This black aura is not only as simple as sealing off emotions, but also improving some abilities. These eyes are deep. No wonder it is called a fighting machine. He even suspects that Bixius's Dark Ball is also inextricably linked to the so-called Shadow Organization. Close your eyes. They knows that what he has to do now is to do his best to buy more time. He can feel that the god of the sea is very close. In his dry mind, the spiritual power that emerged from nowhere once again entered the blue water drop pattern on his wrist. The faint blue light further slowed down the attack ability of the Dark Flame Emperor. The arms of the Super Flame Chicken kept shaking. This extreme output on the line of life and death is too exhausting for it. Pockets was anxious on the side, looking at Luo Hao who was moving. Purple light surged in his eyes. His Luo Hao's eyes bulged, full of bloodshot, and his hands had no strength to hold the armor. A bunch of lunatics. He lost his usual calm demeanor and cursed out loud. Tetsuya and Mega Blaziken didn't waste too much time. They watched the black flames cover the entire cave. Even the light curtain formed by the golden armor couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Luo Hao leaned against the rock wall in despair and closed his eyes. I don't know if it was his illusion. It seemed that a green light flashed in the darkness. Then, he completely lost all consciousness. Is this a GS ball? Tetsuya, who didn't faint, looked at the yellow on top and white on bottom Pokeball that suddenly appeared in the air, and his pupils trembled. Emergency, it will be over later. Chapter 608 Guardian. The GS ball was suspended in the air. Tetsuya didn't know how it got out of the box. Logically speaking, since the Battle of the Silver tournament was over, this thing should be returned to Professor Oak. Tetsuya originally planned to let Professor Yamanashi take it with him when he returned. But Professor Yamanashi said that he had to go back to Sinnoh with Sharona first, and didn't plan to go back to the Oak Research Institute in Kanto Palin. So he had to hand it over as usual. Plans can't keep up with changes after all. Since returning to Kanto, Tetsuya has been in trouble. What about Team Rocket's Bixius and Mewtwo? He simply can't spare the time to go to Palin Town. Fortunately, Professor Oak said that this thing is not urgent to study for a while, so it can be kept with him for the time being, as long as it is not lost. Don't let it be a consumable. Looking at the GS ball with green light, Tetsuya prayed silently. If it is gone, he will have to catch your entry and bring it back to Professor Oak to report. As for whether it will be dangerous, it's already this bad. How bad can it get? ZHE also said that he was relieved. Meow light cry echoed in the ears of one person and two elves. In the air, the black and purple aura covering the body of Dark Flame Emperor stagnated and even shrank back a lot. A green halo appeared out of thin air. A small and cute elf poked its head out to take a look and then crawled out from it. A round head that accounts for a large proportion. Green tentacles with blue tips on the forehead, light blue eyes and thick black eye circles. Needless to say, this is the legendary forest god, Celebi. ZHE also opened his mouth subconsciously. Could it be that the GS ball contains a mythical beast, so it cannot be included in the space equipment? No, no, no. He immediately denied this idea. Although there is a Pokémon ball such as the Master Ball that claims to be able to capture any Pokémon 100%, even a mythical beast. But in fact, the Silph group has no mythical beast sitting in it so far. This can explain a lot of problems. Being able to be included is one thing, and whether or not you have the ability to throw the ball to capture it is another. With the ability of the mythical beast, it is basically impossible to be subdued if it is not voluntary. If it really doesn't work, just run away. The special thing about the GS ball is that it cannot be opened or damaged from the outside. This is very different from the Master Ball. One is from the inside out, and the other is from the outside in. At least from the appearance of the Celebi that suddenly appeared in front of him. The GS ball does not have the common characteristics of the Pokeball for it. Then, is it possible that this is a kind of token similar to coordinates? Zay narrowed his eyes and guessed. You know, as famous as the forest god, Celebi has another ability that is well known to the public. Yes, it is time travel. Take the Celebi in front of him as an example. The one that Zaya saw was very likely to have traveled here from another time and space. Maybe the last second. This Celebi was still resting in a forest somewhere thousands of years ago. It doesn't seem unreasonable to rely on coordinates to use such an ability. Meow, he waved at Tetsuya as a greeting. Celebi then turned his attention to the dark entry. He sighed in a very human way. It was as if it was not the first time he had seen the dark entry in this state. Raw, feeling the faint breath of life, the dark entry fiercely showed his fangs. Celebi fluttered the small wings behind him, facing the giant beast that was dozens of times his size without fear. As a first level god, although his combat power was a little anxious, that was only for the same level. Facing the dark entry with the strength of a third level god, even if his strength was stronger than the normal entry, he was no match for Celebi. Ring, 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 the elegant bell sound echoed in the cave. The green light full of life breath enveloped all people and elves. Tetsuya only felt that his body and mental strength were recovering rapidly. It must be said, in terms of assistance, Celebi is indeed much stronger than Lugia. Flame Chicken looked at its new body in surprise. It clenched its claws. It seemed to be stronger than before. The unique vitality of the grass type was fully reflected in Celebi, the grass type fantasy beast. However, the condition of Dark Flame Emperor was not so good. The painful howl reached Tetsuya's ears. Under the cover of Saliba's healing bell, Dark Flame Emperor not only did not recover his physical strength, but became extremely weak, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The dark aura around him was suddenly weakened to the extent that it was only enough to cover the surface of the body. At the same time, its eyes turned into a normal red. It lowered its head towards Salibi. Flame Emperor, who was a little more awake, showed respect to it. Meow. Salibi waved his hands, signaling it not to move. The two elves, one big and one small, stayed in the air, and for a moment they seemed somewhat harmonious. Tetsuya silently watched everything from below. It seems that everything should be fine. Similar to Sukyun, who has the ability to purify water sources, the forest god Salibi has a more powerful purification ability. It can not only restore water sources, but also forests, environments, and other damaged areas. Or, rather than calling it a purification ability, it is better to say that this is an extension of Salibi's ability to control space and time. It is very likely that it pulled objects that were intact in the previous space and time to the current space and time. In this way, it is normal that Salibi's combat ability is weaker. With this special ability that can be called a bug, if he is even better at fighting, wouldn't it be equivalent to the fusion of the twin dragons of space and time? If so, let alone a first level god, the Arceus clone without a slate would have a headache for a while when seeing Salibi. The green light kept wandering on the body of the dark entry. In less than half a minute, the color of its fur changed back to the appearance of its fellow tribesman that ZHE had seen before. Majestic and righteous. After confirming the look in his eyes, his appearance was a little worse than that of the wind speed dog. Meow. Or the purification ended. The two beasts communicated as if no one was around. ZHE also wanted to know what they were talking about, but he didn't have the courage to ask. He really hoped that his personality was similar to Zyles's. According to the habit of that silly thing, he would definitely ask directly at this time. They only chatted for a few words. The same green halo appeared above Saliba's head as when he came. It waved its small wings and flew up into the sky. Please wait a moment. Seeing this, Tetsuya hurriedly stopped it. Meow. Salibi stopped, turned around and looked at Tetsuya curiously. The latter wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to start. Meow. Salibi couldn't help but laugh. It waved its little hand to Entei beside it. Then it ignored Tetsuya, who was entangled, and its figure disappeared in the halo. The green halo shrank rapidly, and then turned into a small dot and disappeared completely. Tetsuya knew that it was too late to regret now. The GS ball then slowly fell on his outstretched palm. He subconsciously clenched it. No matter what, he was very grateful for Saliba's help. I'm very sorry to scare you, Mr. Messenger. A steady voice sounded. It was Ento's telepathy that was speaking. ZHE was also stunned. By the way, doesn't Salibi know telepathy? They actually communicated with voices just now. That adult is quite special. Ento seemed to know what he was thinking and replied to him prophetically. ZHE nodded. Are these people your friends? Ento knew that he probably hadn't reacted yet, so he simply asked. It was talking about Luo Hao and his 3 children lying on the ground. Thanks to Saliba's indiscriminate recovery, they are very healthy now. It's just that the body's protection mechanism keeps them sleeping. No. ZHE shook his head. It seems that their target is you and the things in the back. Is that so? I understand. Ento looked at the 4 people with indifference. Of course, it knew that the 4 people and ZHE were not on the same side, but just confirmed it again. With a big mouth, Ento was ready to send these people on their way. Wait. ZHE hurriedly spoke. It seems, even after escaping from the dark state, this Yandy was still affected to a certain extent. At least in terms of decisive killing, it is much more ruthless than its own kind. Facing Yandy's gaze, ZHE said, leave them to me to deal with, and it will definitely not affect you and the things you are protecting. Yandy heard this, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he was in the dark state before and had no consciousness, Yandy would not have taken this group of people seriously at all. Even in ancient times, the rulers of the armored people did not dare to wear golden armor to cause trouble to the divine beasts head on. The so-called ability to deal with the divine beasts requires insidious and cunning means. As a member of the Phoenix King Guard, Yandy still has considerable trust in the Phoenix King envoy in front of him. What's more, there is more than one adult who values this human. Seeing that Yandy had no objection, ZHE was also relieved. In RC's words, the guys in the charge team are actually not extremely evil. Compared with those notorious dark organizations, they just like to disrupt the actions of the Pokémon Rangers. To put it simply, they are bad. But they are limited in their badness. Therefore, compared to killing a few people directly, Zay still wants to know how they got the things in their hands. At the same time, how did Luo Hao know the information here? This is the more valuable thing on them. Please follow me, Mr. Messenger. Throwing away the 3 helping the evil Pokémon such as Banglass. Without caring about the lives of the 4 people, Entei nodded to Zay and turned to walk deeper into the cave. Flame Chicken. Keep an eye on them, you know what to do. Pockets, you assist. After a simple explanation, Zay quickly followed Entei's pace. Down Chow the 2 Pokémons patted their chests confidently and agreed. They are good at this kind of thing. One on the left, and one on the right, looked at the captives. Their eyes were full of excitement. Amile groaned, is this heaven? The sequelae of the serious injury made him a little dazed for a while. Bang, the next second. He felt a sharp pain on the back of his neck, and then the world fell into darkness again. Chaco Pockets looked at his second brother with admiration. Sure enough, the seniors have rich experience. Next Flame Chicken proudly waved its claws. Of course. Look at how many heads it has knocked. You kid, you are still eager to learn. Pockets nodded repeatedly. He stretched out his pitifully small claws to ask for guidance. Flame Chicken was silent for a while. Otherwise, how about changing to wings? ZHE naturally didn't know how interested the 2 little guys were. Under the leadership of Entei, he came to a heavy stone door. Wait a minute, I'll open it, Entei said. It walked to a certain stone wall in a very humane way, stretched out its front paws and quickly flapped a few places. Boom boom, the stone door moved instantly and began to rise. Zay was stunned. To be honest, this way of opening was really beyond his expectations. You are a Pokémon, isn't it strange to open the door in this way? Come in. Entei looked at Zay who was standing still and greeted him in confusion. I'm coming. He shook his head to suppress the sense of confusion. He stepped into the stone door. What came into view was a huge temple. God knows why the ruins and temples in the Pokémon world like to be built underground, as if the ground has a grudge against them. However, the underground ruins are indeed well preserved. The temple in front of him, except for the moss on the stone steps, everything looks like it was newly built. I don't know why. Looking at this temple, Zay always feels as if he has seen it somewhere. How could it be? He was a little puzzled. He has been to many ruins. But is Kanto Castle too far from Fira? The architectural styles of the two sides should be very different. Hua his ears moved. ZHE was a little surprised and extended his superpowers downwards. The surging water suddenly appeared in his perception. This temple was actually built on the water. This place is connected to the ocean outside. Yandy explained. I feel that the adult is about to arrive. ZHE certainly knew who it was talking about. Before the voice fell, a silver white figure suddenly appeared. I seem to be late. The voice of the god of the sea was still so flat. But the words that came out made ZHE roll his eyes. Yes, if you were a little later, you could ask the King of Phoenix to collect my body. Lugia flapped its wings embarrassedly. The main reason is that I can't come to this sea area casually, so I specially greeted the owner here, so I was delayed for some time. It gently explained the reason for its lateness. Master? Explain? ZHE was stunned. With the name of the god of the sea, do you have to say hello when you go to any sea area? Over. Chapter 609, The Prince of the Sea. Yes. Lugia floated in the air motionless. Here is the palace of the Prince of the Sea. Manaphy, the sea temple Aksha, Zaya exclaimed. As we all know, in addition to Lugia, the god of the sea, and Kyaga, the creator of the ocean, Manaphy, known as the Prince of the Sea, is another legendary beast in the vast sea. It was born on the cold seabed and has the magical power to communicate with any Pokémon. To be more precise, Manaphy is actually a mythical Pokémon, not a legendary Pokémon. There is a difference. The latter includes the former, but the former may not be the latter. Legendary Pokémon are not only very rare, but also have powerful powers. Some of them are worshipped as legendary gods or messengers of gods. Some are considered to be the creators or managers of something in the world. Some have even caused great disasters in the past. There are also types like Mewtwo that were created by humans, based on other legendary Pokémon. Obviously, Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, has nothing to do with these. If you insist, Manaphy is more like the mascot of the sea, responsible for mediating the atmosphere. However, if you want to hurt this mascot, all the sea elves will come to trouble you, including 2 powerful first-level gods. According to human records, there is a group called water people who serve Manaphy. They also have a special ability similar to Manaphy to communicate with water Pokémon. This is what many trainers or breeders who specialize in water Pokémon dream of. But unfortunately, as time goes by, the water people, like other groups such as the meteor people, have long disappeared from people's eyes. Only a very few people know where they live. ZHE could never have imagined that as a member of the Phoenix Guard, the fire beast Entei actually guards the hometown of the water beast. No wonder he felt familiar at first. In his previous life, he had seen part of the movie. Manaphy is always swimming in the sea, so it took me a lot of effort to contact it. Now it seems that there is no problem. The other one arrived before me. Lugia calmly explained the reason for his lateness. Unlike the 2 sea beasts that have been sleeping, Manaphy is very active in the deep sea. It's just that most of the time it will not be discovered by humans and elves. If it is not really running too far, Lugia doesn't have to bother to contact it. ZHE scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry to bother you, mainly because I didn't expect Celebi to appear. It doesn't matter, it just happens that I haven't been here for a long time. Lugia replied, and I don't have a good solution to that dark breath. Celebi is better than me in this regard. If it comes, the simplest and crudest way is to knock Dark Flame Emperor unconscious directly. It is different from the state caused by Bixius's Dark Ball. The state of Dark Flame Emperor will only make it an emotionless fighting machine. It will not consume vitality to continue fighting. As long as it reaches a certain critical point, it will still faint. After all, Bixius's Dark Ball is most likely made by imitating the achievements of the Shadow Organization, so it is understandable that it has defects. Entei nodded. If it weren't for the sacred fire that Lord Phoenix gave to my clan, I wouldn't be able to stay awake under the control of that breath. Is it so exaggerated? ZHE also frowned. That's right. Lugia replied with certainty. I don't know how you humans did it, but that dark power is really strong. After being immersed for a long time, even we can't stay awake, and can only see ourselves. ZHE also blinked. After thinking about it, he probably understood why Lugia was so confident. In the rumors of the previous life, there was a dark Lugia about dark Pokémon. If Lugia could solve this problem, it wouldn't have appeared. So now? ZHE also looked at Entei in confusion. Since it has been solved, why did he bring him to the Temple of the Sea? He originally thought that Entei wanted to give him something as a thank you. It's like this. The 2 beasts looked at each other, and Lugia, who was of a higher status, explained, I think you probably know about the existence of Fiona, right? ZHE also nodded. Yes, she is the offspring of Manaphy, but she can't evolve into Manaphy. This is why Professor Oak was so excited when the martial arts bear master was about to give birth to a cub. Currently, all known beasts, including fantasy beasts, will not change their form during the growth process, even if they give birth to cubs. Only the size and strength of the body will change. In short, there is no so-called evolution for the beasts. Manaphy and Fiona are a good example of this. But the evolutionary relationship between the bear apprentice and the martial arts bear master is undoubtedly a challenge to this cognition. For researchers, nothing can be more attractive than this. Of course, the same thing applies. The world is fair. What is lost will be compensated somewhere else. Although Fiona cannot evolve into Manaphy, their birth conditions are far lower than those of normal beasts. Every time Manaphy migrates, she lays a Fiona egg in the Sea Temple and then continues to migrate out to sea. In terms of number, Fiona is one of the best among the mythical beasts. If it weren't for the fact that her lifespan is not much different from that of ordinary elves, Fiona's figure would have been all over the ocean long ago. As for the possible dangers in the ocean, Fiona's safety factor is higher than that of most champion level elves. Unless they run to the land by themselves, there will be no problem. Only the incompletely developed pointed single-legged Fiona is not the type of elf that can live on land. According to the time, this Fiona is about to be born from the egg. Lugia continued, if possible, I hope you can take care of it for a while. Why? ZHE also asked a question from the bottom of his heart. Protect? Don't be kidding. The sea god in front of him is not just for show. Even if Kaiga wakes up from his sleep, the other party may not be too afraid. As Manaphy's child, Fiona is definitely under its attention. If even Lugia can't guarantee the safety of the egg, it will be even worse for him. Because this place has been discovered, Yang Di said calmly, the sea temple needs to be moved, and it is not suitable for Fiona to hatch during the move. It's a simple reason, but it's powerful enough. As Manaphy's fixed residence, the sea temple naturally cannot be exposed to human vision. Otherwise, it will be a very troublesome thing. What do you need me to do specifically? Zaya asked. Just take the egg, and after it hatches Fiona, put it back to the nearest sea. It will find the location of the sea temple by itself, and will also look for its own kind. Lugia said so. It's very simple, but it's difficult to find a trustworthy human. Originally, Manaphy, who was in a distant sea, was ready to call for his believers. As a result, Lugia, the god of the sea, said that he had a better candidate, and it didn't take time. So Manaphy simply threw the matter to Lugia. He is indeed a very casual father. Is that so? Zaya pondered for a moment, and soon accepted this sudden trust. In the spirit world, it is always right to choose to build a good relationship with the mythical beasts. First it was Lugia and then Manaphy. He felt that he could walk sideways in the ocean in the future. Even if he woke up Kaiga with a stone, it would probably be fine. This is much more domineering than the Phoenix Messenger and the Rainbow Messenger. At least the Phoenix King cannot completely guarantee his safety on land. Resurrection after death doesn't sound as domineering as walking sideways. Then, please wait here for a while. Enter he gestured, and his agile figure quickly disappeared in the complex structure of the temple. By the way, why don't you bring the egg yourself? Or Enter he can do it? Zaya asked Lugia carelessly. It was not the first time they met, so he was not polite. I have other things to do. Lugia really didn't care about his attitude. Since Entei has recovered, it also needs to report to Ho-Oh. I see. I'm too lazy to take care of him, so I found a nanny. ZHE also nodded in understanding. Lugia chuckled. You don't have to be so blunt. It really thought that the other party's way of speaking was very interesting, and it was quite different from most people and even elves in this world. By the way, do you know what this thing is used for? ZHE also took out the GS ball and placed it in front of Lugia, and these. By the way, he also took out those armor components. It was also not considered properly. When I left just now, I should have stripped all the things on the 4 people. But with Blaziken and Togekiss guarding them, they couldn't do anything. This should be the token of the Celebi clan, right? Lugia replied uncertainly. They are a rather mysterious clan, and I rarely meet them. But it does have a strong breath of life and space-time energy. If it is placed in a temple that serves them, it should be possible to summon them. Is that so? Zaya said he understood. It was very different from his guess. As for these armors, I don't know if it was an illusion. He seemed to catch a trace of disdain and disgust on Lugia's face. It's just a weapon made by a group of greedy people, much weaker than the Dark Aura. I remember there seemed to be a few sets of golden ones, which are more advanced. It said so. Zaya keenly realized that there were probably a lot of stories behind this. It's not a big deal. Under his shameless questioning, Lugia had to explain the general situation. When the golden sets were first built, they were taken back to their own tribe by a stupid Zapdos. It might be because the colors were similar. In addition, they were not on guard, so they caused quite a mess. There was no lack of helplessness in its words. They are all first level gods, and they are good friends with the Ho-Oh. Why are the 3 sacred beasts of the Ho-Oh god under the Ho-Oh so reliable, while the 3 sacred birds under his command are called the 3 stupid birds? Except for some Articuno, they are normal. The rest are all stupid. Lugia also wants to learn from the Ho-Oh to be a hands-off boss, leaving all problems to the 3 sacred birds in various places. But it's not possible. Not to mention the ordinary 3 sacred birds. Even the 3 that bear the heavy responsibility of the Orange Islands needed to intervene from time to time. While possessing extremely high intelligence, the emotions of the sacred beasts are also extremely rich. Lugia said that he is really very hard. Very hard. The world has such a vast sea area, and all things need to be coordinated by the sea god. That irresponsible creator is also a hot-tempered fool. He was beaten by the guy in the sky, and knew only to sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep all day long, sleep for a long time. Looking at the sea god who was gritting his teeth and obviously a little abnormal, ZHE also wisely closed his mouth. I just asked a question. It shouldn't be that serious. He didn't know how many painful memories Lugia had been evoked by him in these few seconds. Millions of years of perseverance are not just talk. Human beings' reverence for the sea god is absolutely from the heart. What's wrong? The returning Yandy carried a Pokémon egg on his back, and his expression was a little confused. The big brother above seemed angry. Should I run away first? It's okay. It's okay. It's the mythical beast. There are a few days like this every once in a while. ZHE also took Fiona's Pokémon egg while talking nonsense. The egg is translucent blue, and the middle part similar to the yolk is red, and there is a circle of yellow dots around it. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is different from ordinary elf eggs. Whose elf eggs are so fancy? Aren't they attracting predators? Only mythical beasts and divine beasts don't have to worry about this problem. Moist water energy surrounded Zay's body. The water drop pattern on his wrist gleamed, as if it had sensed something. A sense of joy emanated from the egg. You little guy, you're quite good at pleasing people. Zay was also very satisfied. I'll protect you for the next period of time. Boom. The stones under his feet were shaking constantly. Under the gaze of one person, 2 elves and an elf egg, the huge temple of the sea gradually sank into the seawater and soon disappeared completely from sight. Zay felt a little sorry as he sat astride the back of Yandy with the elf egg in his arms. The god of the sea was flying too high, and there was no way to ride on it without leaving a trace. Where will it go? I don't know. The temple of the sea will find a suitable place by itself. A place that is guaranteed to be safe. Over. Chapter 610. The inventor of the hunting cursor. The trace of the secret team. Lugia didn't stay for too long. When the sea temple disappeared, it also sank into the seawater. Then, I'll leave it to you, the messenger. Entei nodded to Tetsuya and walked out. The latter quickly followed. Are you going back to Johto? Yes. Entei replied. I have been guarding here for a long time. It's time to go back and report to Lord Ho-Oh. The 3 sacred beasts travel around, each doing their own job. The things they guard leave on their own initiative, which also means that their mission has come to an end. Just as Lugia said just now. After the sea temple finds a safe enough place to hide, there will still be other 3 sacred beasts to guard it. However, that is not something that Entei in front of him should worry about. Zayamo Chaco seeing the trainer walk out, the Flame Chicken and Togekiss who were in charge of guarding hurriedly showed their results. Well, you did a good job. Looking at the 4 people with big lumps on their heads, Tetsuya was silent for a while, and then praised the 2 little guys from the bottom of his heart. Anyway, they are all dark organizations, so it's okay if they are not killed. See you next time, messenger. Entei nodded slightly. The next moment, it turned into a red light and disappeared into the cave. ZHE was a little dazed. Speaking of which, can Entei fly? I guess he can. Otherwise, it's a bit unrealistic to return to the city from here. Let's go. I don't know how Zenghu is doing. I hope he's okay. He took out a special rope and tied the 4 people together tightly. ZHE also took back pockets and let Blaziken pull the captives towards the castle they came from. According to the strength of the elves sent by these people, Yuki who stayed in the castle must be no simple matter. But he was not very worried about Zenghu's situation. On the one hand, although Alido is only at the level of a quasi-king, it is a psychic elf after all. Even if it can't be defeated, it's still no problem to escape. On the other hand, Zhenghu is a genius researcher after all, and he is about to become a elf doctor. Coming to a remote place like the Firi region, it is impossible to have no means of self-defense. Even if he doesn't care, the Alliance will definitely make good arrangements. The olive grove was a little quiet. Perhaps it was because they felt the breath of the three beasts. Along the way, Tetsuya and Flame Chicken were not disturbed at all. Soon, they returned to the castle located in the remote suburbs of the city. Good guy. Tetsuya looked at the dilapidated castle and smacked his lips. Why did the commotion here seem to be louder than his side? But as Miss Joyce said, this place is not only remote, but also not paid much attention. Even if the commotion is a bit loud, no one came to see what happened. In a sense, the original owner of this castle was also in a bad state. Ledo Alido's figure appeared. It had already felt Tetsuya's breath. It seems that Zhenghu is in good condition. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows and said so. Masaki's depressed voice sounded behind Alido. Why do I hear a hint of dissatisfaction in your words? Did you do that on purpose? Hey, you can't say that. ZHE said seriously. I'm just worried that you will be in greater danger if you go with me. He said this without any embarrassment. At least, judging from the process and the result. If Masaki really went with him at that time, he would indeed be in a more dangerous situation. What happened? Masaki's eyes flashed. He could tell that ZHE was not joking. Because of this, he was even more curious about what happened. Let's go in and talk, ZHE said, patting Alido on the shoulder. Judging from the traces left on the little guy, it also went through a not so easy battle. He walked into the castle and found a relatively intact place to sit down. ZHE briefly recounted everything that had just happened. Of course, it was a slightly revised version. He didn't want to publicize the relationship between himself and the mythical beast. Looking at Masaki with red eyes, he subconsciously took a defensive posture. I warn you, let's talk it over nicely. You bastard. Why didn't you take me with you? Masaki was almost crazy with jealousy. Listen. Celebi, Entei in special state, Lugia, god of the sea, Manaphy and Fana. No one can stand this. Where is Fana's egg? Let me see it. Masaki's eyes shifted to Tetsuya's space backpack. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't run away. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. The most urgent thing is to deal with these 5 people first. That's right. Masaki immediately calmed down. As for me, the guy named Yuki attacked me after you left. Fortunately, I was protected by Alido, so I didn't get hurt at the first time. I was also lucky. The guy's Pokémon turned out to be a Scyther, so my Charizard and the assistance of Alido could barely hold on. As a researcher, the Quasi-King level Charizard is already his most powerful Pokémon. If it weren't for the fact that the bug-type Scyther was suppressed to death by the Fire plus Flying Charizard, even the weakest King class would be invincible to the Quasi-King. Heh. Yuki, who was tied to the corner, made a disdainful sound. It seems that he is a little dissatisfied with the way you finally defeated him, Zaya said with a smile. Zhenghu curled his lips, who made him have only one Pokémon. And it was the kind that communicated through the hunting cursor. I learned it from you. I'll let Sandsling control him, and Scyther ran away directly. This is the disadvantage of the hunting cursor. Even if they communicated more than once, the feelings between the two parties are limited to strangers who have met a few times. You want wild Pokémon to work for you. Unless you have a strong personal charm, don't even think about it. What are you going to do with them? Zhenghu asked Zaya. Leave it to Miss Junsha, they will handle it. The latter thought about it and decided to leave this troublesome matter to the authorities to solve. Curiosity can not only kill the cat, but also kill people. He didn't want to know what other organizations were connected to these 5 people. That would be very troublesome. He was carrying Fana's egg on him. Let's go directly to Kyulu City. Xylan Island is not convenient. He raised his hand to stop Zhenghu from going to the city, and ZHE also pointed to the east. Zhenghu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. That makes sense. These 5 people were able to hide in Xylan Island for so long without being discovered. There must be many subordinates covering for them. If they were handed over to the Junchus in Xylan Island, it would be bad if a large-scale riot was triggered. But, their ship. Zhenghu hesitated. He beat the people like this, and he couldn't borrow their ship. There's no other way, just use the flying Pokémon to travel. ZHE also shrugged. For a trainer, this kind of thing is normal. As for why he didn't do it at the beginning, it's very dangerous in the wild. Most trainers still use transportation to travel to and from towns. It may be a little slow, but it's safe. Masaki nodded helplessly. Okay, Pidgeot/Charizard, I'll leave it to you. Without hesitation, the two immediately sent out their partners. They tied the 5 people to the claws of 2 elves. Beep, roar. With the loud calls, the olive grove gradually regained its vitality. I just don't know when the subordinates of the charge team will find out that their 5 immediate superiors have disappeared. Kyulu City. This is the only place with traces of industry among all the cities in the Firi region, although it is committed to the maintenance of the natural environment. But the Ranger Alliance is not an inflexible fool. As long as it is properly controlled, then the development of industry must be a matter of more benefits than disadvantages. Apart from anything else, the mass production of hunting curses cannot be separated from it. Wow, the people here get along with the elves so naturally. As soon as the dusty Tetsuya and Masaki entered the city, they were amazed at the scene in front of them. On the not too wide streets, people were followed by their own elves. This is a rare situation in several regions of the Pokémon League. As a bridgehead for communication with the outside world, Xylem Island lacks some of this harmonious meaning. Let's go directly to the police station. Noticing that many people cast scrutinizing eyes at them, Zaya hurriedly urged. They really don't look like good people at the moment. Okay. Zeng, who also felt quite uncomfortable, and nodded in agreement. In a place where the two did not notice, several people wearing black hats disappeared at the corner of the street. Kyulu City Police Station. Looking at the two people who suddenly broke in, the Junsha ladies stood up vigilantly. We are trainers from Kanto and Johto. This is our identity proof. Taking out the Pokémon illustrated that they had prepared long ago, Zaya and Zeng, who seemed very calm. Please wait. We need to check it. It must be said that the Pokémon, as the representative of the league's direct trainers, is really popular everywhere. The attitudes of the Junsha ladies suddenly became much gentler. Is this Luo Hao from the charge team? And his 4 carders? At the same time, Miss Junsha also recognized the 5 people tied together. She covered her mouth in surprise. What's going on? As a dark organization, whose purpose is to disrupt the actions of the Rangers, the Ranger Alliance is also quite troubled by the charge team. It's not that they can't deal with them. It's just that this group of people is too flexible. There are many wild areas in the Fira area. It's very troublesome to find them once you go into the jungle. It's not worth the effort to find them. As a result, now 2 trainers have tied up 5 people and brought them to the police station? ? Everyone, be alert. A Junsha who looks a little older immediately gave the order. Swish, in an instant. Miss Junsha and Growlithe scattered with Growlithe and Windy Dog, vigilantly observing the surrounding situation. Tetsuya and Masaki looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. This is a police station. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Unless there are other dark organizations around Kyulu City? Zaya frowned and muttered to himself. That's right. A strong male voice sounded. According to the Almia Times, someone saw Arngayan of the Dark Team appearing near Kyulu City. An old man with not only white hair, but also white eyebrows and beard appeared in front of the two. Professor Shinhura. Zeng, who rushed out at once, and even Zaya didn't have time to stop him. I didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor. Shinhura. Zaya is not unfamiliar with this name. Or rather, in the area under the jurisdiction of the Ranger Union, Professor Shinhura's name can be said to be a household name. This person is the inventor of the hunting cursor. One of his 2 good friends is the founder and current chairman of the Ranger Union. The other is the principal of the Ranger School. No wonder Zeng, who is so excited. The hunting cursor looks simple, but the technology contained in it is very advanced. Professor Nihira was able to independently develop this item decades ago, so one can imagine how capable he is in scientific research. You are. Professor Nihira was a little flustered by the sudden enthusiasm. I'm Masaki from Johto, currently a Pokémon researcher, and my achievement is a digital transfer of Pokémon. Masaki introduced himself with a blushing face. So it's you. Unexpectedly, Professor Nihira was not like most people in the Fera region, who knew nothing about the outside world. He obviously knew something about Masuki. Portable transmission is indeed a very outstanding invention, which has played a very important role in the communication and development of various regions. Zyuki, Ramo and I mentioned you before. We think that with portable transmission, the Fera region can better communicate with the outside world. Zyuki and Ramo are the chairman of the Ranger Alliance and the principal of the Ranger School. What about this young man? I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto, and I'm mainly responsible for protecting the safety of researcher Masuki. Seeing that the old man noticed him, Tetsuya also introduced himself. A young genius from Kanto? I've heard of him a little bit. Your discoveries are quite amazing. Professor Shinra was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect the two to get together. ZHE was not curious about how the other party knew him. He wanted to know another thing. Did Rang Yan from the Dark Team really appear nearby? Yes. Miss Junsha took over the conversation with a serious face. You should not have hidden when you came. The Dark Team must have received the information by now. ZHE and Zhenghu looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Who knew that the dark organization of the Ranger Alliance was so rampant? I thought it would be fine if I stayed away from the nest of the Chan team. After all, the Dark Team and the Pokémon Kidnapping Team mainly operate in the other two areas. I never thought that the former's claws would reach Kyulu City. Report. There was an explosion in the night shift factory. It is suspected to be attacked. Report. Someone entered the underground waterway, requesting support. Report. There is a riot in the Southern Sea area. Not a few words were said. Bad news came one after another. Chapter 611 Remote Control Equipment. Dark Energy again. Everyone, go to your respective areas for defense, and ensure the safety of the people. Yes. The misjunctures of Kyulu City are obviously experienced. It took only half a minute. The originally bustling police station was left with only 2 or 3 misjunctures to guard against the theft. Professor Zanian, there are 2 more. Please follow me. A misjuncture saluted and made a gesture of invitation to the 3 people. I don't need it. Seeing this, ZHE also waved his hand. I'll go to the coastline to see if I can help a little. Zhenghu, you can stay here. It's a little safer. Okay, be careful, your elves should not have recovered completely. Zhenghu nodded and did not say stupid things like he could help. Facing such a well-prepared attack, he, an informal combatant with only the strongest elf at the qua-seeking level, would only cause trouble. Not to mention Professor Zinian. As the developer of the hunting cursor, his strength is almost 0 in the city. Don't worry. ZHE also showed his white teeth. Only 2 or 3 of the little guys are not in good condition, the rest are fine. As he said that, he turned and walked outside the southern part of Kyulu City. As a port city, this is its estuary. Boom. The curling smoke and dust floated in the sky. The originally prosperous and lively port is now in ruins. Kill them all for me. On the blue sea, several women in red uniforms are shouting wildly. The leader is a pink-haired woman wearing a somewhat cool outfit. The special logo on their clothes shows their identity, which is the Dark Team. And in the Dark Team, only the Dark Red group has a large number of female members. In this way, the identity of the pink-haired woman is not difficult to guess. One of the cadres of the Dark Team, and the only female member of the Hell Trio, Rangayan, can be vaguely seen. Behind them, many male members of the Dark Team are operating around several huge mailbox-like instruments. The red, green, blue, and yellow colors are different, which is quite strange. Purple ripples were continuously released from several instruments. Countless sea elves had red eyes and rushed towards Kyulu City frantically. How long can the energy source last? Rang Yan looked at the port in the distance where explosions continued and asked. Based on the current consumption, it can last at least 3 hours. A subordinate immediately reported the data. It is expected that the first remote control will cool down for 5 minutes in an hour, and then cool down every 10 minutes. Very good. Rang Yan took out her lipstick and mirror to touch up her makeup. The corners of her mouth were full of excitement and smiles. I didn't expect that the 5 losers of the Chan team would be caught. This is a great opportunity for us. Have you sent someone to tell them at the night shift factory? We have already been there. Another subordinate stepped forward. According to the intelligence, the remnants of the Chan team have launched a rebellion. TSK, 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 a bunch of idiots. Rong Yan shook her head with disdain, but it's just right. It can cover our actions. That's right. I was originally looking for an opportunity, but I didn't expect it to be delivered directly to my door. Oh, we girls are so lucky. If it were the other two teams, I don't know how long it would take. The girls of the In and Han team were playing on the deck of the ship, as if they didn't care about the battle not far away at all. We are on a mission, be serious. Rong Yan frowned and scolded. Several jumpy female members quickly restrained their tempers and stood still. It is not difficult to see. They are in awe of their captain from the bottom of their hearts. Take out the remaining 3 spare machines. I need Kyulu City to spare no time. Not paying much attention to his trusted subordinates. Squinting his eyes and carefully observing the battle at the port, Rong Yan issued another order. Team 1 and Team 2, come with me to deal with those troublesome guys. Understood. Under her arrangement, everyone on the ship started working in an orderly manner. The dozen members who were called quickly took out an instrument that looked like a laptop from their backpacks. Their fingers kept tapping on the keyboard. Report. Number 1 is ready. Report. Number 2 is ready. Cold voices came from the mouths of a group of beauties. Once in combat, the dark red group still has the style of a dark organization. Roar. A huge roar came from under the water. The waves kept surging. A roaring whale king with a length of 15 or 16 meters appeared near the ship. They jumped down in batches in a familiar way. Let's go. Rong Yan waved her hand, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Captain, what should we do? Kyulu City's defense force is not stupid. With such a big commotion, and the location of the other party's command center, they naturally saw this scene. Someone immediately showed a nervous look. Hold on. Once the other 2 places are resolved, they will come to support us immediately. The leader, Miss Junsha, did not have a good solution. Among the 3 dark organizations, the Charge Team, the Dark Team, and the Pokémon Kidnapping Team, the Dark Team is undoubtedly the strongest and most difficult to deal with. Otherwise, the headquarters of the Ranger Alliance would not have to be specially set up in the Almir area, where the Dark Team is active. Moreover, the most difficult point of the Dark Team is that they can control a steady stream of wild elves to launch irrational attacks. If it weren't for the existence of Miss Junsha and others, to raise the average strength of Kyulu City, the Rangers might not be able to beat the other side with the same wild elves. Yes. Fortunately, the Rangers have another advantage. That is, their character is usually very good. Faced with such a dangerous situation, even though they knew they might lose their lives, their faces were still full of determination. They commanded the partners sent by the hunting cursor. For a moment, relying on the certain advantages of the terrain, they seemed to be able to push back. HMPH. Disdainful laughter echoed in the sky above the battlefield. Infinape, use jet fire. Man. The fiery red flame streaked across the sky. The first to bear the brunt was an unlucky Scyther. Facing the sudden fire attack, the insect warrior silently raised his double swords. Chap. The flames whistled past, and only a black shadow could be seen struggling weakly in it. Not only that, along the way, more than a dozen Pokémon fell into the same situation. It was not until a Qua-seeking level wind speed dog with the characteristic of attracting fire stood up and took the flame head on that the raging attack stopped. Not bad. Rong Yan stood on the back of a Pidgeot, covered her mouth and smiled. But how many times can you take it? Her fingers kept operating on the instrument. In an instant, the flame monkey below seemed to be using the jet of flames crazily, as if there was no limit, and had no intention of stopping. The purple aura wrapped around its body, looking extremely weird. Damn it. Miss Junsha's face was not very good, but she had to command the windy dog to meet it. After several times, the windy dog's hair became brighter and brighter, and its state seemed to have reached its peak. Keep going. Rong Yan smiled delicately, not caring at all. The fire-attracting characteristic is indeed very powerful, especially when facing fire-type elves. However, it is not invincible. The effect of the fire-attracting characteristic is to absorb the flame energy when attacked by fire. Attribute moves to strengthen itself. Since it absorbs energy, there must be an upper limit. After all, not all elves are as bottomless as the ultimate beast evil king. This upper limit is affected by factors such as the level and physical fitness of the elves themselves. There is no doubt that it is very unrealistic for a Quasi-King level Arcanine to rely on its fire attracting properties to fight against a King level Infernape. This is indeed the case. According to the current situation, if there are 2 or 3 more flames, Arcanine may be seriously injured because it cannot control the excessive fire energy in its body. If this really happens, it will be a heavy psychological blow to it. Come on, let me see how selfless Miss Junsha is. If you don't let your Arcanine take the flames, more people will be injured. Rong Yan showed a sick smile. Woof. Miss Junsha didn't have time to react at all. Although it does not have the hidden characteristic of Heart of Justice for various reasons, Arcanine itself is a spirit with a strong sense of justice. It can't just sit back and watch. Facing Infernape's countless flames, Arcanine rushed up with flames all over its body. It released and absorbed at the same time. This can indeed help it hold on for a while. But it was only for a while. TSK, I won't play with you anymore. Suddenly, Rong Yan's face turned cold. The control command on her hand changed instantly. A dazzling white light shone on Infernape's hands. You know, as one of the 3 fire type Pokémons in Synopsis, Infernape has the same fire plus fighting attributes as Blaziken. In fact, their fighting strength is not weaker than most pure fighting Pokémons. Moving his feet, the extremely flexible Infernape got close to Arcanine in the blink of an eye. Bang, he clenched his fists and then swung them out. A black shadow slammed into the distant building, stirring up dust. Arcanine. Miss Junsha gritted her teeth and called out to her partner. Rong Yan curled her lips. Oh, disgusting. You'd better worry about yourself first. With a wave of her hand, several sea Pokémons who had been waiting impatiently on the side pounced on Miss Junsha, who had no Pokémon to protect her. She turned her head and looked around to find the next target to deal with. Indeed, it's really disgusting. A male voice sounded beside Rong Yan's ears. Pidgeot, Steel Wing, Spin. Without a second's hesitation, the latter immediately commanded his mount to defend. Pidgeot, Steel Wing, Breakthrough. The almost identical commands were issued, but the result was a crushing situation. Beep. The painful bird cry resounded through the sky. A man and a Pokémon fell from the sky while spinning. Infernape immediately gave up the opponent in front of him and turned around and jumped high. Rong Yan, who was caught, covered her chest with a painful expression. Who is it? She had never heard of anyone in Kyulu City who had a Pidgeot that was suspected to be at the peak of the King level. Your ancestors. On the back of Pidgeot, ZHE also raised his middle finger to the other party without hesitation. He was very serious about scolding people. Ledo, the figure of a Lido, gradually emerged. Rong Yan glanced at it from the corner of her eye. She found that Miss Junsha and Arcanine, who were almost unable to escape, were actually rescued. Infernape, attack. A sinister expression that was very inconsistent with her beautiful face. Rong Yan didn't say much nonsense and launched an attack directly. The situation was very clear. The opponent was her enemy. There was no need to say more about the enemy. Blaze Chicken, it's up to you. ZHE also glanced slightly. A tall figure flashed out from a nearby building. Before Rong Yan could give an order on the instrument, Infernape flew backwards and hit the wall of the building just like Arcanine just now. Boom. The rubble buried its body. I don't know why. Rong Yan shuddered subconsciously. Ice Ninetales, Night Snail, Emperor Napo, go help. 3 red lights flashed. A thin layer of ice and snow covered the ground. The addition of 3 powerful Quasi-King Pokémons relieved the pressure of a small part of the battle zone at once. Unfortunately, Monarch Snake and Electric Dragon, who were the best at dealing with water Pokémons in the team, were unlucky. They lost their combat ability when facing the Dark Flame Emperor. In addition, because she was taken back into the Pokéball in advance, she did not receive much treatment from Celebi. Her current state is less than 1/10 of her peak state. ZHE was reluctant to let his partner fight hard in this situation. If something happened, it would be too late to regret it. Are you a trainer from the Pokémon League? Rong Yan also saw the origin of the enemy from the Pokéball. I suggest you not to get involved in the affairs of our Ranger League. ZHE also sneered. What are you barking about? When did the rats in the hole become so bold? If you were in the Pokémon League, you would have died long ago. A piece of trash who controlled a king level Pokémon with external force. Put it outside. A champion of a regional conference can easily defeat her. Yurong Yan's pale face was full of strange blush. After all, she is one of the leaders of the 3 major dark organizations of the Ranger League. Normally, no one dares to talk to her like this. Hurry up and tell your men to stop controlling these elves, or I will kill you. ZHE was too lazy to say anything to this kind of person who only sees the world from a narrow perspective. He finally understood. The dark organization here, apart from its strange methods, is really not that strong. Flamel stretched out its claws and strangled Rangan's throat tacitly. With just a little force, this one of the 3 Hellcarters of the dark team would lose his life. Over. Chapter 612 Angels and Demons. As the highest leader of the dark team, Rangan's situation was also watched by countless people. However, ZHE's appearance and actions were too fast. Until now, people just realized what happened. Captain. The faces of the members of the dark red team suddenly became very bad. They almost immediately put down their targets and came here. TSK, you are quite good at training your subordinates. ZHE, who sensed everything, was amazed. This is a dark organization. The so-called loyalty is either to succumb to strong strength or to have greater ambitions. To make these subordinates react like this on the spot. To put it bluntly, Rangan's status in the hearts of these people may be higher than that of the boss of the dark team. A small place is a small place. Even the dark organization is so unprofessional. Why don't you speak? He tilted his head strangely. Looking at Rangan's red face, ZHE patted his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, I forgot that you can't speak now. The ruddy color on Rangan's face deepened. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. The bastard in front of her was just playing with her. They really thought so. Generally speaking, he considered himself a kind person. Even if it was a poacher or a member of the dark organization, catching him and handing him over to Miss Juncha would be considered a mission accomplished. What a pity. Who made him feel so bad in the past half month? I hate bastards from the dark organization like you who like to stir up trouble the most. They sighed. I especially hate the kind that drags me into it. Pockets, infinite slash. He snapped his fingers leisurely. A simple and white big bad immediately appeared beside Pidgeot in the air. Chaco bright white light flashed on its wings. Pockets had been ready to move for a long time. Swish, swish, swish the sharp air slash like a blade crossed the sky, bringing gusts of biting cold wind. There was no need for the rangers and Miss Juncha to help stop it. The wild elves controlled by the members of the dark red team had no way to get within 10 meters of Zay. It wasn't that they caused much damage. The air slash of Pockets was enough to make these elves flinch for more than 10 seconds. The difference in strength plus extraordinary luck. It was probably difficult to move an inch. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded. Looking up, it was a female member of the dark red team blowing a black whistle in her mouth. Black glass whistle? With his excellent eyesight, Zay clearly identified the item used by the other party. This is a special prop made of volcanic ash. If it has any effect, it will probably attract powerful elves after it is blown. In conjunction with the instruments on the dark team ship, its effect can be maximized. Interesting. They smiled slightly. He used his superpowers to take over the control of Flame Chicken over Rangan. This senior cadre of the dark team was lifted high into the air by him. Want to save your boss's life? He stretched out his right index finger and hooked it. Kill me, and you can take her away. This. As the party being supported, the rangers and Miss Juncha looked at each other. One person said what most people were thinking. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? They admitted that this sudden reinforcement was very powerful. But facing the attack of wild Pokémon on the entire coastline alone, this might be too arrogant. It doesn't matter. The rangers gritted their teeth. We are still here. He only needs to deal with those tricky guys. Things change. Originally, it was the dark team that had this plan, and now it's their turn. Pidgeot, Storm. Looking at the more and more Pokémons gathering around, Pockets was visibly out of his depth. ZHE also patted the Pidgeot under him and gave an order. In terms of attack range. In fact, this guy is the biggest one in his team. Whether it was the sandstorm of the giant rock monster, the green grass field of the monarch serpent, or the snowfall of the ice ninotales, none of them were as exaggerated as the storm that could become powerful with the help of natural forces. It was just that the usual venues did not allow Pidgeot to do so. The standard battlefield was slightly small, and the underground caves could not be used at all, so there was nothing that could be done. The situation in front of him was just right for Pidgeot to perform. Besides, although Blaziken, as a younger brother, had surpassed Pidgeot in strength, compared with the other juniors, it had absorbed the sacred fire of the Phoenix King, and firmly occupied the second place in the team strength ranking. Beep. Pidgeot spread its wide wings and let out a long cry towards the sky. The powerful momentum made the besieging Pokémon subconsciously stagnate. Then came a more fierce attack. ZHE also jumped off the back of Pidgeot. A Lido flashed down tacitly and came below. The moment the man and the Pokémon came into contact, they immediately disappeared without a trace. Only Rangayan, who was unable to move, was left in midair with a look of fear. Flumulena looked left and right, and jumped to a high point in boredom to start patrolling. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. The figure of Pidgeot had already filled the sky. This was not a shadow clone, but an afterimage produced by high-speed flight. The water spirits in the ocean could not catch the enemy's trace at all. The water attack that was ejected could only fall down powerlessly after reaching the highest point. Of course, the Pokémon that were precisely controlled by the members of the Dark Red team were not like this. Many of them used skills such as high-speed stars that must hit. However, the result was not as smooth as the Dark team imagined. Originally, it was thought that, even if it could not cause much damage, it would be good to delay the formation of the storm. In fact, in front of Pidgeot's super high-speed flight, even the guaranteed high-speed stars became somewhat powerless. The speed of their attack was far behind Pidgeot. This created a somewhat weird scene. The high-speed stars actually dissipated into the air one after another after a long flight. How could it be? The members of the Dark team were all very surprised. They were elite members of the organization after all. There were quite a few quasi-champion level Pokémon participating in the attack. Normally, a champion level Pokémon, no matter how strong it was, would not be able to ignore the attack of the must-hit skill. Unless this Pidgeot, in terms of speed alone, is no less than most quasi-champion level Pokémon. The faces of the members of the red team were a little heavy. As for the fact that Pidgeot was a quasi-champion level Pokémon, they didn't dare to think so. That trainer was so young. With such strength, why would he risk his life? As the storm took shape, the ocean below was also greatly affected. The waves were constantly surging. Waves of several meters or even more than 10 meters kept hitting the port. The dense drizzle fell crazily on the faces of people and Pokémon. The originally dim vision became even more unclear. Retreat. Retreat. The rangers gave orders helplessly. Fighting against Super Pokémon in this environment would undoubtedly expand the opponent's home advantage again. Only the grass and electric type Pokémons relied on their attribute advantages and didn't care at all. The problem was that Misjunches Arcanine and Gryphon, as the main battle force, were pure fire type Pokémons. Their attributes were not very good to begin with, and now the environment is even worse. With one rising and one falling, 2 or 3 ordinary water type Pokémons can suppress an elite Arcanine. Not to mention the weaker Gryphon. Just as everyone was smiling bitterly, they suddenly appeared in the crowd. "Sorry, you guys should retreat first. Leave this to me and Pidgeot." He said so. The guards looked at each other. A Misjuncher stood up and saluted. "Thank you very much for your help. But we will not leave here until the threat is lifted." They scratched his cheek. Could he say that you are only hindering Pidgeot's performance here? This is too straightforward, and people may not believe it. Before the dust settles, all distrust is understandable. If it were him, he would not hand over the fate of himself and the city to an unknown outsider. Okay, they sighed. In fact, it is not that there is no solution. His right hand once again rested on Alido's shoulder, then, resonance, full open. But, in the storm, the blue-purple light instantly occupied everyone's attention. The powerful supernatural power wave extended out. With Alido's body as the radius, the environment within a radius of 5 meters around him instantly became extremely calm. This is just a subconscious influence. Magic space, open. Two overlapping voices echoed in the air. The pink light swept past. Hoo la la. The rain was still falling. But the people on the Alliance side were shocked to find that it seemed to have no effect on them. To be more precise, they seemed to have disappeared from this world. Or the rain went straight through their bodies and fell to the ground. The strange thing is, the battle is still going on. What is ignored is just the environment. Hurry up, solve as many as possible. Seeing that the group of people were silent in surprise, ZHE urged them angrily. These guys don't think it's easy to do this. He can feel that his and Alido's mental power are escaping like water. After a simple estimate, this state can only last for 3 or 4 minutes at most. No, I have to continue to improve it. ZHE also thought so. Trick space, wonderful space and magic space. These 3 moves are quite strange. I won't say much about the first 2. The rules involved are too difficult, and he and Alido's abilities can't change anything. Speed reversal and ability exchange, there is no clue at all. The last one is a bit interesting. Creating a strange space will invalidate the effect of the props carried. After ZHE's research, it is actually to make the props on the elves disappear from this world. To put it more simply, it is to put this prop into a space outside of space. From this, he has another association. That's right. It is the Sharingan ninjutsu known to many people in the previous life, Camus. Since props can be transferred back and forth between the real space and the alien space, it makes no sense that other things cannot be transferred. Even oneself can certainly be transferred. When the experiment was first conducted, one person and one elf suffered considerable damage. It's easy to say, but whether it's the spatial pressure on the body or the large amount of energy consumed to expand the skill effect, this is incomparable under normal circumstances. In other words, relying on the powerful technology of the elf world, there is no need to worry about any mistakes. Otherwise, ZHE would not dare to conduct experiments again and again to improve. During that time, Miss Joy was very familiar with him. If it weren't for the record on the family list, the other party would think that he was abusing himself and his elves and was a pure pervert. Fortunately, the reward after the effort is gratifying. After the mental resonance, the king level Alido successfully turned the magic space trick into a pseudo god of power. The reason for adding a pseudo, because it can't completely ignore attacks during use like the real god of power, but requires a steady stream of superpowers as a price. The higher the attack intensity, the more energy is consumed to dodge. But Zay was already very satisfied with this. When Alido breaks through to the true king level, combined with the support of his superpower resonance, the opponent can only be shocked and beaten unilaterally. Besides, why do you have to face the superpower Pokémon head on? Isn't it better to teleport it? If you can dodge it, dodge it. If you can't dodge it, use the magic space to eliminate it, especially those special moves that restrain attributes. In close combat, he doesn't believe that many Pokémon can be the opponent of such Alido. At worst, it can still be a supporting hand like now. Except for excessive consumption, there are no shortcomings. Seeing Miss Junsha and the Rangers continue to fight after realizing it, Zay's eyes shifted to the tornado that soared into the sky on the sea level in the distance. The storm with huge water flow was like a glutton. Countless sea elves were sucked in and then disappeared. Living in the water and being good at swimming is good. But facing this kind of attack comparable to a natural disaster, even sea elves can't cope with it. Faintly, there were some red lights flashing in the tornado. 2, 3, 4. In the desperate eyes of the Dark Team members, Vegeta created 5 identical tornadoes across the battlefield. Although it had consumed nearly 90% of its physical strength at this moment, it could only barely resist the attraction of its own attacks and fly in the air. But the results were astonishingly exaggerated. Is this the champion? Someone subconsciously groaned in pain. Looking at the battlefield, where they had been defeated, they seemed to have no way to resist. Get down at this moment. The Flumulina, which had been leaning against a high pillar, stood up. There was a constant flash of blue light in its eyes. A very powerful enemy is approaching. This breath is so evil. Over. Chapter 613 Another Divine Beast. Boss, something's going on. Without hesitation, Flame Chicken immediately contacted Tetsuya through the Wava guide. Got it. The latter's reaction was also very fast, although his superpowers did not sense anything wrong. But he had 100% trust in Flame Chicken's Wava Guide. At least in this regard, the superpowers that can be called a panacea are really not as advantageous as the power of Wava Guide. Everyone, retreat. Tetsuaya's voice reached the ears of every patrolman in Miss Junsha. The advantage of the regular army stood out. Everyone stopped and retreated tacitly, as if they had rehearsed it more than a dozen times. If it were an ordinary person who gave the order, of course, this situation would not occur. Regularity is regularity, but people's normal instincts will still react subconsciously. However, Tetsuya and his elves left a very deep impression on people. In addition, they are now in Alido's magic space. Everyone thought that there was something wrong with the skills and needed to be buffered, so they retreated in such a unified manner. It can be said that there is a way to make mistakes. But black energy swept across the field. A palpitation came to his mind. All the guards of the Alliance, including Tetsuya, shuddered. A figure wrapped in black mist appeared in the air. There was no movement. The rotation speed of the several storms created by Pidgeot in the sky slowed down noticeably. Beep, a high-pitched bird cry sounded. Pidgeot naturally could not sit back and watch his attack being destroyed. Spreading his wings, sensing the extremely powerful aura of the enemy, his whole body was covered with a layer of dazzling golden light. Divine Bird Slam, also known as Divine Bird, is one of the two ultimate moves of the flying system. When used by Pidgeot, this move may not look as powerful as the storm, but its power is far greater. After a short period of charging, it rushed straight towards the enemy that suddenly appeared, wrapped in an energy coat and several times larger. In the air, the black mist that enveloped the unknown enemy continued to surge. Darkness fell in an instant. The sky, which was already dark, now completely turned black. What is this? People looked up with some fear. The instincts of the creatures told them that it was a very dangerous existence. Oh no, my head seems a little dizzy. Why are you so sleepy? Boom 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 under ZHE's stunned gaze. The people who were originally full of momentum actually yawned and fell to the ground one after another. Not only humans, including elves, all creatures closed their eyes quietly. Damn it. ZHE suddenly felt his head dizzy. He knew that this time it was his turn. The powerful superpowers could only play a certain role in alleviating the ability of this unknown Pokémon. He looked intently into the black fog. A blue light flashed in his mind. Is it that existence? What kind of place is this Ranger Union? With this thought in mind, he moved his body with difficulty and collapsed to the ground against the wall. The last scene left in his vision. It was the figure of Pidgeot flying backwards in the black fog that led the dark team to evacuate. Tetsuya, wake up. The violent shaking made Tetsuya open his eyes subconsciously with darkness in front of his eyes. He covered his head and groaned. It hurts. What's going on? Tetsuya muttered to himself. Zeng, who beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally woke up. I should be the one asking you about this. Familiar white room. It was the medical room of the Pokémon Center again. But at this moment, the usually empty room accommodated 10 sleepers including Tetsuya. Tetsuya, who was still a little confused, recalled everything under Zenghu's narration. When the support people rushed to the port, a bunch of people and elves were lying on the ground. They were so scared that they thought they were all dead. Zenghu was quite incredible. What on earth did you encounter? He knew how powerful Tetsuya was. The fact that he was able to capture the 5 people who led the charge team also proved this. In this place, that can be called a remote and poor place, what kind of existence can cause such a grand scene? You may not believe it. They smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. The dark team seems to have controlled a divine beast. Zenghu's pupils suddenly widened, and his mouth could not close at all. I'm not kidding. They leaned against the bed and said weakly, if I'm not mistaken, it's a Darkrai, the god of nightmares. Yes. This is the information he captured through Zero, before he fell into a coma. No wonder everyone fell into a state of sleep. And after waking up, he felt extremely weak. The 4 words god of nightmares are enough to explain the ability that Darkrai relies on to survive. The black fog that appeared was not a real black fog, but a black hole leading to the dark world. In all the records of mankind so far, Darkrai can defeat most of the divine beasts with this trick. Note 1. It is not surprising that Zay can wake up from Darkrai's sleep. It is not because he was blessed by the dream god Cresselia or carried its feathers, the crescent feather. It is because, although it has the ability to induce people to fall into deep sleep and dream, it is also a Pokémon with evil attributes. According to scholars' inference, Darkrai is not an evil guy. As a phantom Pokémon, it rarely uses its power to make humans or elves fall into a permanent sleep. The reason why it has nightmares. On the one hand, it is because Darkrai believes that humans and elves disturb its life and uses its own ability to drive them away. On the other hand, the source of the power of the god of nightmares is nightmares. For Darkrai, having nightmares is actually a good thing rather than a bad thing. Perhaps in its concept, making people have nightmares is a gift. It's just that humans and it have different views. Just like Absol. Before understanding the significance of its appearance, didn't people also regard it as a disaster beast? After all, the languages of humans and elves are different, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. In fact, the god of dreams and the god of nightmares both represent the power of the moon. The former is the moon with light, so it has derived the ability to make people have beautiful dreams. The latter is the moon without light, so it has the ability to make people fall into nightmares. There is no essential good or bad distinction between the two sides. A legendary Pokémon and a mythical Pokémon, the two are not purely two sides of the same coin. In the busy ward, Zhenghu's back was full of sweat. Isn't this place too dangerous? That's a legendary beast. Even if its strength is not the strongest in the tribe, it is at least at the level of a third level god. He has never even heard that the dark organizations in the Pokémon League have such power. The dark team in the Ranger League area actually has it? God of creation. Zhenghu swore that he just wanted to find shame in to learn about it at first, and didn't want to get into such a dangerous thing and area. But, ZHE also frowned. It's really strange that Darkrai didn't pursue the victory. He thought he was going to die. The sudden appearance of Darkrai didn't give him the opportunity and time to react. Unexpectedly, the other party ran away with people. Is the egg okay? He looked at Zhenghu. After all, he accepted the protection mission. ZHE was not so exaggerated as to take Fire Egg to the battlefield. Anyway, Zhenghu was still trustworthy, so he had already transferred the egg to the other party's space backpack before leaving. Since Professor Nihira was also present, he didn't say it directly. He thought Zhenghu must have discovered it. Don't worry, it's fine. The latter gave a thumbs up. It has to be said, Zhenghu was still very moved by Zay's trust. After all, the relationship between the two can't be said to be very good friends. In total, they have met less than 10 times, and the time they have spent together is at most half a month. Rather than being friends, it's better to say that it's a simple employment relationship. He was really not afraid of something going wrong when he entrusted the egg of the cub of the divine beast to him for safekeeping. What are you two talking about? Professor Nihira walked in from outside with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. Looking at Zay, he forced a smile. Oh, talking about the enemy who suddenly appeared. He answered casually. Even Zhenghu, who admired the other party, didn't think of revealing the matter of Fire. Professor Nihira didn't doubt him. He sighed slightly. This time, Kyulu City suffered a great loss. Fortunately, we have your help, otherwise the port would be in a very bad situation. It's okay, we should help each other. This is what we should do. Zaya responded with a smile. The Ranger Alliance is independent, but in fact it is a subordinate of the Pokémon Alliance, similar to regional alliances such as the Kanto Alliance. It's not impossible to ignore it, but it doesn't fit his personality. The main thing is that I didn't expect a Darkrai to appear in this ghost place. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. It's just a polite remark. Professor Nihira waved his hand. For your help and injury this time, our Ranger Alliance will definitely give you appropriate compensation. At that time, I will have to praise you to the senior executives of the Pokémon Alliance. Zaya did not comment. By the way, does Professor Nihira know the origin of that Pokémon? Professor Nihira obviously hesitated. It's not that I can't tell you. That one is actually a Darkrai. Oh wow, two somewhat fake exclamations came out. Tetsuya and Masaki exchanged a glance. Your acting skills are not that good. Actually, this is also the negligence of our Ranger Alliance. Professor Nihira sighed. Otherwise, the Dark Team should not be able to control it. From what he said, there is another hidden story. The two immediately sat down obediently, to show that they were all ears. Professor Shinhara organized his words, and explained the general situation. As you know, the Ranger Alliance was established not long ago, and the dark organizations here are not passed down from generation to generation. The Charge Team, the Dark Team, and the Pokémon Kidnapping Team were all born after the establishment of the Alliance. Among them, the current leader of the Dark Team, Prakol, is actually the president of an oil energy company in the Almia region. Due to the impact of the reduction of oil reserves, he openly turned the company's research direction to new energy research. He even announced to the outside world that he would use dream energy to solve the energy crisis that Almia may encounter in the future. But in fact, the so-called new energy is just a lie. His real purpose is to control all the Pokémon in Almia. What he relies on is the black crystal that his father Changying Hall found in a cave. Speaking of this, Professor Shinra's face was a little helpless. At first, Changying Hall only found crystal fragments. But that kind of crystal, even if it is a fragment, has the power to confuse people. Under its influence, Changying Hall followed the trail and found a huge dark crystal at the source. At the same time, he also met the guard who guarded or watched over the dark crystal, Darkrai. At that time, he couldn't do anything to Darkrai. He could only pick up some large pieces of debris and take them back for a search when the other party was not paying attention to him. It was under such circumstances that his mind was corroded more and more deeply. A year later, on his son's 16th birthday, he forcibly changed his son's name from Whitehall to Prakhall despite his wife's opposition. The meaning is black hole, Darkray's black hole. He hoped that the black crystal could give his son the power to change the world. It was not until the eve of his death that Changying Hall discovered that something was wrong with him. But it was too late. In order to change or save his son's corroded mind, he took his old body into the cave where the dark crystal was located. Then he never came out. You have also seen what happened later. After years of research, the Dark Team led by Prakhall relied on the power of the dark crystal to develop an instrument that can control elves on a large scale. Even the original guard Darkrai became his target. Although our rangers responded in time, they only had time to partially destroy the equipment controlling Darkrai, so that it could not stay away from the source of the dark crystal for a long time. This is why Darkrai only appeared for less than a few minutes. The Firra area is still some distance away from the Almir area. Prakhall can't let Darkrai stay here for too long, otherwise he is likely to break free from control. By then, it will be his turn to be in trouble. Professor Nihira shook his head. If we had discovered it earlier, it would have been better. Then how do you know all this? Zhenghu was puzzled. Note 1. Darkray's exclusive move Dark Hole itself does not have any attack ability, but it will put the attacked into a sleeping state. Only in conjunction with its exclusive characteristic Nightmare, damage to all opponent Pokémon that are in a sleeping state, or have the characteristic Absolute Sleep, can the attack result be caused. Unless it is restrained, Sweet Dream God, Insomnia or energetic characteristics, or crushed by strength, level 1 God, this state attack is indeed a bug. End. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614. Almir's Windy Forest. Professor Shinra told a very detailed story. It was so detailed that it seemed like he had experienced it himself. No wonder Zhenghu felt strange. This. Professor Shinra took out a yellowed notebook from somewhere. It's because Changying Hall's notes on these things were obtained by one of our chief rangers. Zaya and Zhenghu looked at each other, both feeling a little incredible. Can such a thing be lost? Didn't I say it? Professor Shinra said with a smile. The Hall family's company was once in crisis. The oil field they discovered on the Zion Plateau was almost exhausted. In the later period of the management of Changying Hall, the second leader, the company's office location has gradually moved to other places. The original house was directly abandoned. Affected by the dark crystal, Prackhole simply forgot that there was such a place. Of course, the actual process was not as easy as Professor Shinhara said. The person in charge of this task at the time was the first Super Ranger in the Ranger Alliance to achieve the achievement of capturing 10,000, the so-called capture number. In simple terms, it can be regarded as a reflection of the strength of a ranger. Being the first to capture more than 10,000 Pokémon, the ranger's ability can be imagined. Even so, he paid a considerable price to get the notebook. "Excuse me, what do you need us to do?" ZHE asked calmly. This kind of news must be considered a top secret of the Ranger Alliance. Although he and Zenghu have high status, they are definitely not told casually. Since Professor Nihira said it so directly, he must want their help. A powerful elite level trainer. For the Ranger Alliance, it is already a first class help. After all, it is different from the Rangers, who usually have only one partner Pokémon. Elite level trainers represent at least 6 elite level Pokémon. It may not be possible to fight 6 alone, but dealing with 4 or 5 at the same time is not a big problem. Professor Nihira blushed slightly. As a pure scientific researcher, he is really not good at this aspect, and he is a little embarrassed to speak. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the Dark Team is about to make a big move. If possible, I hope you two can go to Fengreo Forest near Fengreo Town to help. He said so. Okay. ZHE also agreed very readily. It was even beyond Professor Nihira's expectations. But I also have a condition. Hearing this, Professor Nihira, who was covered in white, was relieved. It's good to have conditions. The most feared thing is the situation without conditions. We came here this time to find a more special elf. After finishing the work of the Dark Team, I hope the Ranger Union can provide us with enough help. ZHE also said, as an excellent bounty hunter, this is what he should consider for his employer. Zenghu was so moved that he didn't know what to say. He didn't have the heart to tell the truth. The reason for proposing this condition is that ZHE also thinks that the Ranger Union is too dangerous. The sooner it ends, the sooner he can return to Kanto. If it continues to drag on like this, it will be very troublesome if another mythical beast appears as an enemy. Although Kanto has the Rocket Team and Sakaki, but at least he knows a lot. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Rather than wasting time in a remote area where the Ranger Alliance is unknown, it is better to go back home and deal with familiar enemies. Professor Nihira immediately nodded and agreed. Absolutely no problem. Whether you need manpower support, technical support or something else, after the task is completed, the Ranger Alliance will cooperate with you 100% to complete it. He thought it was something else. It turned out to be just finding an elf. Nothing else. For the rangers who have the hunting cursor and can communicate with wild elves, this task is as simple as it can be. Professor Nihira never thought about it. The special elf that Tetsuya mentioned is actually a fantasy beast. Let's go now without further ado, the old man suggested enthusiastically. No. Miss Joy, who pushed the door open, directly denied it. He just woke up from the attack of that person and needs to be observed for a while. If you are in a hurry, Professor Nihira, you can go back first. Sure enough, in Miss Joy's eyes, there is only a difference between the wounded and the non-wounded. No matter what your status is, as long as it delays the treatment of the injured, it will not work. Professor Shinhara also knew that he was too hasty, but he really needed to go back earlier. So, after you have finished your rest, contact Miss Junsha, and they will be responsible for sending you to Fengreo Town. After a few simple instructions, Professor Shinhara left the Pokémon Center. There is no need to be so anxious, right? Zenghu was puzzled. Miss Joy, who was holding a medical record book and recording something, raised her head and rolled her eyes. Professor Shinhara is good in everything, but he is a little afraid of heights. If you use flying Pokémon such as Pidgeot and Mukau to rush from the Fira region to Elmia, it will certainly not take too long. But it is different if you take a boat or drive there. I guess, even if you leave at this time tomorrow, you will arrive at about the same time as him. The two were speechless. ZHE also didn't expect that the old man just now had the same troubles as his past self. The main reason why he is no longer afraid of heights is because the strength of the Pokémon has become stronger. Even if he fell from the sky, Tetsuya believed that his sky Pokémon would have enough ability to react and catch him. His fear of heights was more due to the threat of death brought by falling from a high altitude. Once the threat was eliminated, the fear also dissipated. It was even more so after activating the superpower. It was just flying. He could even teleport, so why would he care about falling or not? Okay. Miss Joy closed the medical record book. Your body has recovered very well. There are no other problems, except that you are still a little tired. You just need to get some sleep. If everything goes well, you can leave for Almia tomorrow morning. Your Pidgeot is still recovering and can be taken away in about 2 hours. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Jigglypuff to another bed. The sudden influx of injured made every Miss Joy a little busy and exhausted. If she didn't seize the time, she would not be able to rest well today. Okay, thank you Miss Joy. Tetsuya nodded, grabbed his coat, and stood up from the bed. I'll go to the front desk. The other little guys also need to be checked. Zhenghu, wait for me for a while, he said casually. Zhenghu said he understood. Thanks to his presence, except for the seriously injured Pidgeot, the 6 little guys who were just sleeping, including Blaziken, Togekiss, Ice Ninetales, Emperor Nappo, Night Smell and Alito, were all taken back into their respective Pokeballs, and did not leave Zaya's side. With the physique of the Pokémon, they will wake up before their trainers, but the necessary checks still need to be done. Besides, the 3 guys, Monarch, Giant Rock and Dragonite, are still injured. In such a long time, it is the first time that Zaya's team has suffered such a heavy blow. It is understandable. After all, the 2 battles encountered were all divine beasts. It is perfect to have such a result. Hearing Zaya's purpose, although it was already very busy, the Pokémon Center still specially assigned a Joey and a Chansey to follow up and treat them. After all, the injuries of these wounded were not serious, it was just that there were too many of them. If they were not worried about any sequelae, they could have gone back to their homes and taken a nap. Only some of the wounded in the other 2 battlefields were really seriously injured and needed treatment. Zaya didn't have to wait too long. 2 hours later, while Pidgeot was recovering, the rest of the Pokémons were also examined and treated. Jigglypuff walked out of the medical room with the cart, smiling and pointing at the 10 shrunken Pokeballs of various shapes. Lucky, thank you for your hard work. Zaya hurried forward to take it. He took out a special energy cube from his space backpack and handed it to Jigglypuff. The latter immediately waved his little hand to refuse. It never accepts other people's food. It just smelled the faint fragrance coming from it. Jigglypuff swallowed subconsciously. You haven't had lunch after working all day, right? This has a good effect on restoring physical strength. You can try it, Zaya said very sincerely. Jigglypuff hesitated for a moment, but did not insist on not accepting it. It could feel Tetsuya's kindness, and it was indeed a little hungry. Lucky it took out its own egg from its arms and handed it to the human in front of it. Jigglypuff said that it would use this to exchange. This is also a bit strange. Although Jigglypuff's eggs can play a good role in supplementing nutrition and recovery, they rarely eat them themselves. It's not that they can't eat or don't like to eat. Just like Milky can drinking its own milk to recover, Jigglypuff can of course do so, and it doesn't reject it. It's just that they still prefer to leave the eggs to other Pokémon. Perhaps, for them, healing others is more important. Lucky the exchange is completed. Jigglypuff excitedly threw the energy cube into his mouth, and his eyes narrowed into a slit to reveal a happy look. In this regard, Tetsuya is still very confident. The energy cubes he prepared may not be made even by a master of cultivation, and the taste is definitely in line with the taste of most Pokémon. Looking at Jigglypuff staggering and disappearing between the wards, Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. What a pity. The Joy family does not allow the cultivation of such Pokémons to be open to the public. If there is still some hope for Growlithe and Arcanine, there is really no hope for Chansey and Chappie. As for capturing them in the wild, every trainer wants to encounter this probability. After joining up with Masaki, the 2 did not occupy the already limited space in the Pokémon Center. They just found a hotel in Akilu City to stay. Tired, Zaya fell into a wonderful dream almost immediately. The next day, Ah, comfortable. Zaire got up from the bed and stretched his body, and the sound of his bones stretching rang continuously. After an afternoon and a night of rest, he felt that his condition was extremely good. He habitually scanned the status of his companions. Everything was normal. He suddenly turned his head again and focused on Alido. Alido level 60, king. If ZHE remembered correctly, when he recovered yesterday, this little guy was still stuck at the level 59 dividing line. After one night, it broke through silently? Alido was also a little confused. I don't know. I woke up like this after a sleep. Maybe it's because the battles these times were too intense. Zay quickly found a suitable reason. Consumption and recovery can really help improve abilities. Besides, Alido has been at the peak of the Quasi King for a while. It's not surprising to break through. The bond that troubles most people and elves is not a problem at all in front of Zay's spiritual resonance with it. The two of them are almost in sync, so how can the bond be bad? Zay's mouth is about to break with laughter. Compared with Alido's breakthrough, the dangers encountered these times don't seem to be a big deal. Ice Ninetail, Emperor Nabo and Night Snail, the three little guys, communicated with Alido with envy. As the only members of the team who have not yet broken through to the king, they are now very urgent. Doran Messiah and Round Land Shark. These two cubs can't be considered as combat power at all, and they are still far from the king level. After washing up, he walked out of the room. Zeng, who keenly noticed Zay's joy, the latter didn't mean to hide it, and told him directly. Apart from envy, Zeng, who didn't know what else he could say. Charizard/Pidgeot, let's go. After getting the map from Miss Junsha, the two soared into the sky from Kyulu City. Fengreo Town. This is one of the core towns in the Almia region. The key building of the Ranger Alliance, the Ranger School, is built near here. To the west of the town is the Fengmi Beach and Fengsa Hills, and to the north is the vibrant Fengreo Forest. It is here that trainee rangers start their own training and eventually become a qualified ranger or even a powerful chief ranger. The morning mist accompanied by lush trees makes it difficult to see the scene in the forest. A sneaky black shadow carrying a huge instrument walked with difficulty. Let me see, it should be here, right? Coming to an open space, the black shadow muttered and put down the instrument. It can be vaguely seen that the instrument looks very much like a mailbox. Is this how it works? This place needs to be opened, right? The black shadow looked a little unintelligent. As he operated it clumsily, a pool of black gas filled with a pungent smell leaked out from under the instrument. Hiss. Hearing the smell, he thought there was an invasion by foreign enemies. The original overlord here. A swarm of giant bees suddenly flew out from between the trees. Clang clang between the friction of the two needles. An extremely weak spark fell to the ground. Boom. It's over. Chapter 615. Big Fire. Team Dark's Conspiracy? No. In the corridor of the school, a young man in the uniform of a ranger was running in a panic. Don't run in the corridor. A middle-aged gentleman with golden curly hair came out of the classroom angrily and scolded loudly. It's class time now. Huangaeo. If I remember correctly, you should be taking a wilderness survival class in Fengreo Forest now, right? Teacher Jinka. Something bad has happened. Huangaeo stepped in front of the teacher of the next class. Hurry up and help Fengreo Forest. There was a fire suddenly. As a qualified ranger, you need to stay calm at all times. What did you say? Jinka said halfway, and suddenly his voice suddenly rose a lot. Didn't you say to stay calm at all times? I don't see you doing it, Huangaeo muttered. Seeing the teacher's face turn a little dark, he immediately changed the subject. I don't know the specific cause. Anyway, when the wilderness survival class was halfway through, thick smoke was floating in the southwest of Fengreo Forest. Teacher Kingan went to confirm it and asked me to come back to inform you quickly. Now she and Teacher Jayabusi are leading the classmates in the class to fight the fire. I know. Jinka nodded solemnly. I will go to call Teacher Anli now. Have you called the ranger base in Fengreo Town? Have Captain Barlong and others gone there? No, I heard it. Let's go now. A female teacher walked out of the stairwell. It was Teacher Anli mentioned by Jinka. She is the head teacher of Huangaeo's class and a former chief ranger who retired from the front line. Don't think that chief rangers are common. To successfully promote from the ranger level, the assessment is multifaceted. In addition to the strength of the partner Pokémon reaching at least the king level, the number of tasks completed, the task completion rate, and thinking judgment are all things that the Ranger Alliance pays great attention to. Let's put it this way. There are only 10 Chief Rangers in the Ranger Alliance. Although the 3 regions under their jurisdiction are not large and the population is not too large, it is enough to show how rare the Chief Ranger is. Yes, the fire is very big and we need to go there quickly. I have already notified the ranger base and they had already set out on the way to school. Huang Yao quickly agreed and answered Jinka's question. That shouldn't be a big problem. The 2 teachers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. And Li said, Bo Lang is still very good, and K Lang and Li Yan are also enough to deal with those panicked Pokémon. However, just in case, the 2 of us should go there. She looked at Jinka. Well, today's class will be suspended for a while and we will make up for it later. The latter instructed the students in his class. Then he and Li followed Huang Yao and hurriedly ran out of the school. Unlike ordinary students, the trainee rangers in the class were not happy about not having classes, but were worried about the situation in Fengreo Forest. It's hard to catch fire in the wild jungle. I don't know what's going on. Yusi, what do you think? Huh? A boy with yellow hair and a bowl cut looked up blankly, his attention completely focused on the computer in front of him. I don't know either. Forget it, just continue writing your code. The classmates looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Obviously, they were used to Yusi's appearance. As a genius with an IQ of 163 who can do 8-digit addition and subtraction mentally, his future life goal is to be a scientist. Coming to the ranger school to study is also to better understand and conduct research and development. It's better to leave the fighting and killing to others. Yusi lowered his head silently, and then as if he had thought of something, he asked nervously, it shouldn't affect Gangbo Town, right? Don't worry, it's in the southwest, far away from Gangbo Town. Immediately, a classmate dispelled his concerns. Don't worry about Sister Ruoj, she will be fine. That's good. Yusi, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Can you change your character of believing everything others say? Do you mean Ruoj will get into trouble? Oh, I really do. Facing the cute Yusi, the classmates almost rolled their eyes to the sky. Sure enough, God is very fair. When a door is opened, a window will definitely be closed. Fortunately, the ranger school recruits future rangers. If nothing else, at least their personal morality is full. So Yusi was not bullied, but was taken care of. If it was placed in other places, I don't know what it would be like. The campus was noisy, but there was a hint of youthful vitality. On the other side, the 3 people who walked out of the school took out the hunting cursor without saying a word and communicated with the flying Pokémon nearby. The areas of Almia may be a little worse in other aspects, but there is absolutely no problem with the Pokémon ecology, and it is even first class. Even the final evolution Pokémon such as Pidgeot are not uncommon in a certain range. Thanks to the hard work of the rangers, ordinary wild Pokémon will not attack people when they see them, so safety is still guaranteed. Soon, the 3 people were surrounded by temporarily captured flying Pokémon. 2 Pidgeots and 1 Muko. Kuangayao, you are doing better and better. Enri looked at her students with satisfaction in her eyes. The time it takes to communicate and capture using the teaching cursor is only a little slower than mine. Very good. That's right. Kuangayao was not modest at all. In the future, I will be a man who is a chief ranger. He patted Pidgeot's body and looked very confident. HMPH. Jinka frowned. You still have a lot to learn. Which chief ranger is late for duty? You have been late for class for at least 40 times this semester, if not 50 times. And you are the one who always makes a noise in every field class, right? Yes. Huangayao responded perfunctorily. What Lumui said is true. Teacher Jinka, you are just too serious. Besides, am I not also training my emergency responsibility by doing this? This is a must for a chief ranger. Chairman Xiaoki once said, you are your own captain. This is a qualified chief ranger. You okay? Okay, let's go quickly. Time waits for no one. Anli was very worried and pulled the 2 people who were about to quarrel. Huangayao, you too. You still have to listen to teacher Jinka's advice. He is also thinking about you sincerely. Got it, teacher. Facing his head teacher, Huangayao's temper was restrained a lot. Although he was usually very approachable, he knew how terrible the other party was when he was angry. Crack beep birds chirped. 3 sky Pokémon flew west with their friends. Southwest of Fengreo Forest. Curly ear, slap, big tail, bite. Rhinoceros, ram, blot, pray for rain. A scene of intense activity was happening. Well, it was intense in every sense. One after another, huge trees collapsed under the attack of the Pokémon, and then were moved away by the strong Pokémon. It was visible to the naked eye that a large area of clearance was cleared in the forest along the path of the fire. This is the best way to deal with forest fires. Not only that, the Pokémons led by Blastoise also worked hard to release their skills, and a huge amount of rain fell continuously in the sky. The students were busy pacifying the panicked wild Pokémon, and even let some of them join the firefighting work. If this was placed in the area under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon League, it would never be seen. With concerted efforts, the forest fire was effectively controlled. Although it was still burning, it could not burn for long without combustible materials. Captain Bolang, you came just in time. Yes, without you, it would be difficult for the two of us to solve it. A man and a woman with similar clothes, hair color and even hairstyle said to the strong man next to them. It's okay, 2 teachers, this is what we should do. Bolang, whose arms were thicker than the thighs of the female teacher next to him, smiled innocently. There seemed to be a gleam of light in his eyes. Such a fire cannot be caused by the elves. There must be someone behind it. It seems that the dark team is becoming less and less hidden. Yeah. Jiabu Seaside, the world now is much more chaotic than when we debuted. There was no dark organization at that time. Everyone was harmonious and happy. As soon as they reached a certain age, they were ready to fight for the harmonious cause of man and nature. Of course, it should be like this, ahaha. I think it's not bad now. A ranger with a disheveled hair and a height of nearly 2 meters suddenly interrupted. How about it? Is this joke good? Oh, so that was a joke. K-Lang, your ability is getting stronger and stronger. Jiabusi's eyes lit up, and he took over the conversation with interest. Hey quote asterisk. 2 Kingan and Balang looked at each other and sighed silently. Teacher Jiabusi's habit of talking nonsense has not changed. K-Lang still loves to make jokes that are not funny and incomprehensible as always. There is one good thing about the Rangers. That is, everyone is actually a classmate or a teacher-student relationship. They all have a full understanding of their partners. Such tacit understanding can also help them better when performing tasks. However, sometimes, such tacit understanding is not a good thing. Teacher, we found a person outside the fire. It's him. The girl who was dressed more like a lawyer than a ranger interrupted the conversation of the Rangers. Next to her, there was a man with a charred face and burnt clothes. Are you injured? Send him for treatment immediately. Bolang immediately issued an order. Wait. K-Lang obviously had a different opinion. The other party is likely to be the cause of the fire. If he appears here at this time, reconsideration, he should be sent to the base for a simple examination and interrogation first. If he is treated, this kind of injury will not kill him. Another team member Li Yan agreed. Our captain is good in everything, except that he is not very smart sometimes. Her nose twitched. Is that so? Balang pondered for a moment, and decided to follow his subordinate's advice as usual. Lumi, take good care of this Yao and escort it to Fengreo town later. Really, he didn't say a word. Is he stupid, because of the burn? The others looked at him speechlessly. No. You can smell the smell on the other person, but your reaction is still so slow. The Lumi mentioned by Balang, that is, the patrol student who found Yao, nodded and walked to the side with the suspect without saying a word. Okay, everyone, try harder, the fire will be over soon. Balang put his hands on his hips and commanded with great momentum. What a pity. With the reaction just now, his image in the minds of many students was completely destroyed. It seems to be on fire below. At the same time, a Charizard and a Pidgeot flew over. Zhenghu curiously looked down. Yeah, someone is already putting out the fire, and they are doing a good job of controlling it, so don't worry about it. Zaya responded. Their flying speed was not very fast, so his superpowers could protect them well, and they could even talk freely in the air. Two people in front, please stop immediately. Show your hunting curses and ranger certificates. Otherwise, you will be arrested according to law. Just as he was talking, a loud noise came from behind. A young man sitting on the back of a Pidgeot was shouting at the two people with a loudspeaker. Zhenghu and Zaya looked at each other. It seems that we are taking the blame. The former's face was very strange. Probably this kind of forest fire is indeed very likely to be man-made, and we just happened to appear here. Zaya was also a little speechless. His luck seems to be not very good recently. He looked down at the Pidgeot. Otherwise, let Pockets try next time. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. The voice in the loudspeaker was still echoing. Swish. The next moment, the Pidgeot under the young man's seat took him past. Yes. Tetsuya and Masaki commanded the Pokémon to stop, but the other party didn't have time to stop. Ahem. The returning young man coughed a few times embarrassedly. No hunting cursor, no ranger certificate. Masaki interrupted the other party without any hesitation. Okay. The young man was not surprised but happy. It seems that you are the mastermind behind this fire. I will arrest you. Kuang Yeo. Don't doubt others without evidence. This is a very impolite and very incorrect behavior. Murakad's dissatisfied voice came. A qualified ranger would not do this. But Kuang Yeo wanted to say something. Sorry, you are trainers from the Pokémon League, right? Professor Nihira has already mentioned you to the principal. Enra's next words made the young man realize that he seemed to have made a mistake. Over. Chapter 616 Angel Company, base on the seabed. Yes, who are you? Zhenghu asked politely. Enli introduced herself with a smile. I'm a teacher at the ranger school, and that is teacher Jinka. This child is a student in my class. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble just now. It's okay, it's okay. The two didn't take what happened just now to heart. If it were them, they wouldn't have a very good attitude in this situation. Is there a fire down there? Do you need help? Zaya said something quite official. Enli naturally rejected his kindness. It's okay, it's under control. If you don't mind, how about going down together to take a look? Of course, no problem. Looking at the smiling female teacher, Zhenghu and Zaya looked at each other and agreed. They knew that the other party had not completely let down their guard against them. The triangular distribution of the positions also showed this. After all, the identities of the two people have not been verified, but it is roughly consistent with the news that has been received. The possibility of disguise cannot be ruled out. The 5 people quickly landed on the ground with their respective Pokémon. Teacher Enli. Teacher Jinka. Of course, the rangers also noticed the movement in the air. After a few people fell, they ran over quickly. They stared at the two strange visitors vigilantly. Don't be too nervous. They are trainers from the Pokémon League, invited by Professor Nihira to help. Enri comforted them a little and explained the situation. Pokémon League. Several rangers were stunned. Although they were in Almia, where there were no active trainers, they were still very familiar with this name. Mr. Boro, it's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. Tetsuya broke the somewhat tense atmosphere. I'm Tetsuya Tamaki. I have contacted you before. Oh. Boro clenched his fists and suddenly collided them in front of his chest. You must be RC's junior brother. What a handsome guy. Boro, do you know this trainer? Murakad asked. Bo Lang nodded. This is the junior of a good friend of mine who is a fighter. He did say he was coming here to train. He is said to be the most outstanding talent in the Kanto League in recent years. But, if you are worried, you can take a look at the watch. ZHE naturally knew what the other party was worried about, and raised his right hand and shook it with a smile. The technological content of this thing is not something that a dark organization in a remote area can crack. Although the equipment developed by the Dark Team is also very powerful, the two sides are not on the same track at all. Bo Lang realized belatedly that he still had this thing. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. This thing is not needed in Almia, and it is not for sale. It was a parting gift from your senior brother that year. He fumbled in his pocket with some embarrassment. Seeing this, everyone relaxed a lot. At least ZHE's attitude has largely revealed his identity. They don't need to be so nervous. After Bo Lang took out the watch to confirm that it was correct, the attitudes of several patrolmen and teachers changed dramatically. It's okay. The dark team is indeed a bit rampant. It's a good thing to be cautious. Zaya and Zhenghu both expressed their understanding. Have you found the arsonist this time? Looking at the dark and devastated forest, the former shook his head with regret. Even in the elf world, such destruction will take a long time for the environment to recover. Other losses are still minor. The destruction of the ecology is the most serious and unacceptable consequence for the Ranger Alliance. Not yet. K. Lang shook his head, but there is a suspect who has been controlled. Where is he? Take me to see. Jinka, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke. His face was a little unhappy. I really didn't expect that there would be such a guy who doesn't care about natural harmony in the Almia region. The others nodded in agreement. In the Ranger Alliance, even members of the Dark Organization and related actions rarely deliberately carry out large-scale destruction in the wild. This kind of arson is absolutely not tolerable. Right there. Li Yang pointed to a big tree not far away. Ryum is watching over him. Nothing will happen to him. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger. Indeed. Not to mention anything happened. The dark guy didn't even dare to move. Because Ryum's Pachirisu was staring at him. If there was any movement, the arc of electricity on the tail would flash up without hesitation. After all, it is a Pokémon nicknamed White Devil. This cute and friendly little guy is actually not weak. Jinka walked over without saying a word and started asking questions. Ryum frowned on the side, but didn't say much. She was just a student. Even if you don't like Jinka as a teacher, you still have to maintain basic respect. Strange. Zaya thought. He felt that the guy named Yao Yao by Bolong suddenly became a little nervous, and his heartbeat also accelerated a lot. What? Did you find anything? Zhenghu, who had been with him day and night for a while, keenly noticed that something was wrong with Zaya. He quietly inquired about the news. It's not certain yet. Zhe also shook his head and whispered back, let's find out first. We are unfamiliar with the place. Yeah. Zhenghu said that he had already lied down. This kind of thing should be left to professionals. The fire gradually died down. The trees in the elf world are different after all. The strong fire resistance gives them tenacious vitality in the fire. As long as enough time is given, this forest will become the same as before. Teacher Jinka, please take the students back for a while. I need to go to Fengreo town to see Professor Zinilan. As a retired former chief ranger, and Lee certainly took over the command. Bo Lang and K. Lang, the two patrol team leaders, had no objection. After all, they were also An Lee's students before. If you have to say it, they are even brothers and sisters. Maybe the difference in age is a bit big. A group of people split into two groups and left the forest along different roads. Wait until everyone disappeared. Sure, a figure shuttled through the forest after the fire and then stopped in front of a huge black charcoal. A faint purple light covered the entire black charcoal from top to bottom. The next moment, it disappeared. On the way back to Fengreo town, Professor Ziniuan left half a day earlier than you. Henry obviously knew something about the old man's habits. If you go by sea, you should have landed in Kakayo village by now. Yao Hao heard this and shook subconsciously. Zaya, whose superpowers covered the entire scene, smiled slightly. I used to be afraid of heights, but later as Pidgeot became stronger, I didn't worry about falling from the air. Trust in your partners. The rangers also had a great interest in the life of the trainer. They communicated with Zaya with great interest. With Pokémon as a topic of conversation, it didn't seem awkward or strange. Zaya took the opportunity to bring up the purpose of his and Masuka's visit. Looking for a rare wild Pokémon? Leave it to us. We are professionals. Like Professor Nihira, the rangers took on the task without hesitation. Thank you very much. Tetsuya smiled, not at all embarrassed. On the contrary, Masuki smiled bitterly. Is this really okay? If people knew that they were looking for shaman, they would probably be beaten to death. The group of people who were laughing and talking seemed to be completely unaffected by the forest fire. So happy. It seems that the mission was completed smoothly. At the entrance of Fengreo town, a female ranger came up to greet them. This is Elena, the disassembly king of our team. She is a genius in mechanics. Barlong smiled and introduced the person to Tetsuya. If you want to know about hunting curses and the like, she should be able to give you a satisfactory answer. This is Tetsuya Tamaki, a trainer from the Pokémon League. Elena, aren't you very interested in Pokeballs? It's a good opportunity for us to communicate, he said to Elena. Elena's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Really? Really? Although it's a bit impolite, can I buy a Pokeball from you for disassembly research? I have always been interested in this kind of portable thing that can carry Pokémons, but unfortunately Almia doesn't have it. Azhe didn't know how to answer for a moment. The main reason was that he didn't have a regular version of the Pokeball. Seeing Zhenghu doing nothing next to him, his eyes turned. That person is a researcher who specializes in Pokémon carrying. He invented an instrument that can teleport Pokémons over long distances. I think it's more appropriate for you to ask him. Fuck. Oh. Zhenghu never expected that Zhe would blame himself. As a scientific research geek, he doesn't know how to face women at all. Are you talking about the construction of the transmission instrument? It actually involves some data modification issues. It is required in the secondary circuit. However, things often develop beyond people's expectations. Elena, who is obsessed with machines, and Zhenghu have an unusually good compatibility. The two soon got together and started communicating. Although most of the time it was Zhenghu who was talking, and Elena was taking notes. But sometimes the ideas proposed by the latter also amaze the former. A genius is a genius. Even if they just learned something for the first time, they can still give advice that will make people's eyes light up. They chatted enthusiastically all the way to the Pokémon Center. It seems that we are being ignored. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Ha 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 ha. This is the attitude that researchers should have. A hearty laugh rang out. Professor Nihira walked in with Henry, who didn't know where to go after entering the town. Professor Nihira. Everyone stood up and greeted him respectfully. Here, Professor Nihira's status is not much different from that of Dr. Nishinomori, the inventor of the Pokeball, or even higher. No matter how high the respect is, it is not an exaggeration. Everyone, sit down, everyone. Professor Nihira smiled and waved his hand. Then her expression became a little serious. We are all family here, I won't say more. This fire is definitely related to the recent actions of the Dark Team. I need the patrol team to immediately enter the Fengreo forest and the surrounding wild environment to investigate. If you find anything suspicious, be sure to report it immediately. Understood. The patrols said in unison. They ran away from the Pokémon Center before their butts were even warm. This. Zhe was a little confused. This is the life of a patrolman. We are used to it. Elena took the time to explain. No. Zhenghu reacted. Aren't you also a patrolman? Don't you have to go? I'm a special person. I don't have a hunting cursor and don't participate in field missions. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Shouldn't the U-shaped loop you just mentioned be walked like this? No, no, no. This curvature must be guaranteed. The two crazy researchers got together and the result was obvious. They completely ignored what was happening around them. Zhe quietly left the scene and followed Professor Nihira and Henry into a closed room. Sure, this is what I found in the center of the fire. Pointing to the charcoal in front of him, Tetsuya said, I remember that when the Dark Team was operating before, the instruments on the ship were very similar to this. Even though it was just a glimpse. But Tetsuya, who has an excellent memory, still has a deep impression of those instruments. Sure enough, Professor Nihira and Henry looked at each other. It's the Dark Team that's doing it. I know you may be a little confused. The former raised his head and explained. The name of this instrument is called remote control. The Dark Team can control wild Pokémon on a large scale with this. While speaking, Professor Nihira was rummaging through the charcoal. This is it. He held up a black crystal the size of a fingernail, his face very solemn. Zay's mind moved. Is this the dark crystal you mentioned before? Yes. Professor Shinra carefully put away the dark crystal. Angel Company has very strict control over it. If it weren't for this accident, we would never have obtained it. Angel Company? It's the family business of the Dark Team leader Prak Hall. And Lee took over the conversation. The current main development location is located in the sea southeast of the Ranger School. We asked you to help this time, and it is for it. What you mean is, Zay understood the other party's thoughts and immediately took a breath of cold air. Yes. Professor Shinra's face was no longer as kind as usual, but a little cold. We hope that you can cooperate with us and directly take down the Angel Company's underwater oil field base. This is a big project. Zay subconsciously licked his cracked lips. It is undeniable. He is indeed a little interested. Over. Chapter 617. Gangbo Town. Gangbo Sea. Tetsuya admits that he is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. But he is really curious about the Dark Crystal. To put it another way, for such a big operation, the reward given by the Ranger Alliance will definitely not be too low. Who would have a problem with money? I personally agree. Under the gaze of Professor Nihira and Henry, Tetsuya nodded. But this time, my identity is mainly to protect researcher Zenghu, so I have to ask for his opinion. If he doesn't agree, then I still have to perform my duties. He is very persistent about this. For a bounty hunter, apart from the completion rate of the mission, the most important thing is reputation. Curiosity is curiosity, but it can't damage your own brand. Of course. The three people present knew that this was just talk. The probability of Zenghu not agreeing is about the same as being struck by lightning for no reason while walking on the road. Well, thank you very much for your help. Professor Nihira said with a smile. With your joining, our operation this time will definitely be much smoother. This is not flattery, but a big truth. I have said it before. There is still a big difference between rangers and trainers. They usually only have one partner Pokémon following them. The rest are captured from nearby during battles. This leads to a great fluctuation in the strength of the Pokémon, which is very uneven. Trainers like Tetsuya will not have this problem. It is no exaggeration to say that a powerful elite level trainer is at least equivalent to 3 or 4 chief rangers. This is still considering the issue of command. Tetsuya has superpowers and can take care of every Pokémon completely. The role he can play in group battles is far greater than that of ordinary elite level trainers. You guys chat first, I'll go out for a while. Henry nodded to the two of them and then walked out of the room. What she was going to do was self-evident. Although the name of the submarine oil field base has undersea, it is above the sea as a whole, so there is no need to worry about the performance of your Pokémon. As for the location, it is on the endless sea. In order to keep it secret and concealed, we will let the nearby water-type Pokémon take us there. Professor Nihira described the general attack plan. Seeing his confident look, the Ranger Alliance has been preparing for a long time. When all the dangers in Fengreo Forest are eliminated, we will head north to Gangbo Town. The Gangbo Sea in the east is a shallow sea area that few people pass through. Because there are many irregular high-speed currents and some deep trenches, there are great dangers. The giant winged flying fish living there are good friends of our rangers. They will take us to the Sea of the King of the Whales. The huge King of the Whales can effectively conceal our bodies. The only thing we have to be careful of is the 1,000 needlefish in that sea area. The venomous spines on their bodies are still very tricky. Then heading south is the location of the submarine oil field base. ZHE also listened very seriously and raised his doubts. Why not start directly from the eastern sea area of the Ranger School? It will be closer there, right? Fengreo Town can go a little further east. The places where the Rangers perform their tasks range from the sky to the ground, and the marine environment is naturally an indispensable part. The Ranger School was built on the seashore to facilitate related teaching. No need to take a detour, and the time spent will be shorter. Professor Zenio patiently explained. It is mainly to hide the traces. There are often cargo ships coming and going in the port near Fengreo Town. The people of Angel Company are likely to find something wrong, but there is no such worry in Gangbo Sea. Moreover, because Angel Company exploits submarine oil, metal scraps and transportation pipelines can be seen everywhere in the Sea of King Whales. The members of the Dark Team have always stayed away from it. The most important thing is that there are not a large number of water-type Pokémon that can be ridden in the sea area near the school. I see. ZHE also suddenly realized and said that he understood. After all, he is not a local, and his understanding of many places is not deep enough. As for the flying Pokémon, that is more convenient for surprise attacks. Dozens of black dots flying in the air. Anyone will find something wrong. Isn't this equivalent to telling the other party to be careful? Besides, the endless sky is easier to monitor than the ocean. The dark team only needs to let a few sky elves hover nearby to find out what is wrong long in advance. It would be even worse if they came one by one. If they were discovered, wouldn't it be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather? The door was pushed open again. Unli walked in from outside. I have asked researcher Zhenghu, and he is very supportive of this. Her face was full of smiles. However, Zhe felt that it was just an aunt's smile. Researcher Zhenghu and Alina are having a good chat. The other party's next sentence made him react. He shook his head helplessly. Zhe didn't know what to say. However, it was just the first meeting, which didn't mean anything. Maybe the two of them just had similar interests. If it really worked out, it would be the turn of the alliance leaders on both sides to worry about how to put a future genius elf doctor to themselves. The three communicated again on the details of the plan. As the person in charge of this operation, they had a lot to consider. Fengreo Forest. Under Balung's command, the rangers began to sweep and investigate layer by layer. Report. A vacuum cleaner was found here. Report. A coffee machine was found. Report. There is a heater. The reports from the headset made Balung, the captain with a big nerve, speechless. We are checking for dangers. We are not here to pick up garbage. Oh, it's almost the same. Anyway, this is also one of our duties as patrolmen, isn't it? The patrolmen chatted, but their hands did not relax at all. More than 3 hours passed. All the talents completed their tasks and gathered in an open space. Everyone was followed by a strong elf carrying various things. They looked at each other, and their faces became more solemn. When did these guys set up? Balung looked at the dozen or so instruments in front of him that were of different colors but looked similar, and covered his head with a headache. He felt that he seemed to be scolded to death by his superiors this time. As the captain of the Fengreo town patrol team, he actually knew nothing about the possible dangers in the nearby forest and the dark teams that came in and out. To put it in a big way, this is a serious dereliction of duty. Is this the coffee machine, vacuum cleaner, and heater you mentioned? Of course. Bo Lang wanted to know what his subordinate's eyes looked like. These things looked like mailboxes. K Lang, you take them here and wait. I'll go back and ask Professor Zinnian to come over. Without hesitation, Bo Lang immediately gave the order. With such a serious matter happening, he couldn't make a decision. It was obviously impossible to bring them back to Fengreo town. So many things would make too much noise. Understood. K Lang led the rangers to pay a solemn salute. Although he had graduated not long ago, he was the undisputed second in command in the team. Even in the team, he was considered the one with the greatest hope of becoming the chief ranger. Not Bo language. Everyone, disperse and be alert. Shua 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 with a command. The rangers hid among the trees and disappeared completely. Bo Lang moved quickly. His sturdy body did not affect the actions of an excellent fighter. It didn't take long. Professor Nihira brought Tetsuya and Henry and followed Boro to this place in a hurry. He raised his hand to stop Tetsuya, who was about to go in. The three of them took out their own hunting cursors from their pockets and posed in different postures. Boro was the most direct. After he banged his fists in front of his chest twice, he raised his left hand holding the hunting cursor high, just like a boxer who had won. Professor Nihira controlled the hunting cursor to rotate around his body. Henry's was a little more complicated. The path of the hunting cursor in the air actually drew a giant vine. Tetsuya was stunned. He knew that this should be the secret code between the rangers. The first two were understandable, but the last one was a little too strange. It was too complicated. Sure enough, seeing the actions of the three people, the rangers came out of the woods one after another. Professor Nihira didn't say anything. He stepped forward to observe each instrument. His bang subtle explosions sounded one after another. Professor Shinhira forcibly took out the dark crystals, each the size of a fingernail. Don't you need to keep the instruments for research? Tetsuya asked subconsciously. Don't worry. Boro patted his back. Elena will take care of these things. She is a professional. Yeah. Professor Shinhira nodded with a gloomy face. And this instrument is nothing more than a magnifying and spreading effect. The core is still these fragments of dark crystals. Is this what the dark team relies on to control the elves in the wild? The ranger's eyes revealed anger. What a bunch of bastards. For them, forcibly controlling elves is a completely unforgivable act. No wonder the elves in Fengreo Forest seem to have become more irritable recently. It turns out that these instruments are causing trouble. Enli thought thoughtfully. I'm very sorry. It was caused by my negligence. Boro gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to stand up and take responsibility. He had this idea a long time ago. Professor Nihira waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. If it weren't for the forest fire, no one would have discovered the existence of these things. Just as the description of the rangers who discovered them. These instruments are not much different in size from common furniture. It's just that the weight is a bit exaggerated. Fighting type Pokémon like Guri can pick them up without any burden. If it were a ranger with a good physique, it would take about 2 to 3 people. Although it's a bit inconvenient. But in the wild forest, this size and this kind of manpower requirements are simply not something that a small number of rangers can take care of. Okay, the focus now is not to discuss your fault, but the next action." Professor Nihira waved his hand and successfully stopped Boro, who wanted to continue talking. This is his character. It is precisely because he is very responsible that he became the captain of the ranger team. Kale Lang, go to the Lingley research camp and dispatch 2 rangers, Maya and Layla, to Gangbo Town. Lian, go to the Mayoan Desert and dispatch 3 rangers, Banping, Yajayang, and Easy, to Gangbo Town. KZHI, you go. After assigning tasks to nearly 10 rangers in one breath, Professor Zinnian finally looked at Enli. Enli certainly knew what she had to do, as they had discussed this before. Let me notify Targa, 7, and Hifu. The remaining chief rangers need to stay in various areas just in case. Now, let's go. Yes. Needless to say, the tacit understanding between the rangers made everyone's blood boil. The Ranger Alliance hasn't gathered so many strong people for a long time. Not to mention the 3 chief rangers. The ones Professor Zinnian dispatched were all elites in their respective teams. Even if they didn't know them, everyone had heard of their deeds. This meant that there would definitely be big moves next. This was also a matter of course. What kind of place is Fengreo Forest? This is a training ground for trainee rangers. The actions of the Dark Team are equivalent to digging up the roots of the Ranger Alliance. Without the addition of fresh blood, or even if there is only a gap of 2 or 3 generations, the Ranger Alliance, which was established not too long ago, cannot bear such a loss. Isn't it too noisy? ZHE was a little worried. He didn't say before that he would mobilize people from so many places. Don't worry, this is Fengreo Town. The ranger base of Almir is here, and the flow of personnel is very normal. Besides, the rangers don't stay in the town often, and no one will notice anything wrong if they disappear for a day or 2. And Lee said very experiencedly, don't mention other places, they are in the wild, and only we know the location. Okay. ZHE said that being a pure thug here is more suitable for him. Then shall we set off tomorrow? Well, it will take some time for them to get back. Although he was very angry, Professor Nihira still had his sanity. Hasty actions will only expose us, and what is needed now is calmness. The next morning, a group of suspicious people gathered on the Aina Bridge in Gangbo Town in the fog. Although there were a large number of people, it was unusually quiet. Administrator Hashimoto was not surprised. He inserted the key as usual and slowly raised the Aina Bridge. The huge noise covered up the whistle-like sound very well. Plop plop, the sound of water entering the water came into the ears one after another. Hashimoto saluted silently. He didn't know what so many patrolmen were going to do, but it must be a very dangerous thing. As an ordinary person, all he could do was pray for them. Woo. The fog gradually dissipated. The ships that had been resting in the port for a night also sounded their whistles, as if to say goodbye. Over. Chapter 618, Attack, Battle of Two Gods. Hoo-ah. The sound of the waves echoed in everyone's ears. On the boundless sea surface, a group of giant winged flying fish swam quickly. From time to time, you can see them gliding in the air for a distance, and then diving into the water, and so on. If you look closely, you can see that there is a human sitting on each giant winged flying fish. HZHE also shook his head comfortably, and the scattered water droplets sparkled in the sun. How is it? Exciting. Barlow next to him laughed heartily. This may be something that can only be experienced in Almia. Although the giant winged flying fish is a very docile Pokémon, it will even let the iron cannon fish attach to its body to live. But this does not mean that people can approach them at will. These guys who keep swimming in the ocean are very difficult to catch. The extremely high maneuverability is the survival of the giant winged flying fish in the ocean, and it is also the most talked about thing about them. Its elegant posture flying along the waves has attracted many people's love. Photos, posters, postcards. In many coastal cities, products related to giant fin flying fish are a very popular specialty. Even many people started surfing because of giant fin flying fish. Even a powerful predator like the megalodon will choose to change its target when facing a school of giant fin flying fish. After all, a smart hunter will not choose a prey that is difficult to catch. Chasing in the wild is not a worthwhile thing to do, unless there is really no other unlucky guy. Some researchers have counted. The giant fin flying fish is one of the few elves in the ocean that can escape the attack of the megalodon with a high probability. Unlike the slightly excited Zaya, the patrolmen including Boro are obviously accustomed to this way of moving forward. Most people adjusted their status without saying a word. How far is it from the Sea of King of the Roaring Whales? Zaya asked Boro. As a civilian, Professor Nihira naturally could not rush to the front line of the battle. The 3 chief patrolmen notified by Teacher Anli were not on the same path as them. Therefore, the strongest ZHE became the person in charge of this operation naturally. Bo Lang became his deputy with his rich experience. That is, the Rangers. If it were a trainer, they would have a boss who no one knew. It will take about 10 minutes to keep going along this path. Bo Lang observed the surroundings and gave a reply. ZHE really didn't know how the other party could tell where he was from the monotonous seascape. This kind of knowledge accumulated by pure experience is difficult to make up for by talent. Woo. Bo Lang's judgment was not wrong. 10 minutes later, looking at the waterfall erupting from the sea level not far away, the expressions on the faces of the Rangers became more serious. K-Lang, Maya, the capture of the King of the Howlers will be left to you two. Knowing that ZHE was not professional enough, Bo Lang directly arranged the manpower. Be careful, it's a big guy. It takes a certain amount of time for the hunting cursor to capture wild Pokémon. Generally speaking, the stronger the strength, the longer it takes. But there are many exceptions. Most of them are huge Pokémon. Obviously, as the largest Pokémon discovered so far in the Pokémon world, the King of the Whales is on this list of exceptions. The 2 rangers who received the command did not hesitate for a moment, and very straightforwardly commanded the giant fin flying fish under their seat to approach the King of the Whales. Although somewhat reluctant, the giant fin flying fish did not make any moves to turn around and run. Ding liu compared with the body of the King of the Whales, the hunting disc, which seemed extremely small, kept circling around the elves under the control of the rangers. The light tracks visible to the naked eye were dense and numerous. This is why there are exceptions. The working principle of the hunting cursor is to launch a hunting disc to circle around the elves and release the hunting line to express the ranger's intentions and communicate. Because the speed is constant, so the larger the size of the elf, the longer it takes to circle a single circle. It took about 10 minutes. K-Lang finally put down his hands tiredly. Yen the Whale King with green eyes floated out from the bottom of the sea. The waves hit the patrolmen far away. It went quite smoothly this time. A patrolman sighed. K-Lang has improved so fast. He needed Maya's help before. Yes, it seems that this kid has a good chance to become the chief patrolman. Perhaps because of the successful communication at the first time, everyone's mood improved a lot. In the process of changing from the giant winged flying fish to the back of the Whale King, they rarely communicated. ZHE also touched the blue water drop pattern on his wrist and smiled without saying anything. Some things, it's meaningless once you know them. Soon, the mount was replaced. The patrolmen put on goggles and oxygen cylinders and firmly attached to the back of the Whale King with their combat uniforms. Except that the posture was a little unsightly, the effect was still very good. It was different from the half swimming and half flying posture of the giant winged flying fish. In order to ensure concealment, the Whale King had to lead them forward on the seabed. If you don't take safety measures, it will be embarrassing to be thrown off halfway. ZHE didn't use his superpowers in an unconventional way. When the battle comes, every bit of saving is a bit. For the huge body of the King of the Roaring Whales, the absorption of a group of people did not bring any effect. Under Kaelang's command, it opened its mouth and inhaled air, and slowly disappeared on the sea. Quiet, extremely quiet. Although it was not the first time to dive into the ocean, ZHE was still not used to such an environment. He tilted his head left and right to observe. There was a flash of thought in his eyes, just as Professor Zinnian told him before. This sea area called the Sea of the King of the Roaring Whales is not a place with a beautiful environment. Located in the north of the Angel Company's underwater oil base, metal scraps and transportation pipelines can be seen everywhere. Only a very small number of sea elves roam in it. The largest number is the 1,000 needlefish of the dual system of water and poison. This also shows the harshness of the environment in the nearby sea area from another perspective. The patrolmen suppressed their anger. Before setting off, most of them didn't know why they wanted to attack the Angel Company's underwater oil field base. At least on the surface. Angel Company, which is determined to use dream energy to solve Almia's energy crisis, has a good reputation in the region. Only a few patrolmen know that Angel Company is the Dark Team. However, when seeing this scene, even the slowest people reacted. A huge shadow is constantly approaching the submarine oil field base. At the same time, report, cargo ship number 3 is damaged, and it is estimated to take 2 days to repair. The man in black and purple uniforms reported to the cold-faced blue-haired man about his work in recent days. A fire broke out in Fengreo Forest, and a suspected layout was discovered. Raiders from all over the country are moving frequently, and it seems that there is an operation underway. Chief patrolmen such as 7 have disappeared and cannot be captured. Smith hearing this, the yellow-haired fat man on the side, couldn't help but sneered. Your intelligence department is doing a great job. All the important things are suspected. The only confirmation is that we can't find the other party. I really don't know what they did with the funds. The Almia Times is better than you. The organization is currently in urgent need of manpower. It is not worth paying too much to find out these news. The person reporting had a calm face. Lord Huang Mo should worry more about his underwater group. The recent mining volume of the base is completely substandard. Is it your turn to ask about it? Huang Mo's face was a little ugly. Find out your own status. Didn't Huao, that guy who only knows how to flatter, teach you a good lesson? That's roughly the situation. Then I'll leave first, Lord Aishi. The reporter simply ignored the other party's words, bowed to the blue-haired man, and walked out of the room. Damn it. I must report this to Boss Prak. Huang Mo shouted angrily. Aishi, you just let him go like this? He's right. The blue-haired man Aishi spread his hands. The tasks assigned by the boss recently are a bit heavy. It is true that we are short of manpower. If we act too hastily, we will sacrifice some things. Boss Prak has his own plan. We just need to obey. Huang Mo was very dissatisfied with his colleague. As one of the 3 Hellcarders of the Dark Team, and even the leader of the 3 Carders, how could he say disrespectful words to the boss? You know, I'm a staunch pacifist. Aishi stood up. The boss has used Dark Ray too many times, and he will be backlashed. The same. He didn't have much identification with the yellow-haired brainless fat man opposite. He just blindly worshipped him every day. The Dark Team is not a dark organization of the religious type. Can you have some brains? The research on remote control has reached a bottleneck again. Let Miracado quickly pass on the latest research results. With the idea of out of sight, out of mind, Aishi waved at Huang Mo. Huang Mo was very unhappy, but he still went out and began to pass on orders. Aishi was the base manager appointed by Boss Prak. When the boss is not around, he has to obey his orders. TSK. Aishi shook his head. He's a little silly, but he's useful enough. At least as a subordinate. It's still very good to have such a silly guy who spares no effort to complete orders. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came. Aishi felt a huge vibration in the base under his feet. What's going on? He leaned on the table to keep his balance. He was shocked. Notify the combat team. to activate all remote controls, and individuals carry remote controls and be on standby at any time. Grabbing the communicator, Aishi immediately issued an order. He always had an indescribable ominous premonition. Hurry up and get in. Under the sea, outside an underground passage of the base. Looking at Bolang, who rushed forward and knocked the steel plate open, Zhe subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the one who could become friends with his senior brother was definitely not a simple patrol captain. You know, they are now in the ocean. Let alone borrowing force. It is an extremely difficult thing to exert force. Although he can do similar things, he can't do without the assistance of superpowers. Just based on this, Bolang is definitely another humanoid fighting Pokémon, silently unfolding superpowers to isolate the seawater that is about to pour in. The base cannot sink, at least not now. Wait for everyone to enter. K-Lang commanded the king of the roaring whales to hit the base again, and then let it leave the vicinity quickly. Bang, seal the steel plate and restore it to its original state. How to leave? The patrolmen looked at Zhe. Once the identity of a superpower was revealed, his right to speak was completely recognized. Everyone knows how difficult it is to isolate the seawater. That seemed simple just now. No wonder they were asked to attack from the bottom of the sea. With a sweep of his superpower, the structure of the entire base was imprinted in Zay's mind. This way, he walked in one direction without hesitation. For a base of a dark organization, what is the most important thing? Of course, it is the production line. The submarine oil field base is the secret factory used by the Dark Team to produce remote control devices. The energy for the factory's operation comes from the oil mined below. Once there is no continuous remote control and portable remote control, no matter what plan the Dark Team has, it will be useless. Bang above, the door of the base office was pushed open. Huang Mo looked a little flustered. The mechanism I set up found that at least 20 patrol officers have sneaked into the base, and they are heading towards the location of the factory. What? Aishi, who had just sat down for a while, changed his face. Oh no, the roaring whale king just now was used to cover up their actions. He thought it was just a daily wild Pokémon attack. Unexpectedly, it was an action of the Patrol Alliance against them. What should we do now? Huang Mo asked. Aishi quickly calmed down. Fortunately, he had a premonition just now. It's okay, the combat team is ready. Let them rush to the factory gate for defense immediately. I will inform the boss now and ask him to send Darkrai to catch all the elite rangers. This is a great opportunity that has come to our doorstep. As long as this group of people can be kept under the ocean forever, the Dark Team is one step closer to ruling the entire Almia. When Tetsuya and the rangers came to the outside of the factory and confronted the Dark Team, over the base on the sea level, darkness fell again. I'm waiting for you. A steady voice sounded with a smile. Cresselia, please. Woo, the melodious cry kept echoing. The gauze-like moonlight strangely lit up at noon. The darkness kept shrinking, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. An elf with a mostly light blue body, a yellow abdomen, and crescent-shaped yellow decorations on both sides of its head appeared in the air. The pink ring-shaped wings are distributed in a three-lobed shape on the sides and back, and the two on the chest form a claw-like part. Dream God, reporting. Over. Chapter 619. Three-pronged approach. Hey meow. Darkrai and Cresselia looked at each other from a distance in the sky. It seems that these rangers are well prepared. Below, Aishi's face was very ugly, although in terms of attributes, Cresselia, who has a single psychic attribute, is almost completely defeated by Darkrai, who has a single evil attribute. If it were two ordinary Pokémon, the former would not be able to win with such an attribute advantage. As a member of the Dark Team, he should be happy. However, it is different when they are Dream God and Nightmare God. In terms of their respective abilities, the former's restraint on the latter can completely make up for the attribute disadvantage. Moreover, in the battle between legendary Pokémon, the influence of attributes is far less than that of the battle between ordinary Pokémon. Otherwise, Groudon, the creator of the earth, would have been beaten to a pulp by Kyogre, the creator of the ocean, and it would be impossible for him to hold on until Rayquaza sat down to mediate. Compared with Dream God Cresselia, Aishi would rather be asked by the Rangers to to help other legendary Pokémon with stronger strength. The long black rag on Darkray's shoulder fluttered in the wind. The black hand with 3 claws stretched forward. Countless energy balls emitting dark light filled the entire sky. They burst out silently. The world suddenly dimmed. Only then could we see that Cresselia had been emitting a faint moonlight-like light. He raised his head slightly. The bright but not dazzling white light instantly covered his entire body. A beam of light fell. It was clearly daytime, but the bright moon appeared in the sky. Cresselia slowly rose, forming a beautiful picture with the bright moon behind him. Meow, another soft moan. As the power of moonlight gathered, a huge pink energy ball formed at Cresselia's mouth. The next moment, the huge energy ball suddenly exploded, turning into extremely fast light attacks and rushing towards the shadow ball. Bang bang bang, the continuous explosion sounded through the sky. Aishi's face turned pale and black. Don't get me wrong. This is the effect of the explosion on the light, and it doesn't completely represent his current mood. Of course, it's definitely not good. You're watching very intently. The male voice that called out Cresselia just now rang again. A sturdy man with a cowboy hat walked out of the shadow of the building. He was followed by a graceful Ronchin cat. 7. Aishi's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. As his body quickly retreated, a blue-white phantom also blocked in front of him. It was the snow demon girl with the dual attributes of ice and ghost. Where are your other Tokadas? Call them out together. You alone are no match for me. Oh, and your boss. He can control Darkrai and Cresselia to fight for so long, so he shouldn't be very far away from here. 7. The man in the cowboy hat teased with a smile. As a ranger, he was obviously in the base of the Dark Organization, but he seemed extremely calm, even a little playful. Where did you find Cresselia? Aishi knew the opponent's strength and how difficult it was. Among the 10,000 tasks this guy completed, many were actions against their dark team. Without exception, all were successful. This is not something that can be described by a simple statement of strength. Well, this. 7 shrugged. What does it have to do with you? Ronchin cat, use 100,000 volts. Snow fairy, freeze beam. Aishi's reaction was very fast. Or rather, he had long been accustomed to the opponent's character of starting without saying a word. The electric current and the blue beam emitting cold air collided on the sea level. Boom, smoke and dust rose up, making the already dim weather even more difficult to see. Has Huangmo, that guy, not dealt with the garbage down there yet? As time passed, Aishi's heart sank a little bit. 7 showed a strange smile on his lips. You don't think that I'm the only chief ranger present for our attack, do you? Humph. Aishi was not thrown off by the enemy's words, but gritted his teeth and persisted. The battle between them was not important. What was important was the victory or defeat of the 2 beasts in the sky. However, the black fog released by Darkrai was too thick, so he and 7 could not capture the specific situation. At the same time, below the base, Blazing Chicken, use Fire Kick, Electric Beast, Thunder Fist. Bang, the legs burning with flames collided fiercely with the fists, surrounded by electric currents. The fluctuations caused several weak and pitiful elite Pokémon nearby to fly backwards. Which ranger are you from? Why have I never seen you before? As one of the 3 Hellcardas of the Dark Team, Huangmo's face was very embarrassed now. He could even feel the surprised eyes of the members behind him. Facing a young guy, he was totally at a disadvantage, even though he sent out his partner Pokémon. Tetsuya smiled slightly and answered the question irrelevantly. Your strength is not bad, unlike that one called Drangan who will break at the touch. I knew that the damn woman likes to shirk responsibility and conceal the truth. Who knew that Aram suddenly became extremely angry and cursed. Bang, he didn't finish cursing. The huge body flying by made him shut up obediently. Flame Chicken slowly put away its right foot and stood up straight. It's funny. He dared to desert in the battle with it. Could it be that the opponent really thought that the fight was so good because they were strong? No Pokémon and trainers would be so stupid, right? Is this the only protection your Dark Team has for their production base? Tetsuya's words were full of disappointment, and he was a little disappointed. You still want to rule Almia with this? Looking at the Dark Team members around him who were completely at a disadvantage, Arama clenched his hands and gave the order. Electric Beast, use Crazy Volt. Roar. The long black tail kept dancing behind it. The electric beast that had struggled to get up was covered with a thick layer of plasma. The strong leg muscles kicked the steel ground. The dull sound echoed throughout the passage. If you don't have anything, I won't waste time with you. With a gleam of light in his eyes, ZHE also commanded Blaziken, see through its movements, and use Shadow Claw to finish it off. Next MO. Blaziken nodded. The originally indifferent look immediately became serious. The pupils shrank slightly to accurately capture the enemy's movements. Sure, the figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The electric beast that lost its target froze before it could react. Blaziken, who appeared again behind it on the right, raised its right claw. The originally normal right claw was now wrapped in shadow, and the black spikes extending out were unusually sharp. Sizzle, a sound like a rag being torn apart was heard. 3 long bloodstains appeared on the body of the electric shock monster. Roar in pain, it could no longer maintain the use of Crazy Volt, and the current gradually dissipated. It staggered forward a few steps. In Huang Emo's unbelievable eyes, the electric shock monster fell straight forward to the ground. The probability of Shadow Claw hitting the vital point is not a joke. In addition, Flame Chicken completely saw through the attack mode and attack path of the electric shock monster. In front of the former, the latter was like taking off all clothes, defenseless. Well done. The moral of the patrolmen soared. Although they didn't understand why the opponent only used one Pokémon to fight the enemy. But winning is enough. The average strength of the members of the dark team is not as good as that of the patrolmen. With the increase and decrease of 1, it is even more difficult to resist. Immediately, several battlefields were defeated because of distraction. However, this is an important base of the dark team after all. The advantage of numbers means that the battle will not end for a while. Seeing this, Zaire immediately winked at his own Blaziken. In the eyes of the dark team, the king level Blaziken rushed into their Pokémon formation and quickly ended the battle with one claw of a kid. Erem's eyes were red. Seeing this scene, he actually rushed towards Zaire in person. His huge and strong appearance was a bit threatening. Silently clenched his fists, seized the opportunity, and adjust the angle. Bang ugh. Erem's 2 eyeballs seemed to be hit out, and the whole person bent like a shrimp. Lying on the ground, trembling, he couldn't say a word. TSK. Zaire curled his lips in disdain. If you don't have this ability, don't learn to sneak attack. His superpowers always pay attention to the surroundings. If he was defeated by such a rookie, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? He looked up at the steel ceiling. To be more precise, he looked at the battlefield above. Zaire's expression did not relax, because he solved the enemy in front of him, but became more cautious. Cresseria and Darkrai, what the hell is this Ranger Union? He complained for the nth time. The rare mythical beasts and fantasy beasts in the outside world are sold here in bulk. Is it really because the Ranger Union protects the environment well enough? Be honest. Boro's roar woke Tetsuya up. Under the strong intervention of Flame Chicken, the already weak dark team could not hold on at all. Having lost their elves, they could only squat in the corner and be tied up tightly. Even so, there were still a few dead members of the dark team who wanted to resist. The rangers led by Boro would certainly not be polite to them and started beating them directly. Take a few people to destroy the things inside and remember to keep the data. Understood. He casually pointed to a few rangers to clean up the battlefield. Tetsuya didn't mean to go up to find out. It would be best if Cresselia could win. If they lose, it would be convenient to escape if they stay in the current position. A base on the sea level. The condition of Aishi and Snow Fairy Girl was no better than that of Huang Emo and Electric Beast. The bodies of one man and one elf were covered with scars. You, 3 against 1, shameless. He panted and stared at the 3 people in front of him. You are so naive, 7 said lazily. Who told you to let your guard down? Beside him was a calm middle-aged man with stubble and a woman with long green hair. Talga, Hifu. Aishi knew these 2 people of course. The strongest ranger of Oblivia Island and the strongest user of McEagle, known as the Flying Ranger. 3 chief rangers arrived at the scene at the same time. One was restraining the other 2 in the open and attacking in the dark. They really think highly of me. He supported himself on the instrument next to him with one hand, looking extremely embarrassed. Not to mention 3 people. Even if he only faced 7 AI, she believed that his chances of winning were not high. He still used tactics in this situation. He really felt that the opponent had no face at all. Snow Fairy, use Blizzard. A crazy voice sounded. Faced with such a desperate situation, AI she had no intention of surrendering. The biting cold descended with the drifting snowflakes. The hot breath exhaled by several people was visible to the naked eye. Snow Fairy obviously knew the danger of the situation. The blizzard she used almost squeezed all the potential of her body, and it was extremely powerful. The sea level around the base was vaguely showing a tendency to freeze. In just a few seconds, a thick layer of snow accumulated under the feet of several people. The cold wind made people squint their eyes. Want to run? Impossible. 7 snorted coldly. Ronchin cat, discharge. Meow. Yellow electric light flowed in all directions. The target was Aishi, who was running away. Yes. It seemed that he was attacking with all his strength and wanted to fight for his life. In fact, the blizzard was just a means for Aishi to cover his movements. He didn't want to lose his life in the endless ocean. While the wind and snow were blowing, Aishi had quietly arrived at the edge of the base. He only needed to move 2 or 3 more steps to dive into the ocean. Unfortunately, 7 discovered Aishi's little move and launched an attack without hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Snow Fairy, cover me. The Snow Fairy, floating in the air, looked at her partner with a complicated expression. She controlled her body and rushed towards the electric current. Plop hiss, the sound of falling into the water and the scream of pain sounded one after another. Looking at Aishi disappearing on the sea, the faces of the 3 chief rangers did not change at all. There was no intention to chase after him. Targa silently took out an instrument similar to a radar from his pocket. The red dot on it was slowly changing its position. Little Panama is really a genius. Now we can find the nest of the dark team. Hifu's tone was a little raised. This time it can finally be a lot easier. Not necessarily. 7 looked up at the sky. The black mist seemed to be expanding continuously. Meow, a painful cry came out. Cresselia, surrounded by moonlight, fell straight from the sky. As the god of dreams, it did not defeat the god of nightmares, Darkrai, as expected. Chapter 620, Siege, another beast. Seeing this scene, the 3 chief rangers all frowned subconsciously. That thing is really powerful, Hifu hinted. Normally, if they were of similar levels, even if Darkrai could beat Cresselia, it would not be so easy. Then there was only one factor that caused this situation. It was the strange black crystal. Under its influence, Darkrai, who was controlled by it, became much stronger. Meow. Cresselia slowly stood up on the deck of the base. His pink eyes were still so calm. The crescent-like crown was shining, attracting the moonlight to fall on his body. His body, which was originally covered with scars, was recovering at a very fast speed. Although his combat power was not strong among the legendary beasts, his advantages in other aspects made up for it. The recovery effect of the moonlight move was not worse than self-regeneration. This was even more true when the user was the incarnation of the new moon. If you have to say it, Dream God Cresselia is actually a Pokémon that is more inclined to the auxiliary type. Its special move Crescent Dance can not only eliminate abnormal status, but also restore the target's physical energy to full. Among the 2nd and 3rd level beasts, its ability in this aspect is definitely one of the best. What should we do? What else can we do? Go. After a brief conversation, 7 and the other 2 decisively sent their partner Pokémon to assist Cresselia in the battle. Ronchin Cat, Crazy Volt, Muckhawk, Brave Bird Attack, Giant Claw Mantis, Iron Hoof Beam. The loud command voices were issued almost at the same time. Very tacitly, the 3 chief rangers all let their partners use powerful moves that hurt the enemy by 1000 and hurt themselves by 800. Anyway, Cresselia is here. There is no need to worry about recovery. Boom. Attacks of different colors hit Darkrai one after another. Obviously, it, or rather Prakhol who controlled it, did not expect the 3 people below to intervene in the battle between the beasts. They are just a few ordinary elves who are not even at the champion level. The difference in strength between the 2 sides can be described as a chasm. Darkrai, who took 3 attacks head-on, only took a few steps back. Even the black fog around his body did not fluctuate much. A red light flashed in his eyes. Darkrai swung his right arm downward with force. Bang bang, the semi-champion level Ronchin Cat and Mukahawk had no time to react and plunged straight into the ocean. Only the giant claw mantis standing on the deck and attacking from a distance escaped. However, after using the Iron Hoof Beam, its current state is less than half of its peak. This move, known as the strongest steel type move, has very exaggerated side effects. Meow, the melodious cry echoed on the ocean. The moonlight turned into 3 beams of light and descended with Cresselia's call. The next second, the 2 elves that fell into the ocean broke out of the water and looked at Darkrai again with full energy. The giant claw mantis also raised its claws again, emitting violent energy fluctuations. For no reason, a purple storm suddenly swept over the sea. The white hair-like parts of Darkrai's body could not stop shaking. It's the strange wind. We must not let it use it. The chief ranger's faces changed, and they immediately commanded their elves to attack and interrupt Darkrai's actions. The ghost-type strange wind trick has a certain probability of increasing the user's attack and defense capabilities. It was already difficult to deal with. Wouldn't it be finished if it was strengthened like this? Cresselia obviously knew this. The dazzling light enveloped the whole body for the nth time. The power of the moon was used again. There was no way. Psychic type moves did not work on Darkrai. Among the tricks it mastered, the most proficient and powerful one was the power of the moon. Several energy attacks of different colors collided with the purple storm. The powerful aftermath caused by the collision made the nearby sea water extremely irritable. The whole base was shaking. Is this place going to collapse? The rangers on the seabed were a little panicked for a while. The battle above was so violent that everyone could guess what was going on. If the base was destroyed, they would definitely be the first to suffer. ZHE was just a superpower, but he couldn't protect everyone in the face of the turbulent ocean currents. How about we go up in support? A ranger put forward his own idea. Go and make trouble? Bo Lang's face was dark. In front of the divine beast, what role do you think you can play? You will only distract others. Those present were all elites among the rangers. Of course, they knew that what Bo Lang said was absolutely right. A sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Try to communicate with the water spirits first just in case. I'll go up and see if I can help. ZHE, who was standing aside, also stood up. Although he wanted to take the reward without any help, he still couldn't slack off when he had to work hard. He took back the flame chicken and put his right hand on Alito's shoulder. The next moment, his figure appeared on the deck of the base. Boom boom, the violent sea breeze howled, and the lightning and thunder in front of him even made ZHE mistakenly think that this was a sign of the coming of the end of the world. Not to mention the damage that the 2 legendary beasts could cause. The 3 quasi-champion level Pokémons were not vegetarians either. It seemed that the damage they caused to Darkrai was somewhat weak. But if the target of the attack was changed to the base under their feet, they would not be able to completely destroy it after a few rounds. Oh my goodness. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. It was because there were Pokémons on top that he was not panicking. If he, an ordinary king level trainer, really had to face the legendary beasts, he would definitely run as far as he could. Guys, get ready. After a brief observation of the battle situation, he threw out the remaining 6 Pokeballs without hesitation. According to Professor Niihara, the Dark Team's control over Darkrai is very limited. The power of the Dark Crystal will continue to weaken as it moves away. So, what we need to do now is not to completely defeat Darkrai. Instead, we just need to hold on until Black Hole in the Dark actively calls it back. Otherwise, once the Nightmare God is lost as its support, even with the Black Crystal, Black Hole will not be able to compete with the Ranger Alliance. Blazer, Mega Evolution. Then, Zay took out the keystone from the space backpack and put it in his hand. With a solemn look, he sent his call and thoughts into it. The light of evolution emerged from the chest of Blaziken and then spread out to cover its entire body. When the white light dissipated, Super Blaziken, whose momentum was still higher than that of the 3 Pokémon such as Ronchin Cat, entered the sight of the Chief Rangers for the first time. Everyone, say hello to the Nightmare God with a wave of his hand. Zay's Pokémons launched an attack without hesitation. The particularly vengeful Pidgeot even joined forces with Togekiss to roll up a supergiant storm. Zay had to use his superpowers to fix himself and the 3 chief rangers from being blown away. You, Pidgeot, are quite powerful. Hifu's eyes flashed with excitement. As the user of the strongest Mukahawk, she is very interested in all kinds of powerful aerial Pokémon. Now is not the time to talk about this. Zay reminded helplessly, it is better to find a way to deal with Darkrai. The gap in strength is there. If Cresselia had not taken on more than 90% of Darkrai's offensive pressure, with only 4 semi-champions and 6 king levels, facing the extraordinary Darkrai in front of her, it would really be a level of serving food. One exclusive move, Dark Hole, can make the little guys unable to resist. Fortunately, Cresselia's ability makes it particularly powerful when it cooperates with other Pokémon. If it is said that the combat power of both sides is about 4 to 6 when facing Darkrai at the beginning, with the addition of living forces, this ratio directly becomes 6 to 4. It's not that the combat power of the Pokémon is so strong that it is almost equivalent to a new legendary beast joining the battle. It's that the continuous recovery makes it impossible for Darkrai to quickly deal with the Pokémon. After being seriously injured, Cresselia's Crescent Dance will bring them back to the battlefield in a few breaths. Even the mega state of Flame Chicken is maintained for an unusually long time. But that's all. Darkrai certainly can't completely defeat the Pokémons led by Cresselia. The latter can't cause much damage to the former. Even if Mega Flame Chicken and Mukahawk use fighting type ultimate moves that have a counter effect on Darkrai. Just find the right time and use Hypnosis plus Dream Eating on a Pokémon. While Cresselia is not paying attention, Darkrai can make up for this part of the consumption. This is also one of the disadvantages of being besieged by multiple Pokémons. In a one-on-one situation, it is absolutely impossible to do so. You Ranger Alliance, don't you have any other preparations? He looked at Seven. Seven scratched his head. Professor Nihira's instructions came a little suddenly, so, according to the original plan of the Alliance, Tetsua's current role should be 2 chief rangers who have grown up in a few years. If nothing unexpected happens, the other beasts should have been able to contact them smoothly by then. Whether it was a mid-level battle or a top-level battle, the Ranger Alliance would have been in a complete advantage at that time. But the sudden visit of Tetsuya and Masaki changed everything. The help of a king-level trainer is naturally greater than that of 2 chief rangers. As for the beasts, Dream God has a great restraining effect on Nightmare God, and the top leaders of the Alliance feel that their chances of winning are still very high. In order to avoid more troubles and to eliminate the unstable factor of the Dark Team as soon as possible. That's why Professor Nihira brought forward this action. However, the power of the Dark Crystal is really strong. Dream God is actually at a disadvantage against Nightmare God. This accident directly disrupted all plans. Now, it seems that there is no other way except to delay time. The faces of several people are a little solemn. It is said to delay time, but who knows how long it will take? Their elves' bodies have certainly been treated by Cresselia, but the mental pressure increased by each severe injury will not dissipate. Injuries can be recovered, and pain will be ingrained in memory. When the string in his mind reached its limit, even if the body supported it, the depressed mental state made the elves unable to fight any longer. ZHE also subconsciously touched the water drop pattern on his wrist. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to ask the sea god for help. Or rather, the price paid here was far from enough for him to ask the sea god for help. If there was really danger, the worst that could happen was that he would just run away later. The Ranger Alliance would not attribute the failure to him. At most, the reward would be a little less. Compared with troubling Lugia, this loss was nothing. Moreover, looking at the looks of these 3, they didn't think about fighting to the death. After all, the goal this time was more about the base under their feet. Consuming Darkrai was just a side job. Hold on for a while, and if it doesn't work, prepare to retreat, the taciturn Targa said. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The energy fluctuations generated by the battle of many elves have a wide range of influence. In the west, the research room of the Ranger School, Murakad looked through the window at the different dark sky in the distance. His face was a little strange. Itchy, is the program finished? But when he turned to look at his student, his expression returned to his usual seriousness. It will be ready soon, teacher. There are still a few places to improve. Itchy responded very respectfully. Murakad showed a satisfied smile. No matter what happened over there, the program written by Ichi was the most important. East. An island called Gualu Island. Gulp. Gulp. The sound similar to the bursting of bubbles when water boils constantly echoed in the underground cave. The hot updraft made the temperature here extremely high. Behind the fiery red color, the boiling magma was flowing slowly. Boom boom. A faint heartbeat came from below the magma. As if it felt the breath of disgust. The orange-red eyes suddenly opened from the darkness. A reddish-brown Pokémon shaped like a turtle crawled out of the magma along the red rock wall. There are spots of mixed brown and orange on its body, and structure similar to metal anklets on its legs. There are 4 claws on each foot, distributed in a cross shape. Every time it moves a certain distance, molten steel slides down. The next moment, it is absorbed by itself, which is very magical. If someone is here, they will definitely recognize its identity at the first time. The fire steel behemoth in the volcano, Zadulan. Raise your head and look in a certain direction. Through the thick rock wall, Zadulan seems to have confirmed something. Turning around, it took a firm step and walked towards the south. And there, it is the location of the underwater oil field base. Time passed little by little. Do you feel that the temperature of the nearby seawater seems to have increased? ZHE, who has the most acute perception of the environment, was the first to discover that something was wrong. Over. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, The King of Almir and the Three Princes. Really? The perception of the 3 chief rangers was naturally not as sharp as that of Zay. They frowned and looked around the ocean, and did not feel the temperature rise that the latter said. However, they still believed in the judgment of a superpower. It seems that one of our friends has arrived. Seven said meaningfully. He suddenly relaxed a lot. Although the other 3 did not know what the friend in Seven's mouth was, they saw the tension in their hearts. A low voice came from the distant sea. The violent battle fluctuations seemed to have no effect on the owner of the voice. Look at the seawater. Hifu's pupils shrank suddenly, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. I saw countless water vapors floating up from the sea level. The thick white fog made the visibility of the field of vision at least 3 levels lower. The breathing of several people became rapid involuntarily. Due to this sudden scene, the oxygen density in the surrounding environment became a little too low. They had to increase their breathing rate to ensure their body needs. Fortunately, the rangers were well prepared for the harsh conditions in the wild. They took out various equipment and put them on in tacit agreement. Several people recovered quickly. Which mythical beast is this? In the private channel of the headset, Zaya's question was full of helplessness. The one who could cause such a scene must be a mythical beast. Although champion level elves can also change the environment to a certain extent, the scope is definitely not so large and exaggerated. Count it up. He has only been in the Ranger Alliance for a few days, and he has come face to face with 4 or 5 mythical beasts. According to the area, these 2 areas of the Ranger Alliance can really be regarded as a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. There are legendary Pokémon or mythical Pokémon everywhere. It's Sidolan. 7, the only one who knew the inside story, said, the battle between Darkrai and Cresselia was too volatile, and it woke up from its sleep under the volcano. Can you explain it in detail? Zaya was a little resistant. As a trainer, I'm happy to help you. But that is based on mutual communication and trust between us. If this kind of thing happens one after another, I'm sorry, I really can't continue. What a joke. The Ranger Alliance gave him a reward, but the reward was far from enough for him to work hard. 7 said that the upcoming Sidolan was a friendly force. But what if it wasn't? It's like the publisher of a bounty mission concealing the difficulty of the mission and lowering the mission reward. This is a violation of the rules. Of course. 7 certainly heard the dissatisfaction in Zaya's words. Thinking from his perspective, he could understand the other party's feelings very well. The dark crystal discovered by Angel Company, as well as the appearance of Cresselia and Sidolan, are actually related to an ancient myth of our Almir. The temperature of the air was rising. 7 recounted the whole story at a very fast speed. A long time ago, Almir was the territory of a kingdom. In the castle on the plateau lived the king of the kingdom and his 3 princes. The king wanted to keep peace in the country, but the 3 princes were scheming and fighting for power all day long. The people were living in misery because of this. The king was furious and ordered the 3 princes to be expelled. One prince went to the desert in the south, another prince went to the volcano in the north. The last prince stayed in the castle at the request of the queen, but he could never step out for the rest of his life. As time went on, the king, who originally advocated peace, became more and more irritable and wanted to conquer everything more and more. Finally, one day, the sky above the entire Almir region was shrouded in endless darkness. People said that it was the king's heart. Silence, that's it? ZHE asked in disbelief. That's all. 7 was very calm. No one remembers the rest of the legend, only these have been passed down. Now in the entire Almir region, besides me, the professor, the president, and the principal, only 3 old men know this story. ZHE also felt a toothache. Good boy. Isn't this ancient myth a little too casual? It's called a myth, but the protagonists are 4 humans, and there is no trace of the mythical beast at all. But 7 panted and spoke again. Based on the exploration and research over the years, we have also found several places described in the story. They are the Hippomon Temple, the Volcano Cave and the ancient city of Almir, which correspond to the places where the 3 princes went. Not only that, we also found crystals in 3 colors, yellow, red, and blue, and the 2 guardians of the mark Cresselia and Sidolin. The last one is a champion level Lucario. You mean those 3 crystals are used by the 3 princes in the myth to deal with their Black and King father? Darkrai is a guardian of the Dark Crystal, so Cresselia and Sidolin regarded as an enemy. Although he had some complaints about 7's narrative method, they quickly sorted out the general idea. That's about it. 7 nodded in affirmation. I and another chief ranger have been trying to communicate with the 2 beasts, but so far only I have succeeded. Compared with Sidolin, who has been sleeping under the volcano for many years, Cresselia, who is more gentle and prefers to appear in the outside world, is indeed much easier to communicate with. Then how do you know that Sidolin must be here to help us? Targa expressed doubts. 7's tone was very matter of fact. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And the other chief ranger has been communicating for so long. He won't just come up and beat us up, right? ZHE was silent for a while and looked at Hifu. It's really hard for you other chief rangers to work with him. In fact, as long as 7 doesn't have an attack, he is still a very trustworthy partner. The smile on Hifu's face was a little forced. It may be because every excellent person has some quirks to a certain extent. 7's specialness is reflected in his personality or brain circuit. Sometimes he is a gentle and considerate big brother. Sometimes he is a gift giver who makes 2 rangers jealous. And sometimes he can be a prankster who likes to use tank skunks to deal with enemies. Compared with these, the current symptom is still mild. If Miss Joy hadn't said everything was normal after the examination, especially that there was nothing wrong with his brain, 7 would have been sent to a special ward for treatment. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Let's withdraw the elves first. ZHE also put forward his own idea. Okay, save your strength just in case. Calm Targa nodded. Giant Mantis, come back first. The giant mantis with insect plus steel attributes is good in everything, but it has no resistance to fire in terms of attribute resistance. Even if it is only affected by the attack of Sidolin, it is very likely to lose its combat ability and fall into a coma. The mental trauma that follows is something that Cresselia cannot repair. As for the fact that Sidolin can distinguish between enemies and friends and will not attack its own people, just like what the Dream God is doing now, well, this is why ZHE also thinks that 7's brain circuit is unique. Looking at the eyes full of wisdom in the Sidolin illustration, it is not difficult to guess how smart it is. A researcher once proposed a conjecture. The brain of Sidolin is probably made of steel and melted by magma. To put it simply, not to mention comparing brains with many mythical beasts, even compared with ordinary elves, Sidolin's intelligence is completely at the middle and lower level. Therefore, don't have too much hope that it can quickly distinguish between enemies and friends. This also proves the story of its origin from another perspective. Don't have too high expectations for the life form that was formed by the fragments of the collision between Dialga and Palkia in ancient times. Except for strength, it is not fully developed in other aspects. Tetsuya and Hifu also called back their partners. Seven was a little reluctant, but he didn't go against it. The Ronchian cat soon returned to his side. Cresselia seemed to know something. Although it was at a disadvantage for a while without the help of the elves, its attack became more fierce. Cresselia silently cast the moonlight over it. Very good. He had lost a large part of his strength before the battle. It was his old friend. Feeling the improvement of his physical condition, Sidolan's eyes moved. The big mouth, that was originally open to Cresselia, slowly turned a little. Boom. The hot flames gushed out and went straight to Darkrai. Unlike the flames of ordinary fire elves, Sidolan's flames are more like solid matter, with a considerable part of the characteristics of magma. Therefore, in the process, drops of flame continued to fall on the sea level, causing a large amount of seawater to evaporate. The smoky environment made it impossible to see what was happening. Only Zhe could capture the situation of the battle with his superpowers. Darkrai screamed in pain. The faces of the chief rangers were full of joy. It was obvious. Facing the joint siege of the two beasts, even if this Darkrai's strength was a bit super, it was still no match. But soon, the smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. Squeak squeak. The battle of the 3 second level gods plunged the entire Almia region into a state of frenzy. The sea water flowed back, the earth shook, and there was no cloud in the sky. Zhe could clearly feel the base under his feet wailing in pain. In the animation of the previous life, the 3 stupid birds who assisted the god of the sea attacked each other, causing weather disasters that affected the world. The 3 big guys in front of them may not have relevant functions, but they are definitely better than them in combat ability. Master 7, Targa, Master Hifu. The patrolmen below also ran up in a rather embarrassed manner. Under the strong impact, the base passage under the sea was on the verge of breaking. It has long been meaningless to communicate with the water elves in the face of such a scene, unless it is a water elf of the king level. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to lead people to escape from here. As for the members of the Dark Team, sorry, they can only wish for their own good luck. Before leaving, the rangers untied them. If they could run up there in one breath without relying on the power of the Pokémon, it was not impossible to survive. What should we do now? Don't tell me that you, the Ranger Alliance, have no backup plan. The Pokémon were taken back, leaving only Pidgeot and Alido by his side. Zhe was already ready to run away at any time. King level flying Pokémon plus king level psychic Pokémon plus his own psychic. It shouldn't be difficult to escape. Of course, if the Ranger Alliance has a solution to the current situation, that would be the best thing. The 3 chief rangers looked at each other and were all a little silent. We didn't expect the power of the legendary beasts to be so strong. Damn. Hearing this, Zhe rolled his eyes and said he was speechless. Compared with the Pokémon Alliance, the newly established Ranger Alliance is like a kingdom in ancient times, provoking legendary beasts while not recognizing their power. History has already given the corresponding results. If you can escape, please tell Professor Nihira everything. The rangers looked pale, but their emotions stabilized. The power controlled by Prakhor is too strong. We must not let him achieve his goal. They was speechless for a while. Ranger is really a very special profession. At this moment, the water drop pattern on his wrist flickered. The message from Lugia came into Zaya's mind. Don't worry, their destruction has exceeded the limit, and there will be someone to stop it. Just when Zaya was confused, the fight between the 3 beasts in the sky suddenly stopped. The whole world was quiet and a little weird. Dong, I don't know who swallowed subconsciously. Dong dong dong. It seemed like a heartbeat, and it seemed like footsteps. The energy contained in the huge sound made people tremble involuntarily. What is that? The rangers cried out in extreme fear. They were not afraid of death, but when they saw the 6 huge spots of light under the sea, they completely lost the ability to think. Their bodies began to stiffen, and then trembled unnaturally. They tried their best to make a sound in their throats, but failed to do so. Thunder, the wild sound from ancient times, split the ocean. An elf who had been sleeping for a long time stood up. It will be over later. Chapter 622, Regichicus, Return. A huge white torso, with a yellow strip structure from back to front in the center, with 7 round holes on it, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. No obvious head, long arms, yellow disc structures on shoulders and wrists, with 3 white fingers at the end. Short legs, black zigzag lines on the top of the head, waist, back and limbs, and green vegetation on both sides of the center of the top of the head and feet. There are 3 pairs of eye-like dots on both sides of the center of the torso, with colors from top to bottom red, blue, and gray. There is no doubt. This is the legendary powerful beast that dragged the continental plate, the Holy Pillar King, Regichicus. Fuck you. As the only human present who has seen a first level god or even a creator god, Zay, who still has a little thinking ability, now just wants to rush to the headquarters of the Ranger Alliance to scold all those bastards who don't know what they are doing. Oh, and Masaki. He is not feeling well now. Thunder, a low voice came from Regichicus' body. The size of it that appeared in front of everyone was not very large. According to the data given by Zero, it was 3.7 meters tall and weighed 420 kilograms. If it were not for the legends handed down from ancient times and the danger warnings sent by the body and brain, no one would believe that it was the guy in front of them that dragged the continental plates to move in the distant era. Of course, for such an existence, the size is just a simple appearance. As long as Regichicus is willing, it can become a giant standing tall and overlooking the world at any time. Meow. Cresselia in the air lowered her proud head. Before that, even if she was beaten all over by her mortal enemy Darkrai, her posture had never changed. The not so good-headed Sidilin hid aside and trembled and dared not speak. There are actually many legends about its birth, and they are very complicated. In some stories, it originated from the collision of the power of the twin dragons in time and space. In some stories, it appeared in the world due to the violent eruption of major volcanoes. Generally speaking, people are more in favor of the latter concept, including the major elf doctors. Or, maybe one of the Sidorans was born in the first case, but the rest were born in the second case. From this perspective, Regichicus and Sidorans are actually somewhat related. Because forcibly dragging the continent will surely cause many changes similar to volcanic eruptions. Perhaps many Sidorans were born in this process. However, Darkrai, who was controlled by the Dark Crystal, did not react in the same way as the other 2 beasts. Perhaps he felt that Regichicus' attention was on him. Feeling the intense threat, he silently raised his hands. The shadow balls in the sky turned into afterimages and rushed towards the Holy Pillar King Regichicus like thousands of arrows. In response to this, Regichicus' response was very simple. He raised his right hand slightly, clenched his 3 white fingers into a fist, and then waved it. Boom. The explosion stopped abruptly in everyone's ears. A few drops of blood flowed down his cheeks from both sides, which seemed a little weird. However, people did not groan in pain. They looked at the shocking scene in front of them and fell into a daze. With a simple punch, most likely without using any skills, Regichicus split the ocean in front of him directly into 2 halves. 2 halves in the true sense. A bottomless gully formed on the seabed. Countless seawater poured into it, but it was completely unable to fill this miracle for a while. As for Darkrai, no one knew where he was sent flying. Thunder before everyone could recover from their surprise. Regichicus, who seemed to have just come out to complete the task, turned around and walked in the direction he came from. I don't know if it was Zaya's illusion. He always felt that the other party's 6 eyes glanced at him. Is this the power of a first level god? Zaya muttered to himself in his heart. The last time I saw a similar scene, it was still on the 3 fantasy stage. The phantom of the clone of the god of creation Arceus kicked the twin dragons of time and space together and flew to an unknown place. However, because the 3 fantasy stage was in the gap of space, Zaya really didn't feel too much energy pouring out and didn't know what kind of scene it would cause. Now he knows. The battles that destroyed cities in the movies and theatrical versions of the past life might still be the appearance of the beasts after they were restrained. The most important thing is, even with such a powerful force, Regichicus can control it with ease. Although the eardrums of the people were damaged by the loud noise, their bodies stood still without any fluctuations. Meow. Cresselia, who flew back from a distance and looked a little embarrassed, led the moonlight to fall on people. The cool energy repaired everyone's injuries at a very fast speed. Only when the lost perception returned again, people realized how wonderful it was to be able to hear sounds. It's really terrifying. 7 said, the unified voice of everyone in a very dry voice. The only thing to be thankful for is, judging from the process and the result, Regicicus stood on the side of humans this time. It even protected them who were involved. On the side, there was a faint flash of fire in the eyes of Tetsuya Pidgeot. A leader was a little frightened and stepped away from his predecessor. It seemed to sense a similar aura from the latter. Huh? What's wrong? Tetsuya, who was looking at the direction where Regicicus left thoughtfully, noticed his partner's movements and asked curiously. That direction seemed to be Synopsis. Lido, a leader, used his superpowers to tell the trainer about what happened just now. It wanted to ask Pidgeot directly, but it didn't dare. Beep. Pidgeot flapped its wings to show that it was fine. It's just that the holy fire was deployed. Why make such a fuss? The little guy is easily excited. It's okay. Tetsuya hid his doubts in his heart and comforted Alido with a smile. This is what your brother Pidgeot will rely on to punch the Holy Pillar King and kick the sea god in the future. Beep. Pidgeot heard this and shook his head frantically. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The boss must have been scared crazy to dare to say such a thing. Don't say it. Even if the master of the sacred fire, the Phoenix King, came in person, he would not dare to say that he could suppress the Holy Pillar King or the Sea God. In essence, they are all first level gods, shouldering the mission of the world, and there is not much difference in strength. Speaking of strength, was Regicicus in a slow start state just now? ZHE also suddenly thought of a question. If the opponent came from a corner of the world, the time consumed on the road should be enough to start. But if the opponent is not far from the place where the seal is sleeping, that moved just now, it can't be half of its strength. ZHE didn't dare to think about it at all. This is simply too terrifying. Sure enough, even if you are a time traveler, if you don't have that kind of system that can kill people in seconds, it is more realistic to become the strongest human. After disappearing, Sidolin did not reappear like Cresselia. Maybe he went back to the volcano to sleep again. 7 is still a bit of a pity. If he could communicate with Sidolin at this time. Without Regicicus's move, the two beasts would be enough to pin the Darkrai to the ground and beat him. I think the question now is what happened in the history of Urelmia. Why did the battle between Darkrai and the other two beasts attract the attention of Regicicus? They had completely given up communicating with 7. He explained his thoughts to Hifu. If we don't figure it out, even if you solve the Dark Team, the next 20th team will appear. Unlike Dark organizations such as Team Rocket, Team Magma, and Team Ocean, Team Dark was not so much created under the leadership of Prakall. It is better to say that the Dark Crystal manipulated humans to develop such an organization. If the source of the power of the Dark Crystal is not understood, destroying Team Dark is only a temporary solution. Hifu obviously understood this truth and nodded cautiously. I will tell the president everything that happened truthfully. The current situation may have exceeded the scope of our control. Okay, don't be so serious. Barlong's sudden appearance interrupted the conversation. Anyway, this operation is considered a success. And we all survived. Isn't that a good thing? His face was filled with a smile after surviving a disaster. Although death is not a low probability event for a ranger in a high-risk profession, the danger of this operation is indeed too high. Before Regicicus appeared, the rangers thought they were going to die. What about solving the root cause? That is something to consider after calming down. What to do now, of course, is to celebrate. Zaya didn't know where these rangers got the bottles of wine from. No, that's not right. It should be said that why do these people carry wine with them when they go out on a mission? Question mark. Even Taga, a man who looks extremely calm, joined in the joy of the crowd. Zaya felt that his head was very big. So, you met Regicicus? Zeng, whose face was flushed and his hands were bulging with veins, and grabbed Zaya's collar. Can we sit down and talk? The latter rolled his eyes and threw the former out very skillfully. Swoosh. Masaki, who was smashed against the wall, stood up again at an inhuman speed and ran to Tetsuya. Why is it always you? I also want to see the legendary beast with my own eyes. Tetsuya sat helplessly on the sofa in the room and drank a drink. I hope I won't encounter such a thing. How good do you think it is? He was really not joking. The power of the first level gods is really too strong. Once you are related to them, it means extremely high danger. In comparison, Tetsuya would rather travel around the world to challenge gyms. At least his life safety will not be threatened by too many unexpected threats. No. Masaki didn't care what Tetsuya said. He thought hard. Next time I take action in Almia, I must follow you. If you have something to do when you return to Kanto, please take me with you. In the history of the elf world, there are humans who have seen the beast many times. People usually think that this is the attention and blessing of the beast. Masaki thinks that Tetsu is just such an existence. As long as he follows him, he will definitely get first-hand information about the beast. This is what all elf doctors yearn for. It's up to you. They shrugged, but that's not in our protection agreement, and I don't have the ability to accept it. If you die, don't blame me for not reminding you. No. After saying that, he quickly reacted. What I mean is that I will never accept commissions from the Ranger Alliance again. Let's find Shamey quickly and then go back to Kanto to stay at home, okay? I think my luck is not very good recently. Very unlucky. It's better for me to stay at home. They really didn't want to stay in this damn place for a minute. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. He is not the champion yet, so he doesn't need to consider the consequences of running away. If a regional alliance is really in such a predicament that it needs a young king level trainer to save it, it is better to disband it as soon as possible. No. Masaki shook his head repeatedly. As an important member of the alliance, we have an obligation to contribute. Well said. Professor Nihira, who pushed the door open, heard Masaki say this and praised the junior researcher loudly. I didn't expect that Masaki's awareness is so high. They almost vomited blood. Is this a high level of awareness? He was too embarrassed to expose it because it was clearly the body of the greedy beast. Hifu has already reported this matter to the Alliance. Professor Zenion's face was very solemn. We didn't expect that the things involved would be so big, so we thought, don't. Hearing this, ZHE also jumped up like his, but was on fire. Don't tell me what you are going to do. It has nothing to do with me. I won't listen. He covered his ears with both hands to refuse. This kind of big loss is enough to suffer once, and it must not be suffered a second time. Our patrol alliance doesn't have much else, but we have done a good job in protecting various rare elves. Professor Zenion said to himself. For example, Fengreo Forest, there is a group of fierce land sharks that have given birth to cubs. Wah? The round land shark that was curled up under the sofa came out with a mouthful of hair. It seemed that it heard someone calling it. It's none of your business. ZHE was also not very happy to clean up for the little guy. Are you a husky? You destroy the house all day long. Professor Zenion, please continue, he said with a smile. The old man was silent. Oops, the information given by the Pokémon League didn't say that he had a quasi-god cub. This is trouble. Fortunately, they have a second plan. According to Seven and the others' description, you and your Blaziken can already Mega Evolve, right? In fact, in your team, Dragonite can also Mega Evolve. Coincidentally, our Ranger League. That. Zenghu raised his hand with an embarrassed look on his face. This time I asked him to protect me, and I used the Dragonite Mega Evolution Stone as a reward. The end. Chapter 623. Arresting and shaking people. Puff ZHE couldn't help laughing. Sorry, I'm a latecomer, and haven't received professional training. I'll pay attention next time. Facing the gazes of the two, he explained himself calmly. Professor Shinra smiled helplessly. For a trainer, when money can't impress him, only Pokémon or props related to it can arouse his interest. There is no doubt that Quasi-God Cub and Mega Evolution Stone are like this. All the senior leaders of the Ranger Alliance, including Professor Shinra, never thought that the other party already had the reward they planned to give. Hey Professor Shinra sighed. You name a price, and our Ranger Alliance will do its best to meet it. Why do you have to find me? ZHE was very confused. The Ranger Alliance should have a lot of high level combat power. I think Seven and the others are also very powerful. And according to your plan, it won't be difficult to deal with the Darkrai with Cresselia and Sidoran, right? You know, the relationship between the Rangers and wild Pokémon is not bad. Even if no one goes to look after those powerful wild Pokémon for a while, they won't cause any big trouble. As long as the Ranger Alliance is willing. Not to mention recalling all 10 Chief Rangers, there is still a great possibility of 7 or 8. Judging from the strength of 7's partner Pokémon. That's 7 or 8 quasi-champion level Pokémon, and they may not be unable to defeat the 3rd level god. You probably misunderstood something. Professor Shinhara explained patiently. In fact, 7, Targa and Chirufu are also ranked in the top 3 among the Chief Rangers. The remaining 7, the partner Pokémon are only king level. Huh. So, Zaya held back his words halfway through. So weak, right? Professor Shinhara didn't care, and completed for him. Is it possible that you are too strong? Me, too strong? Zaya was actually a little confused for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, Professor Shinhara's statement seems to be correct. Including the 3 regions of Unova, Kalos, and Alala, which are relatively far away, there are only a little over 1,000 trainers above the elite level in the world. Note 1, it seems like a lot. But if they are distributed all over the world, this number can't even make a splash. It's no exaggeration to say that the number of individuals in a certain quasi-god group is more than this. This is because many veteran elite level trainers are included. Although they are still elite level in name, their combat effectiveness has declined a lot, and they are much weaker than normal elite level. Some trainers whose 6 main Pokémons have not all reached the elite level can defeat them. After the Mega Evolution, Tetsuya Blaziken's strength has reached the semi-champion level. This means that, even if you only look at the strength on paper, his ranking among such a group of trainers is definitely not at the bottom. It is even possible that he is at the top. When did it happen? Tetsuya rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Why did I become so strong? I clearly remember that I seemed to lose miserably several times. Oh, that's because he faced guys like RC and Serona. Other than that, it seems that he has never failed. That's why we want to ask you to help next. Professor Shinhara said, we have to admit that compared with the Pokémon League, our Ranger League is indeed a lot worse. With your help, we can greatly reduce the pressure of ordinary rangers. For this, it is acceptable to pay some price. Training rangers is a very difficult thing. Not only does it cost money and energy, but it also takes time. In comparison, hiring external trainers is a more economical way. Of course, this is still based on Tetsuya's strength. Otherwise, an ordinary king level trainer would not cost the Ranger League so much. Tetsuya turned his head and looked at Masaki. This guy whose mind is already filled with mythical beasts only has 2 words in his eyes. Promise him. Let's put this matter aside for now. There's no need to rush for 1 or 2 days. Tetsuya waved his hand without responding directly. He needs to think about the relationship before making a decision. Of course. Professor Shinhara nodded with a smile. We won't make any big moves for at least half a month, and the same is probably true for the Dark Team. After such a battle, both sides need time to make arrangements. That's not the case. Tetsuya suddenly changed the subject. In fact, we can also make some big moves. What do you mean? Professor Shinhara didn't quite understand what he meant. The latter knocked on the table thoughtfully. Do you think that the Dark Team will plant an undercover in your Ranger Alliance? This Professor Shinhara couldn't answer this question accurately. After all, the establishment of the Dark Team can be traced back to only more than 10 years ago. It is completely different from the Galaxy Team, the Magna Team, and the Ocean Team. Even their Ranger Alliance has no time to plant people in the Dark Team. Conversely, it is probably impossible. Not everyone can be a ranger, and it is much more difficult. But since Tetsuya said so, Professor Shinhara felt that he might have discovered something wrong. His expression became serious. Who do you suspect? You know, the Alliance members that Zay met on his way here were all middle-level forces. If there was an undercover among them, it would be a big deal. It's just a suspicion, not 100% certain. They didn't say it too firmly. Who is the teacher named Jinka in the ranger school? Jinka? Impossible. Professor Zenioen denied the name. Zay said directly. He has been working in the school for 7 or 8 years and has trained 2 batches of rangers. He can't be an undercover of the dark team. Really? They didn't comment. I also want to ask, how is the guy named Yao Yao who was caught in the Fengreo forest fire now? Did he say anything? Him? Professor Zenioen frowned. You think it was Jinka who instructed him to set the fire? What's the point? Professor, don't worry. Zay comforted the old man. Obviously, Professor Zenioen didn't agree with his doubts about Jinka's identity. It's no wonder. If someone you have just met suddenly tells you that the subordinate who has worked for you for 7 or 8 years is actually an undercover spy sent by the enemy, normal people will not believe it. The trust between the two sides is completely on a different level. Not to mention that Zaya has not been able to produce any strong evidence. Professor Nihira is in a good mood. You were not there at the time, so you may not know. Zaya explained. The reaction of that Yao to teacher Jinka is very different from that to other people. I suspect that the two of them know each other, but teacher Jinka concealed it and did not say it, which is a big problem. In addition, according to my observation, the Yao is very likely a villager of Kikaho village. You can ask someone to investigate carefully. Professor Nihira stared at Zaya with his eyes fixed on him. The latter's expression was still very calm. I know. After a short silence, Professor Nihira nodded. But the expression on his face became much colder than when he first came. I won't disturb you guys. Remember to give me a reply after you've considered it. Thank you for your hard work. After a few formal exchanges, Professor Nihira stood up and left the room. Looking at the other person's back, Zenghu shook his head. You don't have to say these things at all. After all, they are just outsiders. He has only known Professor Nihira for a few days, and he has made such speculations. This is equivalent to pointing at someone's nose and calling him a waste. Outsiders can't see it in 7 or 8 years, so what else is it, if not a waste? Whether the result is true or false, it is hard to say what others think in their hearts. After all, we have to minimize the risk. Zaya's face was very calm, and he didn't seem to be disturbed by the change in Professor Nihira's attitude. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by the people behind me when I take action later. Zenghu shrugged. It's up to you. I'm not good at this kind of thing. It's just that I don't think I can borrow the power of the patrolman to find Zimi for a while. So, are you going to agree to them? Zaya still said the same thing. Don't worry, let's see first. He stretched out his hands and massaged the round land shark carefully. The little guy showed an extremely comfortable expression. You seem to have gained some weight again. Wah. Yeah, I have gained a lot of weight. Stop eating snacks for half a month. Wah in the room. The roar of the round land shark was sometimes high and sometimes low, as if it was arguing for its rights. In the following period of time, Zaya and Zenghu finally began to work hard for the purpose of this trip. They read all the books that might be related to Zimi in Gangbo Town. The effort was huge, and the results were worrying. Let alone Zimi. Not even a hair was found. What do you mean? Walking on the road, Zaya asked his employer leisurely. If he couldn't find it, it would actually be no loss for him. Zenghu hired him to protect his own safety, and assisting in the search was just a byproduct. This was made clear before coming. My inference is definitely correct. Zenghu frowned. Logically speaking, there should be no shortage of related legends. Is it because there are too few books in Gangbo Town? Please. Zay spread his hands. This is already the largest library in Almia. Don't ask too much, okay? Let's go there and ask. Zenghu thought for a while and walked towards a tall building in the west. Almia Times, the largest newspaper in the Almia region. The content it publishes is not only trendy, but also extremely wide-ranging. If Shimi has ever appeared in the Almia region, it will definitely have a record. The reason why they didn't come here before was because the two people who were unfamiliar with the place didn't know at all. It was only today that the library administrator kindly told them that they learned about it. After hearing Zenghu's purpose and confirming his identity, the receptionist at the front desk hurriedly called the senior management. A middle-aged man with a big belly soon trotted to the two people. Hello, I'm the editor-in-chief of Almia Times. Welcome to visit. A gleam of light was revealed in his narrow eyes. Zheng Hu was keenly aware that this was not an easy target to fool. I want to know. However, out of his exploration of the fantasy beast, he still raised his own question. I know, thanks. The editor-in-chief smiled and held out 5 fingers. As long as this amount, I can give you the information about it. His directness was beyond the expectations of the two. However, this is good news. 50,000 Alliance coins? ZHE also reported a number frivolously. The editor-in-chief wiped the sweat from his forehead from running and responded with a smile. My lord, you are joking. This is the information of the fantasy beast. The price is only 5 million. What do you think? This business is not easy to do. It is too dangerous. It costs a lot to hire people. You can't let us do a loss-making business, right? ZHE and Zheng Hu looked at each other and felt a little surprised. It was not because 5 million Alliance coins were so high, but because the price of 5 million was too low. Don't worry, the most important thing for us is honesty and truth. If you think the information is fake, you can come to us for trouble. The editor-in-chief patted his chest and guaranteed. Zheng Hu didn't hesitate too much and took out a bank card to pay. Then, he regretted it. Go out, turn right after 200 meters, and then walk all the way to the end of the road. The flower shop there has news about Zimi. Looking at the editor-in-chief who was smiling so hard that you couldn't see the gap between his eyes, Zheng Hu fell into silence. For a while. Gracitia flowers, that guy is right. In the flower shop in a remote corner of Gangbo town, Zheng Hu observed the bouquet in front of him, his eyes shining. Yeah, 5 million to buy such news. Your money is really easy to make. ZHE also rolled his eyes at the side. Fortunately, it wasn't his money. Gracitia flowers? What are you talking about? This is obviously a winter flower. The owner of the flower shop looked at the two strange people and said dissatisfiedly, well, now, the two people probably understand why they can't find the information they want. It turns out that the name of this place is somewhat different from this. Ding, hello. ZHE also answered the phone. Really? I see. I'll go. What's wrong? Zheng Hu raised his head and asked. The investigation is over, and that guy ran away. ZHE didn't say who it was, but Zheng Hu quickly associated it. Wow, good guy. He's really hiding deep enough. Well, I'll make a call. The former waved and walked out of the flower shop. Hello. Is that Doctor? I'm here. Note 1. Pokémon World Championship. Animation. This season's general level number 1001. Corny, the gym leader of the Sala Gym and the Kalas region. The end. Chapter 624 Reinforcement. After a long time, Masaki walked out of the flower shop contentedly and bumped into Tetsuya who was about to return. Have you finished talking? The former looked at the other party curiously. Tetsuya nodded slightly. Well, it's almost arranged. But you found the clue so quickly? How can it be so easy? Masaki shrugged nonchalantly. The manager said that these are the seeds his grandmother got, and he doesn't know where they came from. So the clue is broken again. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows and felt a little speechless. Masaki waved his hand. That's not the case. The old man is still alive and is said to be in good health. It's just that his grandson is unwilling to tell me where the old man lives now, saying that he will be beaten to death. It's better to have clues than to search like a headless fly. If someone doesn't want to say it, ask someone else first. There will always be someone who knows. Yeah. Masaki agreed. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a patrol team stationed near Lengshu Valley. When the time comes, ask the relevant members of the Alliance if they know. There are always more solutions than problems. The most frightening thing is not having difficulties, but not knowing where the difficulties will appear. On the way back, the two of them were impressed by the results of the investigation of the Ranger Alliance. I never thought that a teacher in the Ranger School, who is also the head teacher of a class, would be an undercover agent of the Dark Team. Zheng Hu felt extremely incredible. Could it be that, after being together day and night, none of them found something wrong? ZHE also rolled his eyes silently in his heart. What is this? In the areas under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon Alliance outside, which undercover agent is not more hidden than this one? 3 years and 3 years. The boss has become a high level person again. There's more. He recalled what Professor Shinra told him on the phone and shook his head subconsciously. It is said that the guy called Jinka has developed several subordinates as his assistants. Even those assistants don't know that they are working for the Dark Team, and they are all very serious. Among the students of this class, there is a genius scientist named Yusuke, who is one of them. You may not believe it, but the core program of the portable remote control of the Dark Team was written by Jinka under Yusuke's persuasion. Zeng, whose whole face was dull. After a long silence, he slowly uttered two words, really awesome. From this perspective, this undercover agent, whose alias is Jinka, and whose real name is unknown, is really a rare talent. Then how did he run away? Zeng Hu asked curiously. Heh. They chuckled. It's very simple. He buried a lot of bombs in his laboratory under the ranger school. The rangers didn't dare to chase him, so they could only watch him run away. Compared with being an undercover agent in the enemy's rear and inciting a few young people to defect, burying bombs is a trivial matter. At most, the safety awareness of the teachers in the ranger school is worth complaining about. But then again, before the results come out, who would believe that a ranger teacher who has shed blood for the Alliance would bury bombs in his own laboratory? It seems that they have made up their minds to ask you for help. Zeng Hu suddenly laughed and said so. They sighed helplessly. Indeed. Normally, it is very embarrassing for such a thing to happen. The top leaders of the Ranger Alliance were too busy to cover up, and they even asked Professor Nihira to tell him the first time. Although there is a whistleblower involved, there is no need to be so urgent. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to a gesture of goodwill. Fortunately, he was well prepared for this. Back to the temporary residence. A sturdy figure was standing in front of the gate. Senior Bolang. They greeted him in surprise. Why are you here? Is there any trouble in Fengreo Town? No wonder he asked this. Fengreo Town is the location of the main base of the Rangers in the Almia region. As the captain there, Bolang is very busy with both duties and affairs. Unless something unexpected happens, he rarely leaves Fengreo Town. No. Hearing Zaya's voice, Bolang immediately turned around. At this time, the two of them noticed that his arms were full of glass bottles. No wonder his posture looked a little strange from behind. This is the big milk can of fresh milk prepared by the Big Mother for you, and milk pudding. I brought it by the way, he said with a smile. The Big Mother that Bolang mentioned, Zaya and Masaki also met from a distance when they stopped in Fengreo Town. She is really a fierce general. Bolang is a fighter, right? Breaking through the thick iron plate on the seabed is enough to show his strength. But Big Mom, who is known as the strongest power in Almia, can easily pick him up and spin him 3 times in 1 second. Yes, it's the kind of windmill. Of course, if they really have to fight, Bolang, who is proficient in martial arts, will definitely not be so miserable. But he was raised by Big Mom since he was a child. Fighting back is something he dare not even think about. Besides, Zaya knew through RC. Bolang, who is now strong, was actually a bullied crib-a-bee in the past. It was under the care and encouragement of Big Mom that he became what he is now. If someone hurts Big Mom, Bolang will definitely be the first to rush in. Go into the house and sit down. Bolang's wrinkled face fully explains his inner entanglement. Did something happen? Zaya handed over a cup of tea and asked patiently. After all, Bolang is RC's good friend. He is still happy to help to the best of his ability. Hey. Bolang took a sip of tea and sighed. It's all because of the mirror card. A flash of understanding flashed in ZHE's eyes. It was just as he expected. The Ranger School is also under the jurisdiction of the Fengreo Town Ranger Team. As the captain, Bolang must be responsible for the sudden appearance of an undercover agent. The deputy captain of the Shulia was in a similar situation before. So, Bolang, you have been dismissed? He said very directly. Bolang denied this. No, it's just a temporary suspension. I will work with a friend of mine in the propaganda department for a while. Isn't that good? Zeng Hu interrupted with interest. This is equivalent to hiding from the limelight temporarily, and you can go back after a while. Yeah, what's there to be unhappy about? ZHE was a little puzzled. This punishment can be said to be completely insignificant, and it can even be said to be protecting Bo language. I'm worried. Bo Lang sighed again. I don't know if those kids can protect the safety of Fengreo Town. Yes. It turned out that it was not because of the punishment. Tetsuya and Masaki felt that they should have thought of it earlier. With Bo Lang's personality, it is normal to have such thoughts. Oh, don't worry, I think Kei Lang is doing well. Tetsuya smiled and comforted. Maybe when you go back, they have already removed the first 2 words of the acting captain. Remove the first 2 words? Bo Lang didn't react for a moment. Then he laughed. If that's the case, it would be great. It's a good thing to have more and more outstanding juniors. In fact, he didn't worry too much. It's just that he was subconsciously worried. After Tetsuya interrupted, Bo Lang quickly relaxed. Yes. It's not like he hasn't gone out to perform tasks before. During those times, Kei Lang led everyone to do very well. Masaki, who was eating milk pudding on the side, had his eyes shining. It's delicious. Tetsuya, you should try it too. Oh. Tetsuya suddenly became interested. Masaki is a real rich second generation or even rich first generation, and he has eaten all kinds of delicious food. To be able to give such an evaluation, it must be good. He scooped a spoonful and put it in his mouth. The dopamine secreted rapidly due to the stimulation of sweets made him feel much happier immediately. It's really good. He praised from the bottom of his heart. Isn't it? Barlam smiled proudly, as if he made it himself. If you think it's delicious, I'll ask Big Mom to make some more for you and take more when the time comes. Chuck, on the side. The monarch snake, which was originally curled up in the sun to bask in the sun, came up silently. It and Pockets both like sweets, but the latter prefers ice cream and the former prefers cream cakes and the like. Obviously, milk pudding is its dish. The nose moved slightly, and the monarch snake swallowed a mouthful of saliva very slightly. Greedy. He laughed and scolded unhappily. ZHE also picked up a new can of milk pudding and threw it over. That's all. Is there more? Chuck. Extending the vine whip to grab the delicious food in the spoon, the monarch snake couldn't wait to learn from the trainer to eat. The next moment, its eyes suddenly showed an intoxicated expression. This is simply too blissful. Cha-cha-cha. Seeing this, Togekiss also twisted and turned and ran over. It didn't even let Zay pass it and directly used its superpowers to control the pudding and ate it. It looked skilled, and it was obvious that this was not the first time it had done something like this. The eyes, which were originally small, completely disappeared due to excessive happiness. It stretched out its wings to pat away the vine whip, opening its eyes. Togekiss, who was protecting its food, stared at the monarch snake who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Chuck, the monarch snake pouted. How stingy. Cha-cha. Togekiss looked annoyed, floated in the air, and pointed at the monarch snake's pudding with its little claws. You said I was stingy, then why don't you give me yours? Chuck. Cha-cha. The two elves quarreled as usual. They had already gotten used to it. For two fooders, nothing is more important than food. Unless it is the food in the other's hand. Because that one may taste better. The other friends were not very interested in the sweet milk pudding. Flaming Chicken said that, if it was sprinkled with chili powder, he would try it. This dark cuisine was naturally strangled in the cradle by ZHE without much explanation. Sprinkling chili powder on pudding, it's amazing that you can think of it. They chatted for more than 2 hours. Bo Lang slapped his head and realized that something was wrong. Oh no, I have to get to the Linley research camp before 2 o'clock this afternoon. If I don't leave now, it will be too late. Linley research camp? Hearing this place name, Zhenghu's eyes lit up. Didn't you say the propaganda department? Why is it the Linley research camp again? This? Bo Lang said with a smile. My friend's father is the head of the Linley research camp. He is also conducting an investigation there, so I have to go there to meet him. Is there a place called Lengshu Valley nearby? Zhenghu asked hurriedly. Bo Lang nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? How about taking me with you? Zhenghu stood up excitedly. I just have something to go there. It's not impossible, but I have to tell the higher ups first. Bo Lang thought about it and didn't refuse. Thank you very much. Zhenghu smiled from ear to ear. ZHE was also quite surprised. I didn't expect that Bo Lang would come to my door just after I asked for a clue. But, I know. Zhenghe waved his hand. Don't go with me this time. Wait for someone here. With Bo Lang here, there will be no problem. Of course. Bo Lang straightened up and patted his chest. With me here, the elves in the wild will never touch you. Of course, the two believed this. Although he is not the chief ranger, and his partner Pokémon has not reached the king level. But his strength is definitely one of the strongest among ordinary rangers. Since there is a team stationed at the cold research camp, it means that they must have explored it, and there will not be those powerful and irritable elves. Boro is capable of dealing with most possible dangers. Besides, Masaki is not really so powerless. If they really fight, he is only slightly worse than Boro. Geniuses can draw inferences from one instance to another. Excited, Masaki simply tidied his clothes and set off with Boro. With his Charizard, the latter did not have to worry about being late. Tetsuya was the only one left in the huge house. He lay on the sofa like a wretch. Unconsciously, he gradually fell asleep. Ding dong, the doorbell rang in his ears. Tetsuya opened his eyes dazedly and wanted to get up. Then he felt a force on his shoulder pressing him down again. You must have worked hard during this period. Take a rest. A familiar old voice sounded. Dr. Yamanashi looked at the young man in front of him with some heartache. Flame Chicken stood aside, saying that it was not a good thing for a trainer to be too sensitive. It opened the door at the first time, but it was woken up. It's okay, I'm used to it. Tetsuya shook his head and forced the computer to turn on. Long time no see, Sharona. He greeted the blonde beauty next to Dr. Yamanashi. Long time no see. Sharona was as calm as ever. Her eyes were on the milk pudding on the table. Try it. It was given to me by someone else, and it tastes very good. Tetsuya grabbed one and handed it over. Fortunately, there is no such thing as taste or not for this stuff. Otherwise, God knows how long Sharona would have been struggling with it. Doctor, you should have some too. By the way, he also handed Dr. Yamanashi a can. Otherwise, how could they be called grandfather and grandson? Sharona likes to eat sweets such as ice cream. It is likely that she inherited Dr. Yamanashi's interest from the previous generation. A little later, I was asked by a friend to play a LOL. The end. Chapter 625 Angel Tower. Showing off the pudding. The three of them also talked about business. Dark crystal? I've never heard of such a special item anywhere else. Dr. Yamanashi said, but based on your description, I think it's most likely the power of a certain divine beast. And it's a first level god. Tetsuya added. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to attract the attention of the Holy Pillar King. The divine pillars created by him are all very powerful, and he doesn't need to take action at all. The power of darkness, Yveltal or Giratina, only the power of these two people fits this description. Sharona put forward her own opinion with interest. The divine beast that symbolizes death and the controller of the reversed world? Tetsuya and Dr. Yamanashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is very likely. But Dr. Yamanashi's face was a little serious. If it is really these two, then the danger is great. You have met that Darkrai. Which one do you think it is? Sharona looked at Tetsuya. The latter was stunned. Yes. Although he had never seen a Yveltal, he had met Giratina once. On the 3 fantasy stages, it and the space-time twin dragons were quite at odds. After careful consideration, Tetsuya frowned and gave his own opinion. It doesn't look like Giratina, because the power represented by the reversed world has a rotten smell. But I can't feel this smell from that Darkrai. So, Yveltal is very likely. This can also explain why the combat power of that Darkrai is so strong. It must have been exchanged for its life. For a fantasy beast with an extremely long lifespan, it is estimated that the consumption of several battles is still difficult to see. But if it continues like this, even a fantasy beast may not be able to resist the coming of death. Besides, didn't you say that the guy named Bixius from Team Rocket also has similar technology? That kind of overdraws life in exchange for powerful strength, right? Now they can also match up. The three of them talked one after another. Soon they had a rough guess. But, it was just a guess. It is still unknown whether the dark crystal is the product of Yveltal's power. However, if it's Yveltal, then there's still a way to deal with it. Professor Yamanashi looked at Tetsuya and said with a smile. The latter was a little confused. Huh? What do you mean? You forgot? Your monarch serpent. Professor Yamanashi reminded him. Tetsuya finally remembered. Mysterious garden? The Cernese sleeping in the form of a tree. Yes. Professor Yamanashi nodded. At such a close distance, if a Veltal appears, it will definitely cause Cernese to wake up early. It won't let death take away all lives. For the mythical beasts, their power is closely related to the entire world. Everything is fine when everything is normal. If the controller of the opposite power intervenes, then the other party will not be polite. The most famous example is Groudon and Kyogre. These two guys have fought countless times for the coverage of the ocean and land, and every time Rayquaza sat down to mediate. That's good news. Tetsuya said with a smile. I think the Ranger Alliance will be very happy to hear this speculation. Speaking of the Ranger Alliance's opinion on the request made, what is their opinion? Dr. Yamanashi asked. He and Sharona came to Almia this time, of course, for a purpose. Tetsuya shook his head. No reply yet. I guess they are considering it. Humph. Dr. Yamanashi was a little dissatisfied. They have obviously contacted Kanto and Johto, but they ignored the closest Sinnoh. Even in Hoenn, there have been recent news that they will introduce some rangers to station in the protected area. This is also inevitable. At this time, Sharona already had a lot of the temperament of a regional champion, who made them do a good job in eliminating and managing the dark organizations. Yes, it was in place. Although the three dark organizations, Team Rocket, Team Magma and Team Aqua, are very active, but the Alliance's suppression of them is visible to the naked eye. The results are also quite good. If it weren't for better control, it would not be impossible for the Alliance to eliminate one or two of them. It's just that there is no need. Sinnoh's Galaxy team is different. Although it is said to be a dark organization, its influence involves all aspects of the Sinnoh region. It is even rumored that the establishment of the Sinnoh Alliance is inextricably linked to the Galaxy team. Or to be more precise, before Cherry established the current Galaxy team, the Galaxy team in the past was not actually a dark organization. It is worth mentioning that Cherry is also from Banhei City and is a fellow villager of Banhei gym leader Denji and Sinnoh current champion Day. It has to be said that it is an alternative miracle that such three people can appear in the same era in the small Banhei City. By the way, Sharona, how far is your championship challenge now? How many official gyms are still missing? Zaya asked curiously. He is still a little isolated from the news in the Almia region. I guess the outside world is crazy because of this woman's actions. Sharona frowned and thought for a while. It's almost there. There are about 7 or 8 more. It's so fast. Zaya sighed from the bottom of his heart. In other words, Sharona's strength is super even compared to the gym trainers. Otherwise, for an ordinary person, it would take quite some time to recover after challenging a gym. Calculated. On average, Sharona challenges and defeats 2 gym leaders a day. 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Her schedule is full. Then I congratulate you in advance on becoming the champion of Sinnoh. ZHE also said with a smile. Sharona was very calm. The recent winning streak did not affect her judgment at all. It's still early. The 4 kings of Sinnoh and the champion Day are all very powerful trainers. I don't know what kind of accidents will happen. Oh, Day can't do it. ZHE waved his hand disapprovingly. He knew clearly that it was inevitable for Sharona to become the champion. Day, the unlucky guy second only to Do, was still a little lacking in strength. After all, if Sharona hadn't appeared, Day should have been able to sit firmly on the championship throne for a long time. It's no problem to say that he was unlucky, of course. Compared with King Elf, the shortest champion record holder in the history of the elf world, both Day and Do are lucky people. Fortunately, there is no King Elf in this world, only Xiaomao. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Zaya to look directly at his cheap nephew. It was too miserable. Sharona looked at him deeply and said nothing more. She herself did not have such great confidence, and she really did not know why the other party had it. Dr. Yamanashi looked very happy and even showed off 2 more cans of milk pudding. Drive Yamanashi/Grandpa. 2 loud shouts rang out. The old man put down the 4th can in his hand with an embarrassed look. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you yelling so loudly? Let's rest here tonight. The vacant rooms are ready. Tomorrow, go to the headquarters of the Ranger Alliance and discuss the specific matters about the remuneration with them. I think they should agree. They're arranged. Dr. Yamanashi and Sharona are both busy people. Naturally, the sooner the matter here is resolved, the better. If it weren't for the fact that the latter needed the support of the Ranger Alliance, she would not appear here at this critical juncture. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two followed suit. The next day, early in the morning. Hey, you're up. Tetsuya walked into the yard and casually greeted Sharona. Morning. Sharona nodded slightly in response. The Garcomp and Lucario beside her seemed even more excited than the trainer. You two too. Long time no see. Blaziken and Lucario. Say hello. He threw 2 Pokeballs casually. The 4 Pokémon soon became a mess. Sharona sighed helplessly. I'm still doing morning exercises. I know. Tetsuya didn't look embarrassed at all. Together, it's just a coincidence. Cha-cha-cha to Togekiss, that looked almost the same, floated above each other's heads and nodded at the same frequency. Come on, try this new energy block, it's delicious. Tetsuya greeted Sharona's Togekiss with a smile. Cha-cha Sharona's Togekiss glanced at its trainer. Very good, if there is no objection, it means it has agreed. It flapped its wings and buried itself in the plate that Tetsuya prepared for it. Tetsuya's Pokesi fell to the ground, patted its kind in a very humane way, and then sighed. Poor kid, you are so impatient to eat. Did that woman abuse you? It didn't notice the look in Sharona's eyes. That woman who possesses the power of super restraint can read the minds of Pokémon. Compared with the other Pokesi, the relationship between the two Pokesi is just good friends. After all, both sides are about the same age and have similar strength levels. Even Tetsuya's Pokesi is a little stronger. After all, it was cultivated for a few more months, and the food it ate played a role. Sharona soon gave up struggling. Looking at the 20 or so noisy Pokesi, even she seemed a little overwhelmed. It's a good idea to let the little guys relax occasionally. Don't push them too hard. You're already strong. ZHE didn't know when he came to her side. After all, she was still a girl in her early 20s. Facing the upcoming important battle, Sharona, who had never experienced such a situation, was clearly nervous and at a loss. This was probably why Dr. Yamanashi asked him to find something to distract her. Rather than letting the elves relax, it was better to let Sharona relax. ZHE had completely forgotten. He was actually a little younger than Sharona. Sharona understood what ZHE meant. No wonder. I was wondering why Grandpa was so strange recently. It seems that he had contacted you? She was a very smart girl. These things could be connected after a little thought. ZHE shrugged without comment. There's nothing I can do. You still have a lot to learn from me. Do you want to fight me again? Sharona raised her eyebrows with a smile. In the sun, her delicate face was full of playfulness, and she looked full of charm. The slightly cool outfit due to morning exercise also showed a beautiful curve. What Zay wanted to say was stuck in his throat for a moment. Damn, what if this woman is a little bit pretty? He admitted that he was a pure face control. What are you doing? Sharona narrowed her eyes subconsciously. Zay's gaze was too direct, so she, who was occasionally slow to react, quickly noticed it. I think you are pretty. The words blurted out made the two people fall into silence. Landshark. Dragon Star Cluster. Sharona's embarrassed and angry voice echoed in the yard. Emperor Nabo, who was swimming happily in the pool, looked at the meteorite cluster rushing towards him above his head, and his mind was full of confusion. God of creation, he didn't mess with any elves. It's just a weak Quaseking, not that bad, really not that bad. Boom. With a sad and angry mood, Emperor Nabo slowly sank into the water. Gulp gulp, what's going on? It's so noisy so early in the morning. Dr. Yamanashi yawned and walked out. As an old and experienced man, he keenly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Didn't you say we were going to the Ranger Union headquarters? Let's go. The two young men were a little unbelievable when he changed the subject so stiffly. Dr. Yamanashi didn't care about that. He would be very happy if his granddaughter was with the young man he liked. But the other level was not easy to pass. Under his urging, the three of them had a simple breakfast and came to the Ranger Union headquarters in the northwest of Almia. From the appearance, it looked like a rocket-like castle waiting to be launched, with a green tree on top. A group of people led by an old lady had been waiting at the door for a long time. Obviously, this old lady was the founder and current chairman of the Ranger Union, ZIOCUI. Welcome to the Ranger Union. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Chairman ZIOCUI leaned on a cane and looked very kind. The negotiation process was unusually smooth. In the face of the absolute strength of Sirona, the Ranger Union had no room for much bargaining. To be frank, it was not impossible for her to take on all the Rangers by herself. Then, our next destination is this. On the floor of the conference room. With Chairman ZIOCUI's signal, a detailed map of the Almia region slowly unfolded through the projection. Her cane pointed to a direction. The headquarters of the Angel Group, the tallest building in the Almia region, the 334-meter high Angel Tower. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.